Hey everyone, welcome back to Themis and Thoth. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. I am so excited you all are here with me. Let me check my microphone. Um, Drop a one if you can hear me. Drop a one if you can hear me, and the mic is good. All right. I think I'm live. I don't know if I'm live, but I think I'm live. There is no refresher on my end, so let's see on the phone. Pull up in the gangster automobile wankster with a bed that came from Sri Lanka. All right. Someone said I'm live. They see me. All right. Cool. Salutations to everyone. Welcome back. Gone for a minute now. I'm back with the jump off. Remember to like the stream. Um, so, I was having a conversation with someone very special to me. Um, and they wanted to know. I sent a sort of interview to them yesterday. Um, and the reason I did this, I'm not going to put many context, too much context for this. I sent an interview because I looked through my life and I wanted to find someone who had no idea about the manosphere, YouTube, or what have you. And they're not usually on the internet. And so I we were watching an interview and I sent it to that person. I say, without any context, can you like listen to this and then get back and talk to me? It was like, please don't put people's name in the chat. Please. Like, please, I'm just trying to make a very simple point. So I'm not trying to disparage anyone. Anywho, um, so they listened and they didn't listen for 30 minutes. They watched the entire thing. Um, and they came back and they asked, there was a lot of things in there, but because people are saying names, I'm not going to go through the full conversation now. But it all summarizes in why do we speak so poorly to each other? Um, and I didn't really have an answer. Obviously, I think this person was missing a lot of context. This person didn't fully know anything about what is happening online. This person was freshly looking at the interview with no context as to what this man was spewing. This person didn't know this man was like, I'm not going to say what this man was doing, but this man online and what he has done online means that he deserved to be dragged, in my opinion, right? But without any indication of what he had done, it there wasn't any sympathy for the interviewer. And I recognize what that meant, but also generally, I think that we are not very good. We're not very good at treating people with kindness, on caring about people, or letting people, or engaging respectfully, even when you disagree, until the point at which someone is disrespectful, then you disengage. And so I'm not talking about the interview now. I'm talking about like a general thing that happens online where it it feels like um, the most disrespectful, condescending, vulgar, even when we talk about Columbus short, right? Um, the way you get into the YouTube algorithm is by disrespecting, it's by being bombastic, it's by being disrespectful in ways that we would normally do in person, and maybe we would in person. And I don't know how I don't know how we change that. I don't even know fully why we do it outside of clicks and views, because is there a feeling that what happens online isn't real life? And so we get to sort of um, treat each other poorly online and never have to reflect on it in real life. I'm not sure, because case after case highlights that what we do online impacts our real life, whether it be jobs. We saw the guy on the pop the balloon situation, and we see it over and over and over again that what happens online does affect our real life, and also it implies something, it indicates something about who we are um, when we're willing to speak and disrespect each other so publicly. And that's not, again, the interview is just like a general thing online. And I couldn't find an answer for her when she was trying to figure out why it is that we so easily slide into disrespect. So I don't know. Anywho, we can move on. First, I want to welcome you all. Second, um, I it, online is not mine. I have no say in how people engage or treat each other. But I will talk to the Discord later. I am purposely now removing aspects of my commentary because it is too obvious what I'm talking about. Um, Anywho, let's get into our discussion. It's attention seeking, pure and simple, regardless of what we are sacrificing in our real life. I mean, and that's unfortunate, right? Like, there is something about the need for attention at any cost, right? Like, you know the impact of that which you're doing, and you're still willing to engage the way that you're going to engage because you want attention. So, what is the value of attention, and how much will you give in order to get attention? And what does that mean about maybe how deprived you are of that attention in your real life? I think that's something interesting to discuss. Not right now, but I think that's something interesting to discuss. I've seen a lot of comments asking how to send me topics. You guys, Level Up Single Mom just dropped the email. So it's mods@gmail.com. You can reach there. I had a video of this woman who goes to the prison to collect people who are just leaving the prison to go do whatever with. And I can't play it because I have to be signed in, and I'm not signing into TikTok on my computer. I'm not doing that. TikTok is very overwhelming for me. I do not like being on there. And once I get it to TikTok, once I get into TikTok, I'll let you know, but I'm not quite there. All right. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I appreciate all 333 of you for being here. I would say please be respectful and kind online, but I don't think my words matter, and I don't think anyone is going to do that. But at least here, um, please be respectful in the chat. I do want this to be sort of, if we consider treating people poorly a desert, right? Lack of kindness and all of that, it's a desert. I would like for this space to be an oasis in that desert, where people can disagree and come and still talk. I do things separately, though. I don't want it to be where people get to trauma dump and disrespect you all and the platform. So I'm just going to be very careful about who I speak to. But I will definitely, I'll definitely try to moderate more so that we are being respectful, because I think we've done it thus far and we can continue to do it. All right. I am going to move on and we're going to get started. So, I usually have some topics in the beginning. I decided to include them here before we get into the main topic. And I I know people are saying they are Biden out, so let me not start with Biden. I'm going to go two spaces before Biden and then we'll discuss. Um, so there was a hurricane in Jamaica. I was made aware of this last week, and so prayers to everyone in Jamaica and everyone who's been affected, not just in Jamaica, but sort of all over the world, definitely in the Caribbean and parts of the US. We are with you, we stand with you. How and ever, how and ever. I have to play this video. I have to play this video because it's very emblematic of Jamaica, and I can see multiple people like this woman that I'm about to play. I can remember neighbors who are exactly like her. So let's play.
Yes, flood out everything.
No, hold on, not hold on. Tell me, you were in what happened? You just sleep?
Yes, Rosie and her family were sleeping. Waking up, feel water and waking up. Right through the house, through the bathroom, through every door, kitchen door, every door. Everything in the house flood out. When I talk about everything, everything. No bed, no there for sleep on. Settee, where you could have rest in a phone, where you could have make phone call and video for sure. Everything flood out. I want back every single piece
so
of
what happened? You were sleeping and...
We were sleeping.
Yeah, and?
We were sleeping, hear Prince screaming. When Prince screaming, say water. When you jump up and look, there is water. Many water, like Elsha. That type of water was there. I want back everything. Because we live here on Sunlight Street. From here 2 months old, just one out of my mother. Left here. From me at 29, me left Sunlight Street. So here, me never have been seen my yard flood out yet. Or any house in the carpet here in Sunlight Street flood out yet. Never had been seen this yet. I there here before my maiden take and me never see it yet. So anybody see them lie. How we never see it yet. I want back everything. Laptop, phone, everything. A 5 phone flood, I want back everybody. Name brand furniture, name brand bed, and name brand car. Everybody flood out and want back everything. So baby can't get meningitis. A shit water and gully water. The baby from my baby, my nephew baby will come up. She flood out too with her baby, nice, pretty, clean skin baby them. Flood out, not a pimples, mosquito bite, nothing. Right now, you know what can happen to them? Them need to go to hospital. And we need all type of something to clean out the germs. And the fly them starting at the house now, to come look again. And it can't go on, so. We have to do better.
What caused it? What caused it?
What caused it? The workman them caused everything. With all them cut the bridge, and none of them not coming at the yard for come look or go on. If them do just fix back right there, sir, the house wanna flood out. Is the bridge caused everything? Is this big contract what going on at Sunlight Street 21 and a half Sunlight Street Kingston 13? Cause every single soul things were happening in my yard last night to this morning at 3:30. Flooding, the baby them could have been drowned in. We need justice, real justice we need. Justice we need. One bag of furniture. And on a 30 grand bed in there, and a 30 grand dresser. And a 30 grand fridge, and a 30 grand rat nut. And a 30 grand, and a 10 grand night table, touch lamp. Everybody, flat scream in there, mash up. Flood out the shit water and gully water. Nobody not come for look. Uncle the cameraman, it can't work. So we need justice. Justice. We need justice. We need justice over the yard there and the other yard. We need it. Can't you see the condition right in her? And the germs and the nasty. Right now on the left out, a fly start at the place. Two baby there, they don't look good. Call the contractor. We need the contractor. For the work here. We start. We need him. We want back everybody. Everybody. We want disinfectant, GS, Dettol, soap powder, all type of things to clean out the house. The baby never get meningitis. They must sick on them. We want justice.
One thing Jamaicans go do is be absolutely extra. To be fair, there's a lot of frustration, and I don't know how true this claim was at the time, but the claim essentially is that because of the new construction of a bridge, it stopped the water from flowing how the water naturally flows. And so, because of the rain and the wind and all of that, there was a lot of flooding in the area. And she's blaming again the bridge construction for preventing the water from running the way that it needed to. And so she's asking the contractors, or she's attempting to ask them to pay for the furnitures and the computers and the phones and the cars and the house. And she's saying that these weren't cheap. They weren't $30,000 furniture. They weren't $10,000 furniture. They were more expensive. They were more expensive. And so, period. I'm with her. I think part of the thing is like, even for me, I get really animated when I am excited, right, or emotional. So like I I can understand, and I can't imagine what I would do if sort of like my home due to some kind of construction around me is being damaged. So period, drag all of them. Like I drag them. Drag them. By the way, I'm not shouting, and if I shout, please let me know, because I went to the doctor, and while I did not have to get vocal nodules removed because they were just in their infancy, I'm developing vocal nodules. Um, and I'm developing vocal nodules. And so I didn't have to remove them again because I'm shouting. So every time something happens in Jamaica having to do with water or flooding, I go to this video every single time. Every year that there is an issue, I have to go back and I will sit there and I will rewatch this video. I will rewatch this video over and over and over again. And now I want to go back to find out if she ever got the contractors to pay, if the community got the contractors to pay. I don't know how I would find that out, but the current hurricane situation in Jamaica reminded me of the of this clip. But yeah, wait, why are you all telling me this is an old clip? Did I not introduce it as an old clip? Wait, no, no, no. I know it's an old clip. I didn't think this just happened. Like the date is on the clip. Like let me show you. It says, "Who remember this legendary interview from Rosie?" Like it's very much. It's very clearly. Oh, you all were telling each other. Got it. Oh, it's like, why is everyone telling me this is an old clip? You had us worried about you and you got baby point. Yeah, no, not vocal nodules are something that I don't usually, well, never mind. I don't usually get because I don't speak loudly. But I did get it last year and I went to the doctor because my voice felt weird and my throat hurt a little bit. And I was told I had vocal nodules and they asked, what am I doing? Like I shouldn't be screaming, whatever. And I was like, I don't scream, so I don't know how I got vocal nodules. And then I found out that I do scream. I shout on YouTube a lot. Like I shout. And it's not anyone's fault. It's if there is a mic in front of me, I feel like I need to shout into that mic. I don't know. Something in my brain when I see a mic, I'm supposed to like shout into it or sing. Um, and so I've been shouting into the mic. So now I'm wearing my headphones that I don't think are aesthetically pleasing. All right. Um, I need someone to let me know what this is. I need. Thank you, Murder Magic Tricks. You've been with us for 19 months. I appreciate that. All right. Y'all, can someone tell me what this is, please? Can someone tell me what is it? What is happening here? Um, I won't play the music, but I'll sing it for y'all. Go, why are these people dancing in the mud? Like, what is happening? I feel like this. You know what? Let me leave that alone. I'm gonna leave these people alone because this don't make no sense to me. And why are there children? I'm so confused as to why there are children here. Yes, it is mud. It is like I am. Look, someone said the tea party. It's the male podcaster in you, jump scare JK. No, yeah. I don't know what's happening. Anywho, when y'all figure out what's happening, let me know. Talking about figuring out what is happening, does Joe Biden know where he is? Does like, y'all know the NATO conference? I think was it the NATO conference was in DC, and Joe Biden was there. He was apparently talking to people there. I don't know, but I'm going to play some of this. I am.
Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president.
You want to know something unfortunate? We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. We all misspeak. We all mess up our grammar. We all engage this way, right? Like this is just a fact of human existence. We make mistakes. The issue with Donald Trump and Joe Biden is that they're going to be analyzed from every single angle. Trump decided that after the debate, he was going to pretty much stay low key. He's not out there anywhere doing anything. Biden is everywhere. Partly, he needs to prove that he is conscious of what is happening around him and he can articulate his feelings. He's not doing well at this. He's not someone he's not doing well at this. And so it is really sad that he's being scrutinized. Well, is it sad? It's not. Because, you're the president of the United States, so, you are going to be scrutinized. And I don't think we should be making excuses for your poor performances, right? If this were an entertainer, if this were someone else, maybe I could find an excuse. But yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna just oh no, he's the president, but oh, he just made a oopsie. Theme is I'm still voting for Biden. Project 2025 is real. It is real. It is. All right, here's another one.
President of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
And now I want to hand it over to the President of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. And
all right, the recovery means that he still has capacity, right? Drop drop a one if you think that his recovery means that at least he's being thoughtful. And drop a 2 if you're like, nah, he ain't there. So drop a 1 if you think that the recovery, oh no, I didn't mean Putin. I'm so focused on Putin and being Putin. All right, good. 1, because the recovery for me, Rose said 2. For me, the recovery does highlight. Look, I'm grasping for straws at this point, so y'all gonna leave me alone. The what at least he knew it was a mistake, right? It was a mistake, and he's conscious of that mistake and he corrected that mistake. So I'm gonna I'm just going to hold on to hope. Y'all go not leave the president alone. All right, let's see what I got. Oh God. All right. So as Erica De Niro called this man the Mucinex ambassador. So Erica De Niro made this man into the Mucinex. Erica De Niro. Someone said, no, Themis, I know someone behind him shouted the real name. Good on them. I'm just going to go in my universe. I'm going to go in my universe where he figured it out on his own. All right. So Erica De Niro termed the Mucinex ambassador Aries Spears, and he wanted to come out here and let you ladies know something. Now, who went and asked Mr. Aries? I'm going to call him Aaron. I'm going to continue to call him Aaron instead of Aries. Mr. Spears, not Brittany, who asked him to give his opinion on people's physical appearance? Who did that? Because this don't make no sense. And I don't understand why he would take up a phone, a camera, look at himself in said phone or camera, and decide that him with his own face is going to tell women how they need to show up to be attractive to him and men like him. I don't know. That does not make sense to me. But let's hear what he has to say.
Hey, yo, quick public service announcement. To all my beautiful Black queens out there, I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that I love you, I respect you. You're beautiful and you're mandatory. That being said, can some of y'all please, for the love of God, stop wearing the big fake eyelashes? You have no idea. Are you not aware of how ridiculous that looks? To have this on your face, it looked like you got pterodactyl wings on your face. You don't need it. And if you're not proportioned correctly and you're as skinny as Snoop Dogg with this on your face, it's just a horrible look. Them eyelashes look like BBLs for your face. You don't need it. Love and respect. Yo, what up? It's your boy Aries Spears.
Whose boy are you? when you say, hey y'all, what up? It's your boy Aries Spears. Whose boy are you? Because that's giving you're a celebrity and you have fans all around the world looking to hear you speak and people into you. And I'm not sure who is into you. The thing is, I'm not gonna disrespect this man. I don't know this man. I don't know this man's health condition. I don't know if this man is dehydrated, if he has diabetes. I don't know what's going on with this man. What I do know is this man does not seem all the way there together. And so for him to come out and express how you all can become more beautiful, I don't know. Like, how do you look like you eat everything in the room but also dehydrated at the same? No, no, no. He seemed dehydrated to me. It's the under eye thing, but like not really, because like he doesn't seem like he would be dehydrated, but then he looks dehydrated. I don't know. In any case, I'm gonna need this to stop. And I do think it's rage baiting, and I don't understand why rage bait requires that you attack Black women in particular, then apologize 2 days later, or not apologize at all after you've dragged them. The idea that you love someone should prevent you from publicly disrespecting the people you say you love, right? And so love means nothing if it doesn't prevent bad actions. If you are saying you love someone, that love should animate your action, and thus you I should tell you love someone based on how you treat and speak about the people you love. So I don't see any love there. We know this is not true. He's probably trying to start some kind of tour and decided, you know what, I need to get my name back out in the public. And the way to do that apparently is to disrespect Black women. So that's what he thought and that's what he did. All right, let's move on. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Now, I wanted to speak about this topic for the longest, and I thought I did because I've seen something like this a long, long time ago. And I'm not sure if it's the same. I don't know if it's the same video, but I've been wanting to talk about this. I'd forgotten about it until it showed up on my timeline again. And let's get into it.
So it's like, and it's like the dads didn't want to help me. They wanted to see me beat. I done lost everything so many fucking times. So I blocked all my sisters. I blocked, like, it's for me to get my life better and focus on my schooling, my career, my health. Number one, my health, so I don't fucking die, because I can't do shit for them if I'm dead. Yeah. I can't stop stressing if I don't have help, you know? So it's like, and it's like the dads didn't want to help me. They wanted to see me beat. I done lost everything so many fucking times. So I blocked all my sisters. I blocked all my family because I don't like none of them bitches. I don't give a fuck about none of them bitches. I'm cool. I cut my ties with family. I cut my ties, obviously, unfortunately, with my kids. I don't have a boyfriend, but the nigga I was fucking, that nigga, I cut my ties with him. You know what? If the dads didn't fucking care, why the fuck do I gotta care? And you know, it's sad because I do fucking care. I obviously fucking care. I love the fuck out of them. And I'm gonna come back for my babies and I'm gonna get them the fuck. But it's for the better. Like, it's for me to get my life better and focus on my schooling, my career, my health. Number one, my health, so I don't fucking die, because I can't do shit for them if I did.
Welcome back, Themis. Have you seen the clip about Joe Biden saying he's the first president and the first Black woman to serve as vice president? I have. As soon as he opens his mouth, everything goes downhill. Yeah. So I do think he's struggling with a speech impediment, but also like some maybe cognitive issues. And he is forcing his speech seems really forced, and he's like really trying to control that which he says, and I don't think those are good combination, like a speech impediment, cognitive decline, and like having to have such higher burden whenever you speak. And so while I do have a ton of empathy, I do I'm trying to be nice because I can't preach something that I'm not. Um, I don't know necessarily why it is that Joe Biden is the nominee. And I think it is absolutely disrespectful for the people closest to him to understand where he is mentally, to understand what, because this kind of mental decline doesn't just happen overnight, right? And so everyone around him knew they forced a debate that didn't actually have to happen because Trump was hiding from a debate. But everyone thought that a debate would be in the best interest of Joe Biden. And so the team pushed the debate. Not only did they push a debate, they wanted it early. And so I'm thinking the Democratic institution, the Democrats, really do believe in kind of the incumbent's advantage. They believe in the traditional way. And so pushing Joe Biden to maintain power, they think is the best strategy. And I think this is a mistake. I think this is an absolute mistake. Trump, someone just pointed out, makes a lot of mistakes when he speaks. He recovers from those mistakes or he carries those mistakes into something else. And Trump, the truth is I don't listen to Trump. If Trump says what, I'm walking, right? Like if Trump, like for me, if Trump is breathing, Trump is lying. Like, and thank you. Someone forget that Trump was an incumbent. When Biden beat Trump, Trump was the incumbent. So like it seems odd that the Democrats and Republicans too haven't like they're not like getting people, younger people in the party, more publicity, testing them on the main stage to see if people like them and see the talents they can develop, right? The fact that there's not that kind of mentoring and forethought into who is going to be president, it's kind of wild to me. Anywho, thank you, Mally. I appreciate that. I saw that. I was gonna play it, I but Trump is doing the smart thing where he's hiding, right? Like he did a press conference the other day and he just rambled on and on and on about nothing and everything. Like at one point, he was talking about being at the airport and how terrible the lines are at the airport and no one wants to be at the airport. So I'm sitting there like, this is your campaign that is supposed to be like invigorating and you're giving policies that you are going to implement if you're president, and y'all just sitting around like this is just him, like Trump is just up there just talking to talk, like just talking. Like at some point I don't even feel like he's using the teleprompters. I think he's just winging it. I think Trump is up there just winging it, so it is what it is. Cool. So, this young lady, for those who didn't hear, let's get back into this young lady who dropped her children off because she decided that she could not take care of her kids and that she wanted to live her life and develop herself, and then maybe she could go back and get her kids. She dropped them off. At the CPS. You know, you call CPS on prayer, and she was like, "No, you don't gotta call. I'm gonna drop them off with y'all." And I'm of two minds here. I think that if you cannot take care of your kids, and you think it would be best for them to be taken care of by the government or by another family, I think do what is in the best interest of you and those kids, right? And that's not always you being the the parent that is active right now. You have to step away. There's a deep sadness that I feel when she said, "If their dads didn't care about them, why should I?" And like when she said that, there was a sadness because there is a question about fairness, right? And the idea that, well, I mean, if they can walk away from their children, I should be able to walk away from the child also. But then who gonna be there for the child? Because they're still a child, right? And like I try to be consistent, even with child support. Like I don't, you can whine and cry about child support all you want. There is a child, so you're not about to tell me that I need to convince the government to not punish people who do not pay their child support or to prevent child support completely. Like you don't need to pay child support. I'm never going to support that. Not because I want to punish you, not because I want the mom to get your money or the dad to get your money, but because there is a child that you helped sire, and now you need to help take care of that child. So I always center the children in this case, and so saying saying if the dads don't care, why should I? While while that's her getting her lick back in some ways, it is fundamentally a flawed type thinking. And thankfully, she recognizes this and she says, well, I care, but like, I just don't have the capacity, which is a different story. And I can agree and appreciate you. It is sad that so many women are burdened with single motherhood where the dad just decides not to show up. And now there is a human life that you have to take care of by yourself when the other party who contributed to the child's existence just decided, I am not going to be there. Not only am I not going to be there, I'm not going to pay for the child's anything. And even if I pay, that's all I'm going to do. I refuse to do anything else. I think that's sad. And I don't know the right answer. I know that doing what's right for you sometimes mean placing the child in a in a family that's going to take care of them. It might be removing the child from you. It might be keeping the child. But I mean, I can't tell this woman what to do. I just when she said that, I felt sad. I felt sad. What would happen if the mother passed away? Dads, hashtag dads. Yeah, yeah. And I do think there is a bigger conversation here about the role of fathers and the fact that society makes it easy for fathers to just disregard their responsibility. Let me play it again. Someone said she never said that. She did. Let me play it again.
I'm dead. Yeah. I can't stop stressing if I don't have help, you know? So it's like that. And it's like the dads didn't want to help me. They wanted to see me beat. I done lost everything so many fucking times. So I blocked all my sisters. I blocked all my family because I don't like none of them bitches. I don't give a fuck about none of them bitches. I'm cool. I cut my ties with family. I cut my ties, obviously, unfortunately, with my kids. I don't have a boyfriend, but the nigga I was fucking, that nigga, I cut my ties with him. You know what? If the dads didn't fucking care, why the fuck do I gotta care? And you know, it's sad because I do fucking care. I obviously fucking care. I love the fuck out of them. And I'm gonna come back for my...
There. That's and so she corrected or changed or misspoke, but she did say it. But yeah, I don't know. I think it is incredibly sad to know that there are children with parents who don't want them, right? Um, and I don't know what that does. I don't know what that does to a child. I don't know why. I don't know why we have children in and not be able to take care of them and don't plan. I don't know why we don't plan for this better. I think I would hope that we start planning. Because someone in the comments said she had 4 children from 4 different men, and none of the men wanted to be the father. And that means like that those 4 men decided I am not going to. Like 4 men decided like I just don't want to take care of my kids. That's wild. That is wild. And I can understand that she's stressed. I can understand how that would be stressful for someone. In any case, let us move on to the actual topics at hand and buckle in. Buckle in. Because, first of all, there is this man named Tieson Johnson, Dr. Tieson Johnson. I use people's, sorry. If you have a PhD, I'm going to call you doctor. It is what it is. I don't disrespect people's profession like that. I don't disrespect people's engagement. I don't disrespect their work. So if it if it is what it is what it is. However, let's look at the title of the video. Before I play the video, let's look at the title. So the title of the video says, was slavery an anti-Black misandric enterprise? And I was very confused and concerned about the title because I hope the answer here is no. I hope the answer here is no. The reason I hope the answer, I watched it already. The reason I hope the answer is no is because to say it was about misandry, which is the hatred of man, and that let's go to the definition before I do this. So, misandry is hating or prejudice against men, right? And if the context for the conversation around misandry is slavery, it ignores in large part the existence of Black women who were also enslaved. And so co-opting of slavery as an anti-man industry seems a wild claim to make, right? It can't just be misandrous because it was specifically Black. And if you think, I'll get into this more, but if you think that slavery was about a war on Black men and not Black people, you now have a high burden of proof. And you cannot turn to the number of men who were enslaved versus women who were enslaved because of the labor force required to engage in the kind of building that various countries in the new America required, right? And so calling it misandry is seems a bit odd to me, but I wanted to go to the comments before I made judgment. So I went to the comments and let's read the let's read some of these comments because I'm so confused. I am so absolutely confused by this. This guy under his video says, I brought this up in a class when I was in college and they tried to tear me apart. It made sense to me that an enslaved labor force would be primarily male. All right. This is very important. If it makes sense to you that an enslaved labor force would be primarily male, my question to you is going to be why? And the why here is because it is men are seen as bigger, stronger, they're able to work more in the fields, right? If that is the case, one would not claim that slavery was anti the thing that they required. Two, you can say white men were anti whatever, but you cannot sit there and say that slavery was just anti Black man. It wasn't really anti Black women. And if it was both anti Black men and anti Black women, then it wasn't about the Black men insofar as it was about Black people, right? And I'll get into this, but like the entirety of the gynecology and the study there, right? The research there, if you go into the history, Black women as slaves were actually abused in ways that are obviously inhumane because of slavery, but a second level in terms of how their bodies were treated, right? And so the attempt to erase Black women from slavery, it seems like a fight in the kind of victim Olympics where it's like, oh, you just don't understand how hard Black men have it, and Black women didn't have it so bad because slavery, while there were women enslaved, was anti-men. This seems like an odd thing to do. Especially in the early days of the colonies when hard labor was needed to clear forest. I agree here. So it wasn't about being anti-Black men so insofar as the institution, it was about the abuse and exploitation of Black people, recognizing Black men's ability to do certain kinds of work. They wouldn't have needed enslaved African women in large number until much later. Then when, anyway, I cared about his response. So the doctor responded and said, the European slave trade was labor-based. So it makes sense, even though we were not supposed to say it, but the Arab slave trade targeted African women differently. The I don't understand how you would make a video like this and then be in the comments explaining how the labor required and the physical feat in terms of the labor meant that they wanted more men. So it was like a 2-to-1 ratio when it comes to Black men to Black women in the Americas, in the US, right? And if this is true, then you can argue there were more men than women, but it's a wild thing to do right now in this time when most of the black people who were descendant of slaves weren't like they in America, most of the black people who did not immigrate here are descendants of slave. So even if there were fewer black women than black men, all of us were slaves. Like all of us were descendants, rather. And so I don't understand why this conversation is happening. And so I got really, really interested in what the video actually said. So let's watch this video together, and let's pause and discuss as we need. I'm probably gonna speed this up. Yeah.
Made aware of this on Twitter through Dr. Tommy Curry. He posted this. This is another young scholar who's doing some work that I think is incredibly important. And in this clip, he's talking about Brazil. So this is it's a couple minutes, but I think it's important. I'm gonna share with you why. Okay. There's two videos that I'm putting together, and you'll see why when we're finished with them. This is the first one. So this is the one that I ran across on Twitter through Dr. Curry, and it's about some revealing new information. Here we go.
Country in the Western Hemisphere, and so outside of Nigeria, Brazil has the largest population of African descent today.
And the numbers are more than we have here.
Much larger. The numbers are much larger. It's close to half the population. Brazil is also important because about 70% of the Africans taken to Brazil against their will were taken from Angola.
Oh, really?
And with my new project, I'm looking particularly at the men that were taken to Brazil, the men and boys, because they were 2/3. So the Atlantic slave trade, I view it as a large or anti-black misandry, an attack on black men and boys who were the warriors defending their communities, who may have found themselves either defeated by Portuguese army or ensnared in the slave trade in some other type of way, or perhaps through civil war.
And when we talk about both Brazil and Angola, those who aren't familiar with whose colonial territories those were, because we think of Spanish of all of the North and Southern Hemisphere, but we're talking about who?
The Portuguese. Right. Portugal starts the Atlantic slave trade in really the early to mid 15th century. 1444 is the year often given, because after 1444, you have a steady flow of Africans. And they use a series of means and methods to establish the slave trade. With regard to what is today Angola, northern Angola, particularly in the Bakongo people, the Kingdom of Congo is one of the initial trading partners in West Central Africa. And
so you were drawn.
Okay, so I apologize for the way the clip ends. That's how it was on Twitter. I do have the whole interview. It is available on YouTube, and I'll go ahead and post that in the sources section after the show is over. And if I don't, remind me, and I'll do it then. But this brother is doing some interesting work, right? And the reason I say it's interesting is because even though I got 3 degrees in Africana studies, we've never discussed the gender dynamic of this various slave trades that went on during the Western Hemisphere. We didn't in those classes.
So this is the first thing. I can speak to his experience as a student, but the entirety of my formal education, when it comes to the slave trade, black men were centered. Google slavery right now, and you will see mostly images of men who are black, right? There was an argument last year that I was engaged with someone who said they were, the issue was that every time we see slave and slave movies and engage with slave, they only put black men there, and this is to dehumanize black men, right? So the culture accepts that slavery existed for black men and mistreated and exploited black men and black people, right? And then there's usually a caveat that includes black women. But I'm not saying he's lying, because I don't know his education. I don't know what they taught. And so maybe he went through university and high school, and whenever they talked about slavery, they specified that it was about black women, and they weren't allowed to talk about black men's experience during slavery. This seems wild to me, where all the slaves most of the slave narrative that came out, most of the writing was about Black men or Black men's story. And I'm not saying anything is wrong with this. I think this was good. It was important that we know what was happening. But the idea that there is an attempt to erase Black men and their experience during slavery seems absurd to me. The claim being made and what they're responding to, what Dr. Tiathon Johnson is responding to, saying that no one wants to talk about how badly Black men were treated during slavery, seems like a lie. It seems like a lot. Police brutality, even policing in America, right? The conversation about police and how the police force were developed was about keeping track of slave and property and Black men and the subjugation of Black men through the policing system during slavery. So it is wild to me, slave catchers, right, at the time. So it's wild to me for him to say that there's an attempt to erase Black men from slavery and that we only talk about Black women during slavery. Like that has never happened. Like, sorry, I don't know if that has ever happened, but I am not aware of that happening. There are very few stories about women in slavery, but there's an overwhelming amount of literature about men. And I don't mind this. Mind you, I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm saying that the story being told about slavery centers Black men. So I don't know why he's saying it's not like you can't talk about Black men during slavery. Like I don't know where that comes from. Misandrous, when the main perpetrators were men who lived under patriarchal rule. Yeah, no, it was not misandry. It was, even if it were anti-Black men, to claim misandry is saying that it's anti-men, but it has to be anti-Black men exclusively for it to be misandrous, or at least there was a kind of specific hatred for Black men that needs to be sort of explained. But the easiest argument to make is that it's anti-Black. Slavery was about using Black people. It was about exploiting Black people, dehumanizing Black people, right? The transatlantic slave trade as we understand it today. So to sit there and say it was about Black men, right? And the interviewee does say that it is misandrist, right? And the word implies the erasure of Black women as a second thought to slavery, where, oh, they're just tangentially related, where, no, they were definitely a part of, used in, right, slavery. They were also slave. And so I don't understand, one, I don't understand why that argument is needed. That's the first thing. Two, I don't know how you justify that argument. And three, I don't think the conversation being had is being had honestly when Black manhood takes center stage when we talk about slavery, so much so that there's a lot of Black men who do not like talking about slavery because they feel, usually Republican, they feel that it dehumanizes Black men in current day, so they don't like talking about slavery because, again, the conversation about slavery generally centers Black men. I mean, Google it. Google slave and let me know what you see in image. Just type slave. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. Tell me this is about Black women now, that they only talk about Black women. How do you do this? Like, and maybe my search is biased. So y'all type in slave and see if they prioritize Black women in the search bar. So this is wild, but let's continue.
That's just we never did. it was implied and assumed that this was a 50-50 endeavor in terms of men and women being taken and brought to the Western Hemisphere. That's how it was discussed, if it was discussed at all. If gender came up, for the most part, when you talked about slavery, gender only referred to women being sexually violated by white men. That was it. That was the only time gender was brought up. Black men were considered the floor, so to speak. They were not to be discussed. It was assumed that everything, about black men was known, so on and so forth. So this brother's doing research showing that in regard to the largest population, people of African descent outside the continent, in regard to the slave trade in South America, Brazil in particular, that 2/3 of that population were male. But that's not it. I'm going to go to
this is not true. Very rarely did people believe that it was 50-50. Most people believe they were more men than women. Now, you can talk about who was sold, but when we talk about the birth rate for slaves, it's not like, oh, if you had a woman, if you had a girl, when a slave was pregnant and had a girl, they're like, oh, well, it's a girl, she's now free, right? Like, you can't make this argument that the women were slaves, and when you had a girl, the girl became a slave. If you had a boy, the boy became a slave. So it's weird to if you want to know the number on a purely factual basis and you want to talk about the experience of black men, I think you should. I actually think that there should be a space where black women maybe discuss what it was like, what it meant for black women to be enslaved and black people to be enslaved, and then men can discuss what it meant for black men to have been enslaved, what it meant for black people to have been enslaved. But you don't have to erase, right? You don't have to erase the other party's experience during slavery. Like, you do not have to try to monopolize pain in this way. You don't have to try to monopolize subjugation in this way, right? Like, it is not yours to monopolize when it was shared amongst black people and shared. I'm using in a very specific way because this is not something that we hopefully wanted, right? Like, this is not something that was good. Misandrous when the main perpetrators were men who, yeah. I found this. I don't remember who sent me this video, but I appreciate whoever sent it, because it speaks to something so deeply fundamental about the conversations happening online, where there is one, a kind of envy, but I won't go that far, when it comes to women, but also an unwillingness to recognize that women, black women in America, went through the kinds of pain and were unprotected, right, in ways that I think no other group of women were unprotected. And so to ignore their existence in slavery, or to say slavery was about misandrist ideas against black men in particular, when it was, no, they just wanted slaves, and black men in their mind probably made better slaves insofar as the ability to work in the sun, as was said explicitly, right, in some of the writings. It was bad, horrible for black people. Considering that 1 in 3 African American paternal lineage are European in origin, the nature of black women enslavement is reflected in our DNA. It wasn't insignificant by any means. It was not insignificant at all. But I don't understand. I don't understand why even if we were saying that they wanted to capture more men than women, all the descendants here are now from slaves. So it's not like, oh, there are more black men than women in present day America. Like, that's not true, right? But let's continue to hear it because I want to understand. It doesn't come up, but I wanted to understand why. Because women were slaves, girls were being born, and those girls were not being freed. They were slave. The medical field developing, I will not go into any examples of this, but the medical field developing around black women's bodies were really disturbing. And if you look at any of the reviews on kind of what happened and how science experiments were conducted using black women's bodies in particular, and I'm sure they also use black men's bodies too, right? I think we we minimize the impact of slavery on women when we say it was an anti-black man establishment as opposed to an anti-black people establishment. I don't know why you would need it to be anti-black men instead of anti-black people, but it was definitely anti-black people.
Some old school. This is an old school BGS clip. Now he is not in it, but it is a clip of Dr. Claude Anderson. I played this clip several times on the show, but in case I have people who don't remember it, didn't see it, or are new, I want you to check out where North America was in regard to black men. And just like Dr. Matthew Petaway, I think his name is, explained it, we're starting to talk about enslavement as an anti-black misandrous enterprise, right? And I do believe he might be working with Dr. Curry, but nonetheless, let's check out this old school BGS clip.
I'm going to skip the clip because there is music in the clip, unfortunately, and I do not want a copyright strike, but he's going to summarize it.
Two parts that I want to put together from those two presentations, Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Matthew Petaway, is basically whether you're talking about South America, Brazil in particular, or North America, when you really look at slavery as an anti-black misandrous institution, it goes right in line with one of the papers we read from Dr. Tommy Curry a couple of years ago on the show, where he talks about racism as a misandrous enterprise. Well, the most extreme demonstration of racism could be argued to be enslavement, right? Western hemispheric enslavement. But when you talk about that, we're not supposed to talk about the gender dynamics. The only time we're allowed to talk about the gender dynamics is when it comes to highlighting Black women's experiences with sexual violation. Now, we've covered on this channel for the last 6 odd years that Black men actually experience sexual aggression from not only white men, but also white women, right? This is very particular to the Black male experience. White men.
Wait, I am so confused. This is the problem, right? What do you mean you're not supposed to talk? Isn't the whole butt-breaking documentary about like Black men and exploitation sexually of Black men during slavery? I read a lot when I was growing up as a child. And again, I'm just talking about my own experience with the literature here about Black men and their abuse sexually during slavery. Like the whole conversation about homosexuality usually goes back to slavery for a lot of people when they want to say, oh, it's because these men were doing this to men, that's why we were whatever, right? The conversation was happening. I'm not sure where he was, right? But then to say that sexual exploitation of Black men by white men and white women is a Black men exclusive experience is diabolical. Are you sure you want to make the claim that Black women weren't sexually exploited by white women? Or you want to make that claim? Because I have other claims we're going to put forward, right? We can talk about Black women's experience at the hands of white men during slavery, at the hands of white women during slavery, and guess what? At the hands of Black men during slavery. As these, we were property. We could not object. We couldn't go to court. There were no legal protection. So for you to sit there and say it is a sort of Black man exclusive experience to be sexually exploited by both white men and white women, ignoring that, well, Black women, not only are they there as slaves, they're also not protected against white women or white men. And also they're not protected against Black men. Right? Like they would be the most vulnerable during it is wild to me to try to make Black men the most vulnerable during slavery. Like I'm not even trying to make I'm gonna stop shouting. The most vulnerable would be the children. But as we think about the adults, if you are saying Black men were being sexually exploited, right? It means that whoever exploited these Black men also had access to Black women. Because if Black men couldn't protect themselves from exploitation, they couldn't protect Black women from exploitation during slavery. So whoever Black men were subject to, whoever dominated Black men during slavery were also dominating Black women. And also Black men could and did dominate black women because they were also at the mercy of black men. So you can think of black men as at the mercy of both black women, and white men, but then there are three layers of oppression for black women because we're going to now include black men because of physical strength. I don't understand why you would make this claim. I honestly do not understand why you would make this claim right now. It's like it's almost like he's saying black men were more of a victim during slavery than black women. And like, why? Why are you do like what we one, it's wrong, right? But why would you go out of your way to make such a bad faith claim? I don't understand why he would go out of your way to make such a bad faith claim. Yeah, yes, ultimate enigma. And then yes, yeah.
Males obviously sexually violated young black men and grown black men. But when it comes to to white women, they use the threat of mob violence. They use proxy violence, which is what we call it now. Right? They use proxy violence to justify sexually violating black men and boys, for that matter. So we were the only demographic that was violated by both. And yet, none of these gender dynamics.
That is not true. To say black men were the only group that was violated by both during slavery is a wild claim to make. That is a wild claim. Well, maybe by both, because then you add black men and then you would have three of them for black women. Like, that's wild. I think there is, actually, I'm going to go off script and I'll say this. I think there is a need to justify how we ended up where we are as black men, and to really acknowledge the harm and the inability to protect black women highlights a kind of inadequacy if we believe in community insofar as men, very patriarchal, protecting their community, right? And so maybe there is a psychological release that comes thinking that black men bear the brunt of slavery and thus black women were in some ways protected because black men bear the brunt. The fact, however, is that's not true. So I don't know what it does to you psychologically to think that, well, black men were being exploited sexually by everyone and black women only had white men to contend with. So black men bear the brunt of everything. I don't know what it does to you to think that, but that's not true. If black men were subject to exploitation by white men and white women, black men were not at the bottom, unfortunately. It would be, in terms of vulnerability, it would be black women or children. And we're talking about physical might and the ability to overpower, but also systemic power when it comes to white people. Ability to exploit black people. I don't know why this is an argument. I don't understand why this is an argument. I don't know why there is discourse in this way about it. I do think black men should be able to talk about black men's specific experience during slavery, but to lie about it as well, to call slavery an anti-black man institution ignores the fact that it was anti-black people. And the question I would ask is, if black women were seen as able to do the kinds of work as black men in the same way with the same muscle, whatever, would they still take black men? And if you say they wouldn't, it wasn't necessarily about hatred of black men. I think it was hatred of black people. It wasn't that it was misandrist, which one could argue they did not like black men, but in the same token, they did not like black women either, and they exploited both black men and black women and black children. Like, we're not about to sit up here and pretend like, oh, they specifically were against black men and not black people. That's you are going to make that you're going to have to make that separation, and you're going to have to make that argument. That doesn't make sense to me.
Come out in discussions, whether it's in class, whether it's in terms of reading assignments. Anyway, so I wanted to put those two clips together just to kind of highlight for you that as as we talk about these things online, and even as Black male studies begins to advance, we're starting to actually move the discussion in regard to Black men beyond the comfortable tropes that we're introduced to, we're allowed to talk about, so on and so forth. We're seeing Black men push the discussion in numerous areas, not just in terms of what people are comfortable with, as far as what satisfies their sensibilities, but also beyond that.
Again, I don't understand how you skip the whole Buck Broken documentary, and the reason the filmmaker, let's call, I don't like calling this man's name, but the reason this man was able to do the documentary is because of all the documents that and stories around about Black men being abused. There are tons of stories about Black men having to go to being rented out to different plantations, calling them, I think in the sense now, breeders, right? Stories about how men were being beaten and rebellions, and there are so many stories. Frederick Douglass writing is emblematic of this genre of storytelling, right? I don't know I don't know this man's age, but I do think that because of the different generation, I don't know if they were teaching about Black women and not Black men during his time in uni, masters, grad school. Don't know, but they would have to be completely different than how I've experienced. They had to be very different than how I experienced learning. If that was his experience, you have to be very different. Whenever I think about people getting lashes, even the way that like slave tales are told, it's very rare that I imagine a Black woman being lashed, when in truth, Black women were also being whipped, right? The dehumanizing process of Black people did not exclude Black women, and the stories being told does not exclude Black women. The argument again about sexual violation from white women and white men highlights very importantly the lack of protection for Black women, where again, everyone who was able to exploit Black men were able to exploit Black women, where also Black men could also exploit Black women. So there will always be a sort of added level of exploitation when it comes to Black women, because it would now include Black men as someone who could exploit, who had power, in some ways physical might, to overpower and thus dominate Black women during slavery. And so again, slavery did not seem an anti-Black men specific industry. Rather, it was an anti-Black people, which includes Black men industry. To try to monopolize pain in this way does a disservice to the harm caused to Black women. And it should not be that we're depending on falsehood to get psychological release because we were unable to protect the women in the community. I think that's wild. Let me read some comments. They had yeah. I mean, I think that we all recognize this is weird. I think we all recognize this is weird. I don't think it's never seen a group of men want to be perceived as helpless. It's not doing what they think it is. It makes them look weak. So I don't know. The thing is, I don't actually care about like how it makes them look. I'm reading a comment. Sorry. I'm reading a comment, and it is fascinating to me. It always is fascinating to me why certain people engage the way that they do. I'm just going to leave that there. But I don't. Victimhood is victimhood, and if you've been victimized, you get to talk about your victimization. That's fine. But to pretend that other people didn't experience slavery in this way, Black women, seems like a really specific thing. Black women worked in fields picking cotton right along Black men, worked the same hours and endured punishment as men. What the is he? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Jamie, didn't you come up here the other day and didn't know how to speak? You're always in the chat, and you came up here. Here, Jamie, come there. You've been wilding out. There you go. Hit the link and come tell me what you need to tell me. And no, I will not date you. All right. So let's move on. I'm going to skip Biden for now, and I'm going to come back to Biden. Because since we're talking about slavery and Black people, I'm not going to talk about blockbusting Biden. And I said what I said, at yourself, not me. The transition would have been wicked to leave slavery Black people and talk about Biden, who was very much pro busing. Against busing. But I'm going to leave that alone because I don't want y'all to drag me yet. Jamie's not about to come up, so let's move on. Thank you, Jocelyn. All right. So I wanted to talk about Columbus Short. I do. I wanted to talk about Columbus Short because I think that the idea, we started off talking about how people just trigger Black women in order to go viral. If your career is not working, you just lean on Black men, Black women. Black men just lean on Black women. Either exploitation or just say things randomly on the internet to make everyone upset and then come back 2 days later and apologize for it. But there's a lot that I want to talk about in this interview. There's a lot. This is the same man that was charged for DV, right? This is the same man that was fired. I think it was scandal because of DV. And so as I am listening to him and listening to him engage, I'm always worried about kind of women who run around and say, I need a leader. I need a leader. It's like, why? Because these men, he came back and he's apologetic, talking about you tricked him and he was tricked. And girl, ain't nobody tricked you. Ain't nobody tricked you. Nobody tricked you. Excluding Black women from his narrative of abuse from white women and Black men adds to the propaganda that Black women are less desirable. Black men are the most. Girl, I hope that's not what he's trying to do, because it's not. It wouldn't be doing what he thought it would be doing. All right, so let's hear this Columbus Short guy talk. Listen, please listen to this woman. I don't know who this woman is, don't care who this woman is, but listen to this woman. He was tricked. I agree with him in his apology, mind you. I agree with him that he was strict, but it is a trap with a neon sign saying trap ahead, and he jumped headfirst in. So he was strict. I believe that he was strict. He was strict because this woman obviously wanted some validation. This woman obviously wanted him to talk down on the group of women from which he came. And he just like, oh yeah, let's do it. Even put on a voice and everything, right? Even putting on a voice and everything. Let's hear it.
difference between being with a woman, because Columbus has a beautiful wife. She's Armenian. She's freaking gorgeous, drop dead, and sweet, pure energy as well. And so I just want to know, like, what is the difference between being with Black women and being with? I'm putting you on a serious.
Right there. She is sweet and pure. This is called framing. What she just did was framed. She has very specific ideas about Black women and she wants them validated. She wants to be put on a pedestal juxtaposed against Black women. When she said she's sweet and pure, then she asked, what is the difference between dating someone who is sweet and pure as your girlfriend versus dating Black women? So he is supposed to tell you, ma'am, the difference between this one woman who he's dating and the entirety of Black women. Pick a Black woman. Which Black woman are you talking about? The question itself is a problem. She knows it's a problem. This was their moment. They were planning to go viral. If he didn't know, she knew. If he did not know, she knew. And I'm pretty sure he probably did not know. He was like just talking. And she was there framing the conversation the entire time. This is a deep-seated sense of insecurity and jealousy, and you're competing with Black women who don't even know who you are, and that is wild to sit up there and say, oh, his woman, his wife, whatever she is to him, she is beautiful, she is pure, she is sweet. What is the difference between dating a beautiful, pure, sweet woman versus dating a Black woman? If you didn't see that setup, I don't know what to tell you. If you didn't see that, you're dating one woman who might actually be pure and sweet. We would know because apparently you're committing DV against her, right? So you got the pure, sweet, kind, beautiful woman, and you're still dragging her allegedly, right? The charges were dropped later, but that's neither here nor there. You were sitting up there, and this woman says you are now with a beautiful, pure, sweet, kind, amazing, just great woman, right? What is the difference between dating that specific woman and dating Black women? Wait. Well, first of all, miss, I've not dated all Black women. The Black women I've dated, so this one particular Black woman, or two or three, or how many ever Black women you date, that's who you're going to talk about. Jay, how are you?
What's going on? And let's make this clear. I don't swing that way, man. So I heard that comment said something about you won't date me and stuff. I'm not gay like you, okay? So let's get that straight right now.
What do you want to talk about?
Damus, man, we talked before, man, and I can't understand
what do you want to talk about?
What makes you think you qualify to hold Black men accountable, though, man?
What do you want to talk about?
If I saw you in real life, man, I'll smack the shit out your nerdy looking ass, nigga. You goofy ass looking nigga. You not in no position to be holding Black men accountable, dog. You would not come to the hood, dog, be talking this shit, though, man. Niggas like you are too comfortable, man, talking about Black men, dog, making sense we just out here dogging Black women when we not, though, nigga. You a nerdy, corny ass gay nigga, though, man. You not in no position to be holding Black men accountable, though, man. You not. You are a nerdy, goofy, corny looking ass nigga. You look like a gay Kevin Samuels, man. I know, yeah. Turn the music on, man. It's the truth. You the type of nigga, though, I will smack up against the locker, man. I will shove you in the locker. Yeah, play the music, though, man. Have a conversation. I came up here to talk. Yeah, go ahead and play your little music, though. Yeah, you don't want to have a man-to-man conversation with me. You don't want to have a man-to-man conversation with me. Man, turn that music off, man. Let's talk. Turn the music off. Let's talk. yo, Themis.
Thank you so
Don't
much
make my
for
don't
your
my don't.
input. I appreciate.
Turn that music on. Let's talk. Let's have a man-to-man conversation. You like to get poked in your booty. You like other boys. You are a homosexual nigga from the suburbs. If I saw you in person, I would slap the shit.
Yeah. Yeah. These people have problems. Yeah, yeah, I'm telling y'all. I'm telling y'all, these people have problems. I, I don't understand why, if you're questioning your sexuality, right? Like if you're going through your homosocial bonding and it's not really doing what it needs to do, like I heard him talking about some locker room. Like, if I were near you, blah blah blah, you couldn't be near me in any situation unless, no, that's mean. Um, Let me read some super chats. Hey Ray, welcome to the membership. Thank you so very much. Um, Let me up. No, thank you so much. You've been here for 22 months. I appreciate that, lovely lady. I appreciate that. I think we saw each other before, and I appreciate that. Jamie Herring, you are back. Where are you trying to like man accountable? Girl, you just just weird. I'm sorry you had to. No, please don't be. I think this is emblematic. I think of what happens in the community and why when people become like academics or whatever, and they leave the community and don't want to give back and they don't want to be a part of it. I understand because I do think he is right. I think he would actually be violent against me. But I think he would be violent. I think he would attempt to harm me or someone like me. And I think that people like me do get harmed in these neighborhoods. And so it is sad. Thankfully, I don't have to experience that. But I do believe other men who are like me experience that. And I don't blame them for like leaving. Like, what do you mean? But yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry you experienced that. Themis, we love. I know. I love you all too. Hey, Sim. I want to drag him, but I'm driving. Oh, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And no, like, um, I appreciate that. I do. I truly do. I truly do. I just do feel I like so sincerely feel bad for like young men and women who have to be in community with men like this who are really really toxic. This is what he's saying publicly, right? This is how he presents himself publicly. And then everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's racism, blah blah blah, why they're getting dragged," right? It's not always. I think it is some, but like, can you like for a second close your eyes if you can? If you're driving, don't. Can you imagine the experience of people in this man's life and in men like this life who are weaker than him, right? Who do not live up to the same standard of whatever manhood he believed they should live up to, right? To women who he might come across, right? What do you think their experience is like, right? What do you think someone who is so emotionally unhinged on the internet over, so like for me, you can literally just click off. You could literally click off and divest from this channel. But what do you think happens to people where this man, instead of just clicking off, comes up here and just, I don't know what he's doing, I don't care. But what do you think happens to people in his life? Yeah, I think thug culture is violent. I think it is harmful, and it hurts not just the people they're directly causing harm to physically, but it also harms a community where people don't feel obligated to said community to help it. Because imagine, if you will, a young nerdy guy who is actually smart and makes something of his life, maybe becomes a doctor. Do you think after being abused repeatedly in a community that they're about to come back to said community and help to take care of that community? They're not about to do that. They're not. And so we have to reckon with the truth that maybe the educated lames are in fact afraid of these cookies and rays, if you want to call them that, because of the violence, not only in language, as you all have just seen, but the physical violence aimed at other people's way. This is ridiculous. You have no emotional control. You engage in the way that you engage. And I wanted you to do it because I needed to make an example and show the content. Because I think a lot of the times people are saying, why are the quote unquote educated lames, or why are people who are so focused on the Black community only caring about one specific group? Why don't Themis care about the men, blah, blah, blah? These men need help too. Yes, they need help. They need help that I can provide. They need help that I can provide. They need help that a therapist can provide. They need help that God can need to provide, right? They need help in a way that for me to help, it would require the blood of Jesus, a miracle, maybe 3 or 2 phenomena, Archangel Michael. Girl, I'm gonna need Gabriel in there too for me to make any kind of change. Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean? You mean change? Like, this person come up here to exert masculinity, not realizing that he looks like an idiot. I think he's attracted to you, but lashing out from down low rage because he's afraid to stand in his truth. Well, I mean, I did tell him I wouldn't date him, and that's why I did not want to date you. You ain't even that cute. If I got you in the locker room, it will go down basement. Girl, if you don't stop talking, like, I don't care nothing about what you got to say. I do not care nothing. Just whining and crying. I don't want to date you. I promise. I promise I don't want to date you. I just don't understand. Let me stop. Let me stop. You're going to need an exorcist. Why are you back? Girl, why are you still here, sir?
All right, man. I'm gonna calm down. I'm not gonna wild out on you, though, man. I just want to have a conversation with you.
Why do you want to talk with me?
Because you're not in a position to be holding Black men accountable, though, man.
All right, I'm going to say to that, I don't care. And then
like,
what will you say?
Talking down about Black men, though, man.
But why? I don't care.
With you, I'm not gonna yell and raise my voice at you, though. You won't be able to come to the hood and say that, though. You know what I mean? Nobody face, though, man.
Say what?
The stuff that you be saying on the internet about Black men and stuff like that.
What have I said about Black men?
And understand you.
What have I said about
women.
Black men?
I can't go word for word with you and stuff like that, though, man. But
why are you telling me? Why are you telling me I can't do something when you don't know what I did?
Come on, nigga. Every time I cross your page, though, man, you always got something negative to say about Black men. And I think you say stuff about. Hold on, let me finish though. And I think
no, because if every time you come here, you hear me talk about Black men,
about Black,
I'm going to remove you.
About Black men
I'm removing you. I'm going to remove you if we can't talk, because that don't make sense.
All right, man, go ahead, though, man. This your show. I'm going to respect your show, dog.
If you tell me that every time you come here, you hear me talking negatively about black men, my question to you is, what have I said that is negative about black men? If you can't answer that, we don't have a conversation.
Famous, is it possible that you say something about black men because you was bullied by black men when you was a kid? You was
What
shut in
have
a
I
locker?
said? I don't think I've ever said anything negative about black men insofar as that's not backed up by a
Did
stat.
black men beat you up when you was young?
No.
I find it hard to believe.
Okay, but even if you say it's hard to believe, it doesn't mean you know.
I think you got shut in a locker about black men when you was in high school.
Okay, fine. Yes, black men beat me up when I
Black
was
men
young.
gave you wedgies.
Yes, period. What have I said bad about black men?
I can't go word for word though, but you always got smoke.
Okay, so you just your feelings just hurt for no reason.
Ain't nobody hurt though, man. I'm just confronting you though, man.
Confronting me about what? How are you gonna confront someone about something when you don't know what they
if I saw
said?
you in person though, man, I'll probably punch you in your face though, but I can only confront you on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, we know you would punch me in the face. That's why we're leading in like prison right now. Like we're number one in
I'm not in prison.
incarceration.
I'm in the streets.
Yeah, I know. I figured. You didn't have to tell me that. I mean, I think the whole chat know that you're in the streets. Like, no, you don't have to tell me that.
Famous. Why do you think it's okay to come on the internet and bash black men?
What have I said that is bashing black men? What have I said that's bashing black men?
I can't go word for word about what you say.
Then why are you confronting me on something you don't know?
If you don't, black men, we out here dogging black women. We not.
Why are you here confronting me about something you don't know I did? Like, unless you can tell me what I did.
I'm gonna ask your question, man. I'm gonna ask your question because you on the front line trying to promote this narrative that us black men, we just out here mistreating and dogging black women. That's not the case. Because where I'm at though, black men love black women. I love the fuck out of black women. I would do anything for them. I put a bullet in the nigga though, man, for a black woman. And I don't like this narrative trying to
like
us that we out here
in someone. You literally just said you would hurt me for no reason. So you would put a bullet in anyone for any reason. So saying you would put a bullet in someone because of black women. Saying you would put a bullet in someone because of black women is the least you gonna do, because you'll do it for any reason. You would just announce to the world that you would beat someone up. So like putting a bullet in someone from your perspective is like
I would fuck somebody up over black women. I would.
Yeah, you would do it for less than that. So it's not like, that's not like, oh my God, that's so great. Like
I don't
like. Yeah, I mean, you just said you were in the streets still. Like, ain't nobody got time for that.
That you think that we out here just wilding out on black women.
Do you have anything to say? Like, I don't understand why you're here.
If Cynthia G want to talk, she can come up.
No, she does not want to talk to you.
But I want to talk to you though.
I obviously. Who is the person?
Hey, you a funny nigga though, Thieves. I'll tell you that though, man. You a funny, weird, gay nigga, man. Oh man. I swear, man.
If Sin want to know who is in a position to hold black men accountable.
Not Themis. You a rainbow, man. You're not in a position.
I want him to confront me about black. I don't understand why you're here.
I can name you some black men that can hold black men accountable.
I don't care. Who do you think? Why do you want to talk to me?
Famous. I'm talking to you because I have a problem with you talking bad about black
what is your problem with me?
Oh, this narrative that black men are just out here disrespecting black women. I don't where I'm from, I don't see that.
All right. Well, because you don't see it doesn't exist.
And then you being a rainbow.
Do you believe in God?
Accountable though, man. You just not.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Why? You haven't seen him.
You haven't either, but I know he's there.
No, I never said. You are the one who said you don't see this, so it doesn't exist. I'm going to remove you because you have no emotional you have no emotional control, and I'm going to remove you if you keep interrupting me. Why do you believe that if you can't see something, it doesn't exist? If you don't see it, it doesn't exist. How does that make sense?
Why are you bringing God to the conversation saying about God, brother?
Because you said if you can't see it, it didn't exist.
Themis, I'm holding you accountable because you think it's okay to talk bad about black men and putting out this narrative.
What have I said bad about black men?
What?
What have I said bad about black men?
I can't go word for word, man, because you said so many shit, yo, man. I just know that you one of them niggas.
How are you going to sit up here talking about, I'm going to confront you about what you say about black men? I'm like, okay, what did I say? You're like, I don't
Your
know.
show is your show is about talking down on black men, making sense we just out here wilding out on black women. That's not the case though, dog. Come on, nigga. We've been through this before though, man.
Okay, then why are you back?
Because though, man, because I'm addressing you, man. You don't like to be dressed by another man?
I mean, you could go put on a dress. You don't have to address me.
No, I'm addressing you because the stuff that you say on the internet, you won't say it to me in my face though, man. You just wouldn't. You feel comfortable.
Well, I wouldn't be talking to you. You said you're in the streets. I try not to be there.
If I saw you in person, but the stuff that you talking, you won't be saying it to me in my face though, man. You know it'd be consequences for
Yeah,
your
we would
words out
probably
your mouth.
wouldn't. I would never say anything to your face, actually. Like,
no, you
at
know
all,
better.
ever.
You'd be threatened by me if you saw me in person. You'd be scared. You'd piss
Probably.
your pants, man.
Probably. I would probably be on the other side of the street. I
You a
probably
nerd.
wouldn't talk to you. Yeah.
You a nerd. You a geek.
I appreciate that.
Now let's talk.
About what?
Why do you think it's okay for you to talk down on black men and make it seem like black men
Unless
are
you
out
can
on black
cite
women?
for me something that I said, I have no clue what you're talking about.
Listen, you a smart dude. I give you that though, man. Y'all nerds are y'all nerdy niggas. Y'all very
I
smart people.
promise you, I don't need you to give me that I'm smart. It means absolutely nothing to me that you think I'm smart.
You a gay Steve Urkel. That's what you are.
Oh, period.
Oh man.
Right. So did you get everything out?
You said what? Nah. Let's talk, man. You don't want to have a man.
About what, girl? You call
You don't
me
want to have a
gay,
conversation
blah,
with a
blah.
heterosexual man.
Like, I just
You don't want to have a
understand.
conversation with a heterosexual man.
I literally just tried. You literally don't know why you want to talk to me. You just know you
No, I
want to
do
talk to me.
know.
You
I
don't know
can't go.
why.
You keep asking me to point out what you said. I can't say things word for word what you say, but you are an internet figure, man. You are an influencer, and you are
I am
trying to
not an
influence black
influencer.
women. That black men are out here just wilding out on black women, and I don't like that shit, man.
Turn on your camera.
Turn on my camera.
Yeah.
I'm not turning on my fucking camera.
All right. So you can't even stand behind what you say.
I am standing behind what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, and I will say to your face.
No,
It'd probably
you're
be a lot.
standing behind an
It'd probably be more
anonymous
confrontational if I saw
page.
you in person.
I wouldn't have a conversation with you in person. You're correct. Like, why would I do something like that? You literally just talked about how violent you are when you're in the street. Why would I be talking to you?
Because I will confront you and tell you, man, why are you spewing out this bullshit?
Why would you confront me in the street when I don't know you? That is that is terrible. Like, you want to go to prison?
Running back by a man. You a man.
You want to go to prison?
Man, Themis, man, ain't nobody talking about putting their hands on you though, man.
You literally just said you would punch me in the face. What do you mean?
You a snitch on me. We know you a snitch.
Yes, I don't play by any street code. I will be the first one to the. What do you mean? I will be testifying against you.
If I slap you in your face, man, you want to try to fight?
If you punch me in my face,
want to try to fight? I will respect you more if you try to fight me, whether I win or lose, though, man. And you calling the police?
No, I'm sure you would respect throwing hands in the street, but I would respect if you punch me, you get thrown under the jail.
Oh man, I'm a real nigga.
I'm sure you are.
R.I.P. to King Von, nigga.
I don't know who that is, but good on you and him.
Von, he's a rapper, though, man, from Chicago, man. He died a couple years ago.
Good for y'all. Good for y'all.
You ain't no black man, man. You a white.
Okay.
You a homosexual white boy.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, you ain't black, dog. And the black, they follow you, they listen to you. That's crazy. That black out here are listening to corny ass niggas like you. And Cynthia G, she's a sellout. So talking about aborting black boys and stuff like that, she a sellout. Y'all ain't bad.
You good? You good? You got it all off your chest? We good?
Man, I don't know, Themis, man. you something else, dog. Did you have your father in your life?
Oh.
I'm asking you, dog.
Did you?
Yes and no.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't care. All right. Well, have a good one. Bye.
Cordy ass nigga.
All right.
You corny, man. You a homosexual and you corny, man. The worst nigga. You should kill yourself. You corny, you like, and you a homosexual, man. Man, I swear, if we was in high school, I would shove you in the locker, man. I will pick on you.
Did you go to high school?
I finished high school. I ain't gonna lie, I did.
Hmm.
I know you finished high school. You went to college, got your little degree and stuff like that. You the uppity nigga. You a uppity gay nigga. This uppity nigga. Oh man, LGBTQ. And I can't believe black women are following you. These stupid ass black women follow a nigga like you. Man, I'm out of here, man. Peace, bitch ass nigga.
Now, who would represent Jamie in this criminal case? If not for her, for educated people, I know I heard terrorist threats multiple times. No, I just look. I'm gonna keep the receipts. I'm gonna keep the receipts because you don't know who you're gonna run into. You know, you don't know who you're gonna run into. This is the definition of unhinged. Period. I do think like. I think people think like you should be afraid of them, but it's like I live my life in a way where like I don't walk around being afraid of people. But this man is so unhinged. Whatever will happen will happen. Whatever. This man just gave me content. I don't understand. Either you just remove him. Thank you so much, by the way. Or you can remove him, or you can turn him into content. I don't know. I'm gonna just go with the content bit. I'm gonna just go with the content bit. Let me read some super chats before I get back into Columbus Shorts convo. Chocolate says bubblegum, 13 months. Thank you. He had an opportunity to come in and add something of value to the conversation, but instead chose to insult and use profanity. Shaking my head, point proven. Girl, this man said, who said they're gonna hit you after threatening me the entire time up here by punching me in the face, hitting me, shooting me? Girl, this man said, I didn't say I was gonna touch you. I just don't understand. Another example of why we choose to be so violent and unhinged. That was actually violent and unhinged. I hope my mom. Mom, if you're watching, please don't don't watch. Your raw intellect and savage strategy threatens many. Yeah, so I did an interview with a friend of mine, and we were talking, and the idea that jealousy exists towards me came up. And for the first time in my life, I'll edit it by the end of next week. The at least something for the members, and I'll put it up. And like he was talking about how when he initially saw me, he was jealous or whatever, and then he realized I was down to earth or blah blah blah. And I don't know, I felt something there because it was like I've never been jealous of my friends. Whenever my friends do well, I hype them up. So I don't understand that. And I'm not jealous of people online, but I didn't know that existed towards me. Because of how hard I work, I assume people see how hard I work and they're like, girl, we don't want his life. I just assume people just saw that I work really hard, like I get very little sleep or whatever. And so people will be like, they don't want my life. But apparently that's not the case. But people being jealous of me online is wild and weird when I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all have great lives. Like, ain't nothing over here to be jealous of at all. My life is pretty boring. Jamie needs to get out of that closet or locker. Somebody get the dust mop. Yeah, I'm kind of over like, oh my god, let's try. No, I don't care. Just show up, love you, Themis, love you, sin. You're leaving a mark on the Black community. Hopefully, and hopefully it's good. Hopefully, I am doing more positive than negative, on balance. We heard Demon Time live in action. These live amongst us, violent and unhinged. Yeah, I feel bad that there are like gay men and boys who have to experience a ton of violence because of the neighborhoods they grow up in. And like, you want to know something weird? This idea that, oh my God, you're going to call the police. Yes. What do you mean? Like, I am going to call the police. I'm going to testify. Like, what do you mean? Oh, you are a snitch. I don't adhere to any kind of street code, girl. Like, I don't adhere to street code. So you telling me, oh, if I punch you, would you call the police? Yes. What do you mean? Oh, I would respect you more if you fought back. I don't need your respect. What what have I ever done up here to indicate to Jamie that I was looking for his respect? I ain't gonna respect you if you call the police. Girl, I'm trying to get you locked up for hitting me. I think you should know that I don't care about your respect. Like, what do you mean? That don't even literally, that does not make sense to me. Like, oh my God, you would call the police, you're a snitch. I don't respect that. Girl, wait. Yeah. And then, by the way, for the feminist, talking about, oh, we want to dismantle the police and we don't want no police. Like, I'm with you insofar as a racist system needs to be overhauled, but I'm not with you talking about we don't need no police, girl. I'm gonna need someone to call when people like Jamie show up. You tried it. You absolutely you absolutely tried it. I am not going to be a part of no movement to abolish the police. I am so sorry. I'm not doing that. Absolutely will not do that. I will not. I will not. It's sad that these men are raised to admire future and see Russell as weak. Well, the part of why, the result of that is Jamie. Oh, there's so many super chats. I'll try to read a lot of them. To be honest, it's giving internalized inferiority. He's intimidated. You're supposed to be lesser than for being gay. I don't want to say this. Why did you have to go and send this? I'm going to say it. I do feel bad because I don't think the men, I won't even say black men way, the male way is to say, hey, I see you. I feel weird because you seem smart, because he kept saying I'm smart. So you seem smart. I don't fully agree with what you're saying. There's something, a problem here, but like I would like to learn something from you, right? And because that isn't explicitly stated, and instead there are vitriolic comments aimed at me, a better person would be able to go beneath all of the insults and get to the core of, hey, I know this is not the issue. Let's discuss you. Because I think part of what happens is a lot of people want their moment. They want to be seen. They want to be talked to, and they attach to very specific people. And it might not have anything to do with like homosexual attraction. It could actually just mean he sees me as something that he is not, and maybe want to get to understand or be like. And so, I mean, a better person than me could be able to like talk to him and get to the core. But again, you're going to need a phenomenon, the blood of Jesus, and about 3 angels to get through to these people. So I'm not about to try. But I do believe fundamentally that I can and should probably try to reach further into their souls, even against the disrespect. But I don't do disrespect. So I'm not about to sit up here and be disrespected and then try to get to someone. Jamie, no, I do not feel safe on the internet. I do not. I don't feel safe. I feel threatened by you. I feel very unsafe. I feel like you have aimed threats my way, and I will be filing a police report. But I just wanted you to know that. But I don't feel safe. I promise you, I don't feel safe. I feel very threatened. I feel very threatened by you. Sorry, I do. I do feel very threatened by you. He wants to see you in the locker room. Themis is a black man genius. If he can speak on his own peers, then who? Girl, he said I'm not black. That's the first time in my entire life, because I usually get very annoyed with people who are like, oh my God, you sound white. I hate when people say that because it's usually like they're looking for attention. This does not happen in my regular life, but this is the first time that someone ever told me that I'm white or acting white. Jamie, let me tell you something. Please put on a hide your where you are connecting to the internet from. Just do that for future reference. He sounded like he was transitioning to a throwback. Oh my God, there's so many. I am so sorry. I will move on, but I'll continue to read some of these. You don't sound white. How? No, I know. No one has ever told me I sounded white. I don't even know. You will never run into Themis ever. And period. And if you do, please note that I will absolutely not hesitate to call the police. This is given what bad bully romance. Except it's not going to end that way. It will not end that way. The way this man fighting on my boyfriend's attention got me hot. For my boyfriend. There's also I saw this thing where people were very mad that there were so many women who liked to be around me. I don't understand that jealousy. I don't understand that. Someone said he is a not thin, he is a trans throwback. I can't. We can't see him, therefore he is not real. Period. No, not in. The straight wannabe surely has an obsession with gay men. Get a job. You must drop your wallet on him. You want to know something? It must suck to be up here dragging and then look and see like 50 different super chats. So meanwhile you're dragging me, women are sending in super chats. Yeah. If I were jealous, then I would be livid. I would be. Can you imagine? Women don't like you. I hate you. Why you are not man? Super chat. Sorry. I went to get laser today, so my jaw right here is kind of swollen and still raw. So I apologize, but yeah, I have another laser treatment. I had a laser treatment this morning. Jamie is in love with Themis, or at least the platform. Proving the point of violent behavior. Why is he going straight to look? This is the thing that I don't understand. Like there are people online arguing that that there is violence and how people treat each other and want to attack each other and physically abuse each other is not real. It's about poverty, and that it's racism to be locking people up like this. And it's like, are you not seeing what's happening? This man just said, for my words online, that was never about him. I've never addressed this man directly. He wanted to fight me, hit me, punch me, shoot me, right? And y'all are sitting up here talking about abolishing some police, girl. Absolutely not. Let me get my anti I'm gonna start writing articles to go against this abolishing. No, I'm not gonna do that. I won't do that. I won't do that. But the reason the 4B movement is gaining traction, period, and it should be like absolutely not. These people are out of pocket. Jamie, it wouldn't have been yours, unfortunately. Ah, ladies, this is what hood closeted men sound like. Gigi has been a member for 21. He claimed he's hetero. With the level of passion I detect some LGBT activity in him. Y'all play entirely too much. not you detect some LGBT activity. Wait, let me go into my Discord. I know they are heated. My Discord said they're the only ones who should be dragging me. My Discord said they're the only one who should be dragging me. Oh my god, my Discord is funny. Demus, you can't keep going live with that flawless skin and full lips. Oh, you know my lips are my favorite features. You're driving girls crazy, and Jamie's one. I should have read this. I should lovely, lovely Lidetta. I should have read your comment before I started. I started agreeing. Almost 2 years. Thank you so much. Miss Sana has been a member for a month. Thank you so much. Tiffy. Was he admitting to pew-pewing King? I don't know. I want no parts. By the way, if the FBI or anyone ever subpoena anything from me, I know that I can fight it. I will not be fighting anything. I will not be fighting anything. if they want it, they got it. I promise you, I'm not fighting any. Absolutely not. Here you go. Because the police will keep in check. It's like kids who don't want their parents called to get them in trouble. I'm calling the police. Period. All right, and we're almost done. How can you be gay yet be twice the man I am, Jamie? You are so gay. All right. Captain Pepper, thank you for coming to the membership. All right. Girl, I forgot where we were. I don't feel like we actually got to speak about Columbus Short, so let's get back to Columbus Short. Let's get back.
How we come to the 2000.
It's blast right now.
One sec. I think I have I need to check my phone. So I have a work phone and a personal phone, and I don't know where my personal phone is. So for anyone texting me, I am so sorry. I'm pretty sure my phone is going haywire because I just saw my watch light up, but I can't find my personal phone. All right, let's continue.
And I know it's going to be crazy. Do you feel like in the media today, there's a lot of demasculating of Black men?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're going to get there. I'm going.
Okay.
I'm going. Just,
Sorry.
we're jumping my time machine. We're about to jump in.
Tell me why, in a question to this man about what it feels like to date Black women versus Armenian, I guess, you would point out that there is a lot of emasculation in the media. Tell me why you would do that. Explain to me why you would do that. This is called framing, and this idiot of a man is sitting here not realizing what is happening, or maybe realizing, and I don't know why he decided to play along with it. So her framing already told you everything you needed to know, and he is sitting there, oh, I was strict.
The DeLorean and gun it to 88. Okay. So we just went through 1886. Now we're in 1921 or 1916, where you're seeing these people removed. Then let's get to the 50s, where the 60s, the 70s, where now crack is brought in. How many black men in New York, from Oakland to New York and everywhere in between, men were not in the home. So now,
what is the difference between being with a woman? Because
and these women are black women, were raised by single mothers, absentee fathers that are either incarcerated, dead, or just gone.
Talk about
that their mama said, you don't need no man. You can do it by yourself. So that energy,
woo, this is giving me chills.
That energy comes into the home. They're not.
Why is this black man talking about black women saying they don't need men, giving you, a white woman, chills? Why is that giving you chills? Why? Me, Themis, you hurt my feelings the other day. Themis, what did I say? Me, I don't know, but I'm going to fight you when I see yeah, like I'm sitting there like, oh, we and bubble like soup. Girl, I bubble like soup. Themis, the girl, them bubble gum. Period. Me a one fluff with him and him when me got my pants on my shirt and my shoes and my socks and events and my drive and I bling in and me watch and I me make a girl want to in and me lap on time and me tie you need them knock to your girlfriend and I'm yes when she in and me you trying to clap girls we don't for me. But Tanya, thank you for being a member for 24 months. Hey Yogo, you have not emailed me. Please email me so I can add you back so you can be at the meetings with us.
What you talking about? Unless you giving me this, doing that, there's no respect of the man, the black man, in that by black women. And I'm not, black women, do not be mad at me.
They're gonna be mad. Trust me.
I'm not talking about all of y'all. I'm saying
they're gonna be mad.
There's some.
You want to know what I find annoying? The commentaries that I've seen, and in truth, I haven't seen a lot. I've only seen 2 because I've been taking a kind of hiatus, trying to catch up on actual work. I don't see a lot focused on her. And like her comments are really getting to me. Like more than his, because his is just like the same old foolishness, like the welfare took us out of the home kind of foolishness. So like maybe I'm kind of numb to that. But like hers is like, if you're desperately in need of validation in the way that you are, then you need to go to a therapist. You do not need to be juxtaposing who you are as a woman against black womanhood as a whole. That is wild to do. Like, that is wild to do. And that, by the way, that need for validation from a low self-esteem person is why they end up choosing men who degrade black women and then are surprised when they get the same results. You have to get the same result. The man you are choosing is because he is degrading a group of women from which he came. If a man will do that, I promise you he's not the kind of man you want to be with, period. So when you choose the man, you can't be surprised that he gonna drag you left, right, and center. Like, that don't make no sense. A man who will disrespect his mother and people who look like his mother is not a man you want to be with. But because you want to be uplifted so bad because your ego is so bruised because you're so fragile, you need to be elevated above black women, and you choose the man who will do that, but the man who will do that is the same personality type that will abuse you, use you, and then discard you. Girl, what are you doing? Like, tell us you feel inferior without telling us.
The majority of you guys that were that was raised without a father,
Now,
so you have no respect for that. So what's the difference?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let me say this really quick because I know my fan base and I know these people,
Ooh, I'm
and they're gonna drag.
Now we come to the 2000s, and these women.
I'm
down.
And me.
I'm down.
And me.
I've already been dragged.
So I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this though. Because this is what they'll say.
I'm about to get dragged.
No, you're not. This is what you will. On my platform, I don't know if you see the comments, boy. But let me say this, though. I get dragged every day. It's okay. Now, what I will say is they're about to tell me I'm trying to be white because my hair is blonde in a minute. So, but I'm going to say this because this is what the black woman will say. Don't you blame the man, though, for being an absent father? They made black women this way. That's what they're going to say. So I want.
You should have been told this woman it's none of her business. You should have been told this woman what is happening in your community, black community, whatever. Is not. I guess you can't say that because of who you're with, but you should have been told her, girl, this ain't none of your business. Next question. Ain't nobody got time to be talking to you about black issues. What do you mean? I wish someone would. I wish. Oh my God, I wish. She knows exactly what she's doing too. And that's the funny part about it. The fact that he is sitting up here. If they didn't come together and plan this, he's an idiot. If they didn't come to this, I think is a perfect example of how these kinds of women weaponize their distance from blackness to get what they want from these kind of men. Because these men are idiots. Like the fact that if y'all didn't sit down together and plan this, you don't understand how you were being set up and used to for her to go viral. You don't see how she was using you right there. Someone said she identifies as black, and I identify as a multi-billionaire. So we all identify as things. we just all identifying as things. Rachel Dolezal identified as black girl. Ain't no black. No, absolutely not. I don't know who this woman is.
Let me talk about it being a man. I'm going to answer.
If she does identify as black, she would not be asking the question of what's the difference. She would have known.
All your questions. Okay. So let me talk about being a man. Our men, black men, find ourselves in being able to provide and being able to protect. When we are denied the ability to provide, we feel less than. When we are denied the ability to protect, do you know what they used to do?
Who are denying? Sorry, who are denying you? Who denied? Sorry, I can't get it out. I'm sorry. Who is denying you? Who is? I will not laugh. Who is denying you the ability to provide and protect? This job that you don't have probably denying you the ability to provide, right? The fact that you are abusing women in your life is denying you the ability to protect. Ain't nobody outside of you denying you the ability to provide and protect, girl. Absolutely not. Nope. So when we are denied by whom? Who doing it? Who denied the deny? Who denying you, girl?
They used to make families. Just sorry, we're gonna go deep. I'm down.
And me.
I'm down.
And me.
I've already been dragged.
So I'm gonna say this though. Because this is what they'll say.
I'm about to get dragged.
No, you're not. This is what you
take the man and have him being violated in front of the wife, the kids, by another man, and then thrown back into the family. And what is that woman? If you can't protect yourself from them men, how are we supposed to trust you? How to protect us? So.
All right. let me ask you, this is important. You can protect yourself from those men. How are you going to protect the woman? Right? That's what the woman is saying. How are you going to protect me? Is she wrong? Is she wrong? You're asking for someone to trust you who've just seen you being hard and abused and all of that, you are going to protect them. If you can't protect yourself, how are you going to protect them in this random story that you're telling from way back when? They're not supposed to trust you to protect them. They can't. If they trust you to protect them after watching you being abused, that is some wild foolishness. That it would be wild to sit there and say, yeah, my man gonna protect me from that bully who just beat him up. Like, what do you mean? That doesn't make sense. Like, how is she, like, if you created a paradigm where this woman sees you being abused, right? And you're saying she should trust you that you won't let the person who abused you and continuously abuse you and is currently abusing you from abusing her. Like, how is she supposed to trust you? That does not make sense. For you to be mad at her for not trusting that you can protect her while you can protect yourself is absolutely absurd to me, right? So the argument here, and I'm not saying this is true, I'm saying his paradigm has the woman, the black woman in this case, knowing the truth, right, of her existence, relying on herself because her counterparts can protect her in his paradigm. This is all about his paradigm. So she's asking, why do you date other women as opposed to black women? What's the difference? And it sounds like he's saying, well, I can lie to the other women. I can lie to other groups of women and feign some kind of protection and provision. Because if you can't protect black women, you can't protect those other women. Like, let's be clear, right? So what you just build up, what he just built up, is a paradigm in which black women is aware of the position of him and black men similarly situated, where they can protect themselves, therefore they can protect the women. And other groups of women did not see this man getting abused this way, so they aren't aware that this man can protect himself, and therefore he can protect those women. That's what he just built up to, but that's not what he says. Let's continue, because that's the ultimate truth of the statement he's making is that the other women aren't aware of the abuse, and therefore they can pretend to be something that they are not when they're in relationships with those other women, because those women aren't aware. That's what he just built up. This lady is going to bring up submission, and he's going to jump on the submission train. But this conversation that Columbus Short was having was not. It could not have been about submission, unless he's claiming that black women will not submit because they know the truth of the black man's existence in Columbus Short's mind, where the black man can protect himself and thus cannot protect the woman. And you need to be able to protect the women in this patriarchal paradigm for you to get submission. Therefore, black women won't submit to a man who can protect and provide for them in his mind. Therefore, he can go to another group of women and pretend to be able to protect and provide, and they'll submit. That's actually what was said. You can split it and slice it. You can say you don't agree. I don't fully agree with this paradigm, mind you, but that's what he set up. That's the paradigm he just set up. But they're going to just switch it off. Let's hear how she cut him off and jumps in because she probably didn't like where it was going. In truth, I don't think Columbus Short would have made the next logical step of his argument. I don't think he would have. But she cut him off before we find out.
That started this. Now let's get to it. What is it about? There's cultural things. You're Persian. Yeah. So that Persian side, that Armenian side, that Mexican side, that Asian, Korean, Japanese, that other side is where, culturally, those women were not, those women were taught to hold down.
And be very subservient and submissive to their men.
It's more than subservience. don't get it twisted. I know you know how to cuss the thorough man, cuss a man out thoroughly, and but as soon as you cussing him, take the man. You still making dinner, you still washing his clothes, you still cleaning the house, and you're not doing.
All right. It was not about being a subservient person or whatever, but let's say, yeah, they know how to be submissive. It would be they were taught to be submissive to a group of men who were not subjugated. That's the end of that statement, based on what Columbus was talking about. Because you cannot divorce the action of the women from the experience of them with these men. You can't do that. You can't do that based on the story Columbus Short was attempting to tell. When Columbus Short is saying black women see black men being abused and whatever, and they don't trust them that they'll take care of the black women. They don't trust that black men are able to protect and provide for black women because they see it doesn't happen, right? And so they have to do for themselves. That's essentially the paradigm Columbus Short created. Yes, other groups of women who did not have the kind of experience with the men in their community of watching the men being subjugated and repeatedly violated, marginalized and dehumanized, dominated, watching that kind of experience for black women would give them a different view of the men in the community versus other groups of men who didn't have that kind of experience. That's the paradigm he created. I am not saying this is true or this is not true. I'm merely saying that Columbus Short's story highlights the inadequacy of black men and the refusal of black women to be subject to and subordinate to black men who have been violated, marginalized, and stomped on essentially in this world that Columbus picks up. She took that and said, oh, but other women, we are submissive. It's like, okay, girl, you can submit, but that's not what the conversation was about. That's what it became about. But what Columbus Short explained is a subjugated group of people that the women decided, I'm not about to submit to you because you can't protect me. That's what he explained. I don't know how they veered off into whatever this conversation was, but that's what he explained.
And that with, this is my job. That's just what you were trained to do. And I think that kind of training, how you want to ride in a Bugatti, how you want to go on a yacht, but you don't know how to wash your own clothes. You don't know how to vacuum. You don't know how to put that. You don't know how to cook, girl. You don't even know how to cook. So you know what I'm saying?
I don't know who he's talking about. I do not know who he's talking about here.
I'm not saying that's all black women. I'm just saying, let's get down to it. I'm in trouble.
We don't have to be in trouble.
You still making dinner. You still washing his clothes. You still. Promise you want. You know what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. Hey, who gonna put the money on your books? I put the money on. No, you can go to jail. Take your black just motherfucker for you. So have some. It's a different energy. It's not like maybe. Okay. Thank you for your criticism. Thank you for your honest, constructive criticism. And, we can get it better. Or cook it for yourself.
Yeah.
You want a cup of noodles? You want some ramen? Somebody else come cook this ramen you want. You know what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. Hey, who gonna put the money on your books? I'll put the money on. No, you can go.
The fact that she's over there cackling like that should tell you everything that you need to know about her and her low self-esteem having self, right? It is very clear. This woman is playing for the black male gaze, and she needs to be upheld above black women, and thus we all see this. We also know how the story ends with her. Like, we know where it's going. He is fully leaning into stereotypes around black womanhood and the quote-unquote black ghetto voice that he's doing and talking about these women don't know how to cook, clean, blah, blah, blah. Good. If this is true and black women are saying, I'm not cooking for you, cleaning for you, or whatever, then I would be very happy. Unfortunately, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Unfortunately, he's lying. I would have loved for black men to be going to other groups of women so that they can cook clean for them, but that's not what's happening. These women are stabbing them, calling police on them, dragging them. Like every so often we hear about Emmett Till's story being invoked by modern men to explain their experiences, and girl, ain't nobody got time for that. So we know this is not true, unfortunately. I would have loved for it to be true that black women are saying, oh no, we're not doing that. And they do go to other groups of women, and those other groups of women did cook, clean, wash, and all of that for them. But that's not what's happening. So Columbus Short got dragged all across the internet, rightfully. And so he decided that he was going to come back and give a dusty apology. So let's hear the apology where he takes absolutely zero accountability. Talk about, oh, he was straight, he was strapped, he was not in his right mind. How dare she? She did nothing to him. She did not. If there was a trap, there was also a neon sign above the trap that said, "Trap here. If you step, you will fall into a trap that I have laid down. Therefore, you have warning." Black women are tired of speaking to the police when the car y'all driving gets pulled over in 2024. Black women are no longer in a slumber. Black women equal assets in the community. Period. Thank you, Ultimate Enigma. Columbus showed up talking ish about black women while being dressed as. No. So let's hear this. Mind you, this is the person they're like, oh, she's soft, sweet, blah blah blah. The Columbus Short charged with domestic violence, child endangerment after previous arrest. So let me just let y'all know that this man in 2022 was running amok and getting arrested for domestic abuse and violence, right? Okay, good. Because this is the man we're talking about. This is the man we're talking about. Talking about he want peace. And this woman is soft, sweet, submissive, and kind, but you're still abusing her. Got it. Stacy became a member. Thank you so much. Right, no, but talking about they want you're like, these women are submissive and blah blah blah, and you're still abusing them. Verbally, physically, mentally, just dragging them. Ain't nobody got time. So here's his apology.
This morning, I woke up to a lot of comments about a podcast I did last Friday, and I realized that I seriously offended my black women in a way that was not intended. I think that clip was taken out of context. I know that was clickbait because the full answer to the question, which was, why are black men dating outside of their race, marrying outside of their race? And my answer was lengthy, but that clip was sizzling, I guess, and should have been smarter in not falling into those traps. But
it should have been smarter and not falling into those traps. Where was the trap? Girl, where was the trap? Oh, I have a tan. I didn't even notice that. Period. Or is that always how my face shows up versus my hand? I don't know. I've never noticed it before. This girl said, this man said there was a trap. He fell into a trap. I didn't mean to offend black women. Why did you do the voice? Why did you do that voice?
real answer was I was talking about the new generation and social media and the.
No, you weren't. You weren't talking about no new generation on social media. You specifically went back in time to explain why women don't trust men. Of course I'm there. What do you mean? I thought this was very well known. I thought this was very well known. I'm taking very good care of my skin. I think my 30s should be very good. I'm trying to reverse aging. I don't want to start aging until I'm like 50. I don't want to start showing the signs of aging until I'm 50. And at 50, I can gracefully bow out. Like at 50, I can like gracefully bow out. But before 50, girl, it's not going to work.
entitlement and how, being raised by a single black woman, as millions of us others were and have been, the absentee father, the absence of a father in a home, forced black moms to teach something this morning. I woke up to young women and their young men, be independent. You don't need a man. Do it, you could do it on your own, which then as us being grown now, black men only knowing how to provide and protect, and when that's removed.
It is wild to sit up there with your face looking like you look in the shirt that you have on and the glasses on your head, telling us that black men were absent from the homes and black women were telling their kids that they don't need a man, and you are going to sit there saying that all black men know how to do is provide and protect. If that were true, where were the fathers? That doesn't make sense. Your talking point does not make sense. If all black men knew how to do was provide and protect, why were they absent? In his paradigm, these children were being raised by single mothers, right? And if they are being raised by single mothers, that means the fathers aren't there. So if these black fathers aren't there, how can you make the argument that all black men know how to do is provide and protect them because they can't get to do it, then they're sad? No, what? That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. Like, you were saying that is it that these children are being raised to not need a man and not want a man, and that is causing men to not know what to do and show up for them, right? Or is it the men aren't there, and so these women had to learn to provide for themselves and make sure that their kids know how to provide for themselves because of the experience of the absence of a man? For you to be needed, you need to provide something that the other party can't do without. And if the other party can do without your presence, you are not needed. You are wanted, maybe, but you are not needed. These women wouldn't be able to live and provide and care for these children on their own if you were needed. And if you were providers and protectors, you would still show up. You don't have to be with the mother of your child to provide for your child and to care for your child. What do you mean? Like, the fact that you're sitting up there saying these women had to raise children by themselves and then turning around saying men are providers and protectors is absolutely diabolical. That don't make no sense. You don't have to be with the mother of your child to take care of your child. Just useless. Which is why, like, as I'm hearing him apologize, I'm like, I can see how these women drag you to use you to step on black women so that they can elevate themselves. I think if black women didn't care so much and love black men so much, they would probably do the same too. Because, like, it shouldn't be this easy to trick you. it should be, it should, yeah, it should be this easy to trick you. Because ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time.
Kind of finding our space and what that means for us. It was deeper than that answer, and I am truly sorry if that offended anybody. I wish it was taken in context, but my opinion is not always necessary. They're young women and they're young men,
and it's not. It's not. It's not. Your opinion is not always necessary, and you are sorry. A sorry actor, a failed a failed celebrity. You're just sorry. As we're talking about women out of the community trying to use the community to get a leg up, let's go to Erica Mena. Let's go to Erica Mena. Because if you don't learn one thing, I hope that you all are learning is that there is a deep sense of jealousy and envy from these women. And it is sickening because instead of coming together, women, and like actually learning from each other and being better with each other, these women are trying to be elevated above Black women. And that's so diabolical to me. And that's why it feels like there is no sort of like camaraderie or friendship because these women are out for themselves. But let me say this about Erica. I never. If all black men knew how to do was provide for and protect, then why do they keep saying that black women took welfare over them and that welfare put them out their home? Sounds like they were never right. Like the argument literally does not make sense to me. Literally does not make sense. This argument does not make sense the least bit to me. It don't make no sense. So you're just talking. Every single time Safari ever mentions Nicki Minaj, here Erica Mena comes. Yeah, wait, y'all. Let me just say, thank you, Sin. Let me just say this. I'm gonna say this before I say anything else. If Erica Mena is nothing, she is consistent. She is always consistently hating on a black woman. Look, if Erica Mena don't do anything, she gonna hate on a black woman. And she gonna use Safari to do it. And you want to know what's diabolical? The fact that you would post your own child's here. The fact that you will specifically insult your child and put an image of your child that you don't find to be flattering to say they're here isn't done well in an effort to drag the father of your child. This right here is disgusting. I find it to be actually anti-black, and I think the kids aren't protected. Now, these are feelings I have, and it's not actually a fact. But for you to take a picture of your own child's messy hair to put it online to blast the baby father is absolutely disgusting and diabolical. And I don't know if you don't see the problem with exposing your child like this to talk about how messy their hair is. If you don't know how disgusting this is, I am afraid to think of what you do to these children behind the scenes. This highlights how unprotected these children are, even from their own mothers. I asked my mom this, and when my mom saw the image, she literally was floored. She was like, "Why would you put your own child's messy hair online to drag the father?" Like if you posted it thinking it looked nice, that's one thing. But to think that, oh, this my child's here look trash, it looks a mess. So I'm gonna take a picture of my mess, the child's messy here, post it online to say, look at what the dad sent back to me. He couldn't even take care of his child's here. Girl, you can do all of that without the image of your own child being put on blast like that. That is absolutely wild. That is wild, and I think you're disgusting for it. I do. I think that is so disgusting. It seems like you're heartless. You have to be a heartless mother. You have to be an absolute disgusting, heartless person to put your own child out there on blast like that. That is wild to me. Thank you, Sin. That's wild. She says, I already been having to eat how you purposely dress my kids, so sloppy and cheap, because you don't know that's one thing I take pride in outside their education. You literally do nothing for them outside of child support. You don't pay for school, you don't pay for health care, and you don't know how to write a proper sentence. you, but you, but yet you claim you sell it. You claim you sell it. I don't know what that means. Their activities. You don't do anything to chip into their help. Wait. You don't do anything to chip in to help for their birthdays. You literally skipped out on Christmas and Sapphire's, I don't know, birthday altogether this year. What you could at least do when you do have them is take pride in that and actually put some. Girl, I don't know what this woman talking about. She just like writing to write at this point. You got all this money, so you tell the world, and you got all these diamonds, but yet why is it when you have your kids, they walking around like looking like this, and you post a child? You post a child. Did grandma and auntie not feel the need to grab a comb for your baby, sis? All right, so all that grammar, all of that issue, and she trying to drag these black women apparently who were with the child, but you are posting images of your children online to say how terrible they look or they here look, to shame their father and their father's family, and you don't see a problem with that. The fact that you need to get hooked on phonics is the least of your problems. Motherhood should have a class or something. Fatherhood should also have a class or something. Because the fact that in the age of social media, where everything lives online, you're going to take a picture of your child that you think is bad and post it for the public to see because you want to drag your baby's daddy, who didn't want them children to begin with. Like, you were out here complaining that he's not taking care of the child, and you were married single mother and all of that, and then you decided to have a second child because you thought a second child would keep him with you. Gary, you thought having a second child with the man who was ignoring you and leaving you a single mother with the first child, you thought having a second one was going to. First of all, the fact that anyone is gonna be with Safari and think Safari about to take anybody serious is wild to me. Ain't nothing serious about this man. This man is Jamaican through and through. I don't care where this man was born. I have no idea. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this man is Jamaican through and through. And so he just, if you move and you say I'm into it, he gonna be into it. I don't know why you thought. I don't know why you thought you were flexing on Nicki Minaj with Safari. You can't get her online without Safari. She continues. I ain't reading all of that. I will. Let's try. Her grammar is so bad. It's social media, so I'm not going to hold that too much against her. I have too many other things. I have too many other things to hold her accountable for. So I'm not going to drag her for this terrible writing. I really been spearing. I can't. I know I said I know I said I wasn't. Hey, period. Go ahead and spear him, Erica. I really been oh, sorry, forgot, ignore grammar. I really been sparing you for so long, but enough is enough. You love social media attention, so here it is. You already go months at a time in not seeing these babies by choice. You want to you went 2 months this last go around. You finally pop up at Legend's birthday empty handed and never offering to pay half for anything like always. You came for your quick one. You've came for your quick ones every few months, photo opportunity with them and bounce. You finally decided to get them this past Saturday. Legend came there with his hair braided already. Clearly, it needed to be taken out. But me just assuming since the so-called auntie and grandma was in town, my babies would be good, right? No. If you're here, if your child here needs to be taken down, you take him down. What do you mean? Their so-called grandma and auntie. What them grandma and auntie supposed to do? Tell me. I wish you would send your child to me, their uncle, or my mom being their grandma or something, and you telling them, "Oh, I thought you would have taken it down. Did you give me instruction to take the hair down? you gave me who you gave instruction to take these hair down, girl? Tell me. How you gonna be mad at the auntie and grandma for not doing your child's hair? How you gonna be mad? Like, I'm just so confused. You're out here mad, flabbergasted that the auntie and grandma of the child is not taking your child's hair down. Girl, ain't nobody got time for that. If you want your child's hair taken down, you take it down. like, like what? So you sent them over there with their hair messed up. They come back with their hair messed up, and you go and take a picture of their hair messed up and post it online. I'm sorry for those babies. I am so. Not you feeling entitled to black people's labor, girl. Not you feeling entitled to black women's labor, talking about their auntie and grandma were there. And what about it? Girl, what about it? How is it no one thought to take my baby's braids out and wash his hair, especially since he was in and out a chlorine pool? Look, why is this woman complaining online? yeah, why is this woman complaining online? Why is this woman complaining online about her baby's hair that she can definitely take down and wash herself? Girl, what do you mean his family is supposed to pitch in and take care of your child? If you wanted to take down them braids, you could have taken down them braids. He probably sent that child back to you so you can take down them braids. Like, what do you mean? He barely shows up. Why? This man barely shows up for you and them kids. Why you thought this man was about to unbraid them kids here? Like, sis, Safari, you have no problem making sure you are bad B all the time. The fact that you are attacking him for being a quote unquote bad B and calling him cis, which implies homosexuality, is wild because you slept with this man and had two kids. Like, you were married to this man. I think they were married. I don't know. I don't care about their relationship like that. You turning around now calling him cis and a bad B and all of that only serves to shame you, in my book. The only one should be ashamed of you. Because he was a bad B and a cis before you, and he was it during you, and now you're saying he's it after you. So it sounds like a you problem. It sounds like a you problem. Why can't my babies be dressed and groomed properly like you do for you when you have them? Girl, you gonna do it. You gonna do it. What do you mean? You want your son to be dressed like a bad bee? Because you just call him cis and bad B, and now you're saying you want him to dress your son and daughter like him. That don't make sense. Do you like the way he dressed or don't you? Because if you don't like the way he dressed, why are you telling him that he should be dressing your child like he dresses himself? Now it sounds like you're jealous and mad. It just sounds like you're what they call women bitter. Just sounds bitter. It just sounds bitter. A part of being a bad bee is a, really taking care of your kids. So this is where I draw the line. What? A part of being a bad bee is really taking care of your kids. So this is where I draw. Girl, what line you drawing? How you going? What line you drawing? You gonna stop him from seeing his kids? Someone said not y'all taking up for safari. Cause ain't nobody over here taking up for safari. I refuse. I could never. Someone tell her that the village is now a central business district complete with a rooftop and brunch happy hour. The village is the village died. Choose better. Period. Find your own. Find your own village. Sitting up there talking about what people should and should not be doing for your child. Literally out here getting angry at people for not taking care of your child is wicked. That is wicked. Wicked in the evil sense. You know, I can go on for days with all the spiteful ish you don't do for your kids just because you think it's a way to hurt me, but not grooming and properly dressing your kids. Every time you have them, it's just honestly despicable. All right, girl. So apparently Safari was out here giving props to Nicki Minaj, praising Nicki Minaj. And in some ways I was gonna say, girl, Nicki Minaj don't want you. Nicki Minaj is living her best life, but Nicki Minaj is is married to Tebow. So like period. I don't reckon to sit up here and defend Nicki Minaj. So, like, I want to say Nicki Minaj is out here living her. Oh, Nicki Minaj is on a worldwide sold out tour, so she don't have time for you. She only got time for her current man, who is just as bad, if not worse. Well, he's worse. I think Nicki's man is worse than you, Safari. I do. I do. I do. Look, I know there's no win. There is no win in this story. Everyone involved is a mess. There's no side. There's no one to pick up for. Erica Mena knew who she was dating. Nicki Minaj knows who she's dating. Safari is just like the worst of the worst. So like, there's nowhere to go from here. Erica girl, I just the life look like it's been sucked from you, and I am so sorry. I am so sorry. You need to go talk to the lady who interviewed Columbus Short and let her and you really engage in discourse about being elevated by certain kinds of men while they disrespect other kinds of women is not the win and the validation you think it is. Because the same way they talk about these women, they gonna treat you. The same way they gonna treat you. And Erica, you should be an expert at this point. you should be writing books that no one's gonna read. You should start podcasts that no one's gonna listen to. You should be really doing the Lord's work of explaining how you really thought you had something. And it turned out to be the same. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. In any case, I do have a video that I wanted to go through. And this video is an interview, well, a podcast, because we need more podcasts, right? It's a podcast where this woman and two men are sitting down and they're talking about marrying and dating single mothers because they really don't have a life. And in the interview, the lady said some things that I fundamentally disagreed with, and my Discord was dragging me, so I'm probably going to get dragged for my opinions out here publicly too. But I disagree with this lady for various reasons. I disagree that she got upset when her and this man had the same standard, but let's get into talking about standards. Let's go get into talking to dating standards because period. Um I had a Joe Biden interview thing that I wanted to go through. He did an interview where I just found it very despicable, but I'm just gonna leave that. I'm gonna ease up off of y'all in the chat because I know how y'all get. I'm gonna pull back. Y'all are welcome. That's my gift to y'all. And instead of doing the political segment this week, I'm going to be watching politics and see what happens next week. And I can't promise that I will be this forgiving next week. So I heard your cries and I'm going to move on. I heard your cries and I'm not going to touch it. I won't touch it tonight. But what we're going to do is get into this podcast. So let's do it in the after show. Let us do it in the after show. See y'all on the other side. because we've been on for 3 hours. So this is the after show. All right. Let's do it.
Yes. We welcome back. We missed you.
I missed you guys.
Yeah, how was
It's been a
your? The
while.
vacation was good.
Yeah, we're gonna say it's good.
You look like the sun.
It's
You
gonna
got
say
burnt.
it was
You got cooked up by the sun a little bit. She
It
looked
was
like a
needed.
golden chicken. Hey man, we're gonna have a great episode for you guys. We're gonna be talking about single parents dating, right? What it's like dating as a single parent. What do you guys look for when you guys are dating? What are the difficulties of dating as a single parent? Is it easy? Is it hard? Because I don't know. So go ahead.
You want to talk about something you don't know.
I want to learn. I really want to learn. You know what I'm saying? So what it's like dating as a single parent, male and female. So go ahead.
I actually just started kind of dating, so I wouldn't.
You were off the market.
Right, for a long time.
Okay.
So dating as a single parent is a little difficult to say. But beyond that, I think it's difficult for me to say because I don't have the same experiences as most people.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm a single parent, yes, but I have a nice village that's very helpful. So it doesn't kind of interfere with my dating.
What do you mean by that? You mean like
life.
the kids?
Yeah, right. When you have a good village, you have good people around you that, you can count on. It makes it a little bit easier when you're dating because you don't have to work around so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking for a sitter,
Right.
stuff like that, trying to do
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I would say when my daughter was very young, I don't think people really believed I had a daughter.
Right.
Because my village was just really great. So my dad would get her every weekend, and from the time she was born up until recent, because now she's a teenager, she make her own little decisions.
That's right.
But up until recent, her dad used to get her like Wednesday through Friday. So that would leave me
Okay.
Monday and Tuesday, which means if I'm dating, I have
free.
Wednesday through
time.
Sunday
Yeah,
to make plans and arrangements. So Mondays and Tuesdays was off limits, right? So I'm just now entering the single parenting dating realm now that I have Miguel. And even though I still have my village, it's not the same. I'm a little older. Yeah. So now it's making arrangements. It's like, whoa, yeah, this is hard.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can speak generally. I can speak in general or whatever.
No. We're gonna speak that right, brother. I want. No, listen, I want the nitty gritty. I want to hear. Listen, man, I gotta live vicariously through you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel okay.
I like that the guy with the thing in the middle. I'm gonna call him the skinny guy. I like that he redirected because he says what it's like being dating out there, whatever. The lady just answered in a very personal way, giving examples. And this man, and this is what people do when they know what they're going to say is kind of degenerate or is itself degenerate. Instead of owning their dating preferences, right? They want to speak generally so that they don't feel like a bad person for the bad ideas that they have. Girl, ain't nobody trying to hear that. Why? What is it like dating for you? Ain't nobody ask you to speak generally. Like you want to escape accountability from how you feel. Don't. Be a man, be a man, be a man.
Okay, I'll say this. For me personally, dating is not it's not complex for me.
Okay.
Because one, I don't have any restrictions.
Right.
Okay.
And by me saying that, yes, I do have older kids. So
No, but we mean how was dating when your kids were younger?
when they were younger,
Yeah.
when my kids were younger, when I was dating, it was a little bit of a challenge. Because of course I have kids and the other individuals didn't have kids, so they didn't understand the importance of me helping my children do their homework, putting them to bed, or maybe cooking dinner for them to make sure that they were okay. And sometimes I used to get a lot of backlash, attitude.
Really?
Yeah, of course, because sometimes certain women can be selfish.
Yeah, but
because
that's very selfish.
because they're not in that position, because they don't understand what parenting is. So
Right.
of course, so they used to always get mad. Oh, you're not spending enough time with me. And I used to like take offense to it or whatever.
I'm spending time with my kids.
Yeah, I have to spend time with my kids. I actually cut off women that came at me like that.
Oh, wow.
You get what I'm saying? So
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I can say it was difficult when my kids were younger, when I was dating and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because my kids is my priority. They come first.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, fine. Y'all saying he lying. I don't know if this man is lying because I wasn't there. So I'm assuming I'm just gonna go with whatever he's saying is the truth. I like that. Cut out. I think if you have your child, they should be first priority. Well, you should be first priority and then your child. I said it. I said it. The child comes second, not first, in my mind. But I don't have kids, so don't listen to me. Period.
I'm not a person that particularly likes to date people with kids, anyways. So
Why is that? Why is that?
I prefer not to date people with kids because I don't like to deal with drama. So that has nothing to do with the kids. I love kids. But I just don't like to deal with the drama. And usually they have some form of drama. Even if it's not necessarily like super chaotic or toxic, it's some form of, you know, you guys have an issue. And I don't like to deal with it because I don't have those issues.
Fair?
It's very fair. So people always say that to me, like, that's not fair because you have kids, right?
Come on.
But the way I counter that is, yes, I have kids, but I don't have that dynamic. You know what I mean? Like,
But I understand, but that's not fair.
it is,
You can't just X somebody
I'm
out.
telling you, I don't want to deal with you because of the drama that comes
But if there's
along
no
with
drama, you can't.
9 times out of 10, I was always right.
I don't like her standard. Mind you, I believe that when you're dating, you get to be as discriminatory as you want because you're sharing space with people. And so you get to engage the way that you want and make the standards that you want. It is odd from my perspective to have children and say, I don't date people with children. Like, that seems like an odd thing, but I would never ask you to justify it. Like, if you don't want to date people with children, you don't want to date people with children, like, whatever, just don't speak poorly about people. But then to say the reason is because of drama, if you would say the reason is because of drama, the question then is, well, what if the other person has been unalived or they're no longer with us or whatever? Like, there are ways around that. So I'm assuming it's not like just a cutoff. Because if the reason is I don't like drama, then I can understand. But you have kids and you said there's no drama. So there are examples of people with kids without drama. I don't like it. I don't like it's not my place to either like or dislike this. One, she can live with it, she can live with it. But I think this is a wild thing to make a standard that you wouldn't qualify for. Like that I think that's wild. To make a standard that you wouldn't qualify for. I think that is wild. I think that is wild. But do what you want. But because I have standards that I wouldn't qualify. No, I don't. I do not. That's not true. That's not true. I qualify for all my standards. Every standard that I have, I qualify for. Like, I would meet all the standards that I have for someone else.
Always a female lingering with chaos and toxicity, and it's not, and I know that because even just when you talk to people, like, I remember being younger, like in my 20s, and I talked to people about me and my daughter's dad's relationship, and they're like, that's not normal, you know, because we don't have that drama and toxicity. So it's like, yeah, I don't want to date nobody with kids because people my age, the girls are still holding on to this man, and it's some type of something going on. You can't see your kid. I don't like that. All that drama, I don't want no parts of that.
So you're not.
I don't give that drama to nobody.
So you're not even gonna give it a chance to see.
I don't want to.
Just because.
I'm not saying I'm not going to. I'm just saying you gotta have a lot of other wonderful characteristics and qualities.
I'm saying though, but that's a disqualification.
Yeah, I don't really want to deal with people.
So my brother, if you got a child, you disqualified. Ain't that something?
I love kids though. Like, I really love kids. It's just sometimes you know, I feel like domestic violence is very serious. Okay. In a lot of these situations, these women and men that don't know how to let go, and they feel like the baby mom or the baby dad is supposed to be with them forever. I can't insert myself into a type of chaos like that because I don't bring that chaos to nobody. But I don't have that type of drama going on.
I'll tell you what, because that's from a female perspective.
Yeah.
From a male perspective, I've heard a lot of times, you know, even through social media, it's a lot of guys that they don't want to date women with kids either, because they feel like,
what's
you know,
that reasoning?
Well, I'm saying, but they feel like, why should I invest into that situation when it's not my child?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying. You're saying drama.
Well, let me pick it up.
Yeah, tell us what I'm saying. Break it down.
All right, before the other guys speak, I don't. Again, you do get to be as discriminatory as you want in your dating preferences. Like, that's not something that I will ever drag someone for real. I will drag you for the reason, but I won't drag you for the conclusion you make. Like, do you? But it is weird to, again, have a standard that you can meet yourself, and also, and I guess when it comes to like heterosexual relationships, like people do this all the time. But to assume that there's going to be drama, maybe it's not a wrong assumption, but it shouldn't be a like if I'm having a conversation, I would not make it a disqualifier if the reason I don't want to date someone with children is because of drama. I would just say, if you have children, please let there be no drama, knowing that I would be more hesitant to date someone with children because of drama. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't say, oh, it's a this is a deal breaker when I have children. Like, that's, I don't know. I feel like that's weird. Like, but she did clarify and say it. She doesn't want to do it because of drama. So best, the best effort to understand her position is that she does not want drama and she doesn't bring drama. And so she would date someone with kids if they don't have drama. Now, I mean, so Murder Magic Trick say I agree with her. That's fine. Like I mean, if you don't have any kids, then saying you don't date people with kids is fine. But like, I don't know, it's weird. Like if I had a friend who had a child and they're like, "Oh, I don't date people with kids," it feels like you're looking down on people with kids from my perspective, and you have kids, so I'm always gonna give you the side eye. I won't say don't, I won't say do, I don't care, but I'm gonna give you the side eye. Like, if you have kids talking about I wouldn't date someone with kids, I'm gonna be like, all right, girl, all right, period. If someone said that's not what she said she wouldn't date them. I'm saying I'm giving her the best faith approach. I'm trying to be as giving to her talking point as I possibly can. And that's the concern for me, Themis, to make it disqualifies before even getting to know the person as well when you also have children. Yeah, like I think that's where I'm not going to change my mind on that. I'm not changing my mind on that. I don't look down on people with kids who think they're better than those who don't. No, there are some who do that, but I'm talking about specifically dating. Like, if you are a man or woman without children, right? Like, if you don't have children and you're like, I don't date people with kids, period. If you have children and you're like, I don't date people with kids, I'm gonna be like, all right, girl, all right, all right. Sure. And I do actually mean, all right, sure. But like, not you disqualifying yourself also. That's how I see it. All right, let's hear this man now.
From okay, so this is
because you're saying so.
Yeah. So okay, and the men that don't date women with kids, I understand where they're coming from, because don't no man want to play Mr. Cleanup guy, right?
See, he wants to be degenerate. Like, the conversation he wants to have, he wants to drag women, and he want to talk about single mother, and he want to talk about women. He wants to do that, but he can't do it personally because he knows it's bad. And so he's speaking generally. Why do you keep going general? He initially he wanted to answer the question in a general sense, and the guy in the middle was like, yeah, no, can we just not, right? Now he's like, oh, let me tell you about men generally and talk about the cleanup man. No, that's what you believe. That is what you believe. Own your own thoughts. Big difference between ex-husband and baby daddy. Not to me. Not to me. And I know people are like, oh my God, I don't see any difference. Even when women are like, I am not a single mother, I was married. I'm like, okay, girl, period. Like, and what, because like for me, it feels like people aren't, and this is not about you, Ultimate Enigma, thank you. What I hear, right, when a woman goes, I was married, right? and therefore I am not a single mother, even though my ex-husband left and does not support, and I'm taking care of the child by myself. What I hear is that you are attempting to elevate yourself above women who you are now having the same experience as, right? The ring and the marriage did not stop you from having to provide for the child and take care of the child on your own. And so I do worry a lot when women are like, but I was married. Well, if all it takes is for you to be married, one has some level of finality, legally and usually rules. Many men still sleep with their baby mama. Wait, I don't understand this claim. I don't think marriage has the finality. Like, sorry, I don't. Sorry, ultimate enigma. You and I usually agree, so I'm like really taken aback that we disagree right now because I so fundamentally disagree with you on this. I'm gonna move on. Unless ultimate enigma, let me know if you want to jump up and we can discuss. If you want to come up here and we can discuss. But like, I disagree with you on this, I think.
Especially if it's a productive, competitive man. Why should he come in that situation to clean up that situation?
Why not?
Nah, I don't agree with it.
I get you saying you don't agree, but
That is a weird question to ask. Why not? Because what cleanup are you talking about? I am assuming if you're a single mother with your child and y'all are living your life and y'all are doing well, ain't nothing there to clean up, girl. What do you mean clean up what? Why are you using the phrase clean up in reference to people and their lives in terms of being a single mother? All right, this is for Ultimate Enigma. I don't remember what we were talking about, Ultimate Enigma, but here is the link. This is only for Ultimate Enigma. Everyone else will be removed.
I'm saying why not?
So, dating single moms, right? Let me rephrase that. Dating single modern women. This is 3 questions that I will ask them. What is it that you can offer me that you haven't given to another man?
Oh my God.
That is a dumb question. The first one, what is it that you can offer me that you can't offer? The way I love you is going to be very different than the way that I love someone else. Like, that don't make no sense. What can you offer me that you haven't offered? Who I am now is very different than who I was when I was with someone else. So you and me together means you're experiencing me very differently than you're experiencing someone else. I'm so annoyed because I think what he means is you already gave someone a child, essentially, is what he's saying. Why not just come out and say that? Like, and the fact is, if you sit up there as a woman and say, here are all the things I can give to you, girl, absolutely, you've already lost the plot. If you ever sit yourself trying to offer someone something that you haven't offered someone else and you let them trap you in that muling paradigm, I am so sorry for you. I am so sorry for you. I probably should order food before the Jamaican place closed. You know me, I gotta get into this jerk. I'm not getting jerk. I'm gonna see if they have ackee and saltfish. They probably don't have ackee and saltfish and dumpling at night. This is so rude. I'm so sorry. But I don't like playing this and like moving on. Oh, I haven't had Bronx stew and dumpling. Let's try that. Oh, girl, they have peanut porridge. Wait, period. Let me get me some peanut porridge for tomorrow morning. Hey, whoa. Let me get me some peanut porridge for tomorrow. They don't. It's fine. I'll get rice and peas. That's sad. I really, really wanted ackee and saltfish and dumpling. Like, I literally had the taste for it. All right. Food ordered. This is so disrespectful and diabolical. I apologize. I just realized it's almost 10 o'clock and I needed to order. Girl, what was this man talking about now?
Goodness.
This is what I said. What can you offer me that you haven't given to another man? And the reason why I'm saying that, because one, you shared your youth, your fertility, and your womb with another man. You shared your womb. You gave another man the biggest honor that you can give him, right? And my second question to that one will be like, why didn't it work out with the father of the kid that, you know what I'm saying, that you had a kid with or whatever? You get what I'm saying? Because you created this family. So why should I give up my resources to take care of your kids, right? Because men, we're very territorial, right? Because one, I have to share you with your kids. That is not mine. And also I have to share you with the father of your kids, who is to know what time the father of your kids is on. Because as of late, I've been seeing men been killing other men because they're dealing with their exes. You get what I'm saying? Okay. And I don't know if that man may want to cause some harm to me. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I understand everything when men are saying, I don't want to date single mothers with kids or whatever. You get my point? I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? So what's the third question? So and let me ask you this question, bro. If you went to the store, would you buy a product? Would you buy a product that had a broken seal? No, not that. You wouldn't. Why you wouldn't buy a product that had somebody, because it's already been, I don't know what's in there. It's the same thing. That's the reason why men say they don't want to date women with kids, because you already have been tainted. You already shared your womb with another man.
Okay. So there is a conversation to be had about calling women tainted because they've been with men and they have children, and how men view their interaction with women, and how women helping to populate the earth, right, is seen as something that they should be dragged for, right, by these men. So there is a conversation there that I don't feel like I should have right now, because it requires a look into psychology and the problem with this kind of thinking, right? And I do think it's important and it should be had, but there is a separate part here about his ego. And the idea that men are quote unquote territorial. Well, be territorial over your territory. The woman is not your territory. The woman does not belong to you. You don't own her, right? And asking what can this woman give to you that they don't give to anyone else is like, if you don't know what it is that you want from this woman and what you have to provide to this woman and how you guys can build a life together, if you don't know that in the dating process, right, and you have to request for her to explain point by point why she is useful to you, what she can give to you, and that thing that she's going to give to you should be completely different than that which she's given to anyone else. It sounds like a you problem. Like, honestly, it sounds like a you problem. And I do think that if we started to talk to these men, right, and particularly women, not just we, but if women really started dating men and like asking real questions about sort of what it is that you expect and why, and really get to the why and listen, you get to remove men like this. Because in truth, I think he knows it's bad. So I don't know if he would say it to a person on an individual level, but how he escapes owning these are his feelings and his thoughts is by saying this is men generally. And I don't think you should allow them to do that. I think this is a great way to vet. Hey, Ultimate Enigma.
Hello, how are you?
No, I am good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Is the volume okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me before the chat comes for me. Let me just clear this up. Okay. First of all, I think in the data market, child-free people are at a premium, point blank. Okay. I think men with children and women with children prefer dating child-free people because it is easier.
Wait. You think that men with children and women with children prefer to date people without children?
Correct, because it's easier. It is easier.
Really? I wouldn't think that's easier.
No, the reason why I say that is because I am child free, and I happen to be one of these so-called high value whomever. What I find is the men perceive the women who are child free or childless as fertile territory. They view us as being.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to cut in. I do apologize. But you said that men find women who are child free, they believe them to be more fertile.
Yeah, fertile territory in terms of not physically, but your energy, your time, your emotional labor, your finances.
Sorry, when you say fertile, you're not talking about ability to produce children.
No.
Oh, all right.
I'm speaking about your energy, your time, your finances. You are just able to get on a plane and go wherever, right? You're not restricted. So it is easier to date someone who does not have restrictions, and he is bound by his whatever children. I don't care if they're over 18. I don't care if they're under 18. He is beholden to the mother of of those children if he's an active father.
I don't disagree with the statement that people without children might prefer to date people without children.
I think I don't know. Maybe I'm saying it. Well, I don't want to say I'm saying it incorrectly. It is a strong preference, I will say.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'd never looked at data around this, so I wouldn't fight on that. What I objected to is that people with children.
Yes.
Go ahead. So you think people with children, it's easier for people with children to date people, and they prefer to date people without children.
Yes, but the second thing I wanted to clarify is, and do not come for me in the chat, people. Okay, but just
wait. If you're going to the marriage thing, I don't want to go to the marriage thing yet. Wait. Yeah, let's not go there.
Okay. Okay.
So, in my experience, and not research backed, most of the women and men I know with children prefer to date people with children. And they really have a dislike for dating, though they don't exclude people without children, because in their explanation, people with children understands what it means to have and take care of children, and it's easier for them to engage with people who already understand where they are.
Yes and no. On the whole, I would agree with you, but it's more work because there's schedules that need to be exchanged. There's conversation that needs to be had. With the person who does not have children and is child-free, it is assumed that you will just step into the picture, whether you're male or female.
Okay, right? but that doesn't mean, because it's assumed, doesn't mean it's actually in reality. And so even when this man, as toxic as he is, was talking, he is saying he doesn't like to date people, he doesn't date women with children or whatever. But he then explained that when he was raising his kids and was dating women without children, they could not understand, and it was the end of his relationships with them because they did not know how to deal with the engagement of him and his children. So even if you think that it might be easier, the experience being explained, at least anecdotally, is that it's very hard to date someone without children when you have children because they generally don't understand what it means to be a parent. I don't know if this is true across the board, but like from the little anecdotes that I get, it doesn't seem that people with children find it easier to date people without children.
In fact, this person, I think he called the woman selfish. He said he was in the beginning when he was seeing whatever women, and they would say, "Oh, you spend a lot of time with your children." He would immediately, is that what I heard him say? He just calls them selfish and he cut them off, which I think is, you know, in my opinion, quite honestly, I think it takes a special person. If you do not have children and you want to date,
No. I don't disagree with you on the do not have children. And I also don't disagree with you that there are some men with children, mostly who probably are just looking for a woman without children because they just feel like they could fit in. I just don't think it's a general truth that people without children prefer to date people with children prefer to date people without children.
The reason why I say that is just in regular conversation in day-to-day life, I have found that to be true. Like, this is not in circles of people that I know, many will say, "Oh, I would like somebody that has children around my age." But the reality is, if they were in an environment, in a social environment, and they met someone who did not have children that fit their criteria that they were attracted to, more than likely they will make an effort to choose that person in real life, even though. Go ahead.
So you're saying women with children try to date men without children?
Yes, I have seen that personally in my own, like, I have many male friends who don't have children, and the women that they are now engaged to have children, and that was one of the reasons why. And there's two reasons for that, right? And I'm all for people can date whoever and fall in love with whoever and marry whoever and do whatever. But the reality is, the women who have children or have however old they are viewing these men who don't have children in another way. They're viewing them as, I don't have to deal with another woman, just like what she said on that podcast. I don't have to deal with drama. I don't have to deal with another woman. He's coming to the table with just his education and his money and wherever he lives. So what we are looking at ideally may not be realistic. People say many things that sound good, but in reality, behind a closed door, what are they really saying? Who do they really prefer? Because
I think preferring something because you think it works better doesn't always pan out, because like we know that people who are similarly situated tends to be better together. This extends to children, education, finances, right? And so unless you find a very mature man, that it does seem short-sighted from my perspective, and I could be wrong. Again, I haven't looked at the stats on this, but it seems short-sighted if a woman is looking to date and decides that I have a child and I would prefer to date a man without a child, unless you're like trying to think about finance and advantage financially there. But I don't think that's how Black women date generally. Statistically, that's not how Black women date. So it does seem odd to say I have a child and I would prefer a man without a child, because it seems like you guys aren't, I'm going to use a biblical phrase, but I don't mean it in that sense, equally yoked. But who says you can't? No one says that, so you can.
You are correct. But when it comes to dating, and when it comes to, like, if it's just dating and you're sleeping with and all, marriage is a completely different animal. Finances are absolutely a part of it. Time management is absolutely a part of that decision. It is a vital part of that decision. What you heard this guy, whoever he is, say very clearly is, you gave your womb, you gave your time, he does not view himself as a full parent, to be fair, right? So he views himself as, I'm a man, my children are taken care of by whomever, but I don't want to deal with the woman who has children because of XYZ, or maybe not, right? For him, he may also be looking at the financial pressure, but for both sides, not necessarily what is idealistic, but what is realistic. But the second thing I wanted to say is about this being unmarried versus married. Okay. I'm just going to tell you what I have seen in my day-to-day life. Okay. So please don't,
Wait. Can you make the claim that you're making first about marriage versus unmarried?
What I'm saying is, right, for those who say that marriage is a piece of paper or child support is not in play or whatever, okay? I am saying that there are a lot of Black men who have children with women that they knew they were not going to marry for the reason, okay, let me say it like this. There is a gray area that they have created because they want access to her, right? He didn't legally marry her, and he may not want her to move forward. So it's usually the woman, the Black woman, who says, oh, I'm done with this situationship, and she moves on. So when I say there's a difference between an ex-wife and a baby mama, if that's the term you want to use, that's what I mean. I'm not saying that the women have created that gray area, but because the men have created that area, it causes an issue because there's always a place for him to go back to on Christmas and Thanksgiving, right?
But why can he do that with the ex-wife?
How can he can he not do it with the ex-wife?
Yeah, I think he can do the same thing with the ex-wife.
He can do that with the ex-wife, but I think just in my experience, the difference has been if there is a child support order, a financial child support order, obviously, or there is a divorce decree, usually the woman has moved on, and it's really up to the woman to make that decision. But I think a lot of Black men, regardless of what is said, a lot of men trap women.
The question wasn't answered though. All right. So do you think it's better for a woman to be married and taking care of the child by herself, and the woman and the man is just kind of there, even if they're together, or be in a relationship with a man not married and they both care for the child and take care of each other?
There's no clear-cut answer for that. I can't agree.
What do you mean? There is a clear-cut answer.
No, I can't. I'll never. Okay, everybody's situation is different. What I'm saying to you is that in my experience, from the men that I have been around, I'm just going to be honest. Any woman who has a child should plan to be a single parent, one way or another. That's what I think. Okay. If he chooses to stick around, whether he's married to you or not, and becomes a decent father, that's good too. What I'm saying is, based on what I have seen in the years that I have been around, if there is a child support order, that means this woman is done with him. He cannot go back there because they view money, whether it's $50, $100, whatever it is, oh, it's over with, and she's moved on, right? The second thing is, if she's an ex-wife and there's a new husband or whatever, like what I'm saying is there is a gray area, right? And what those two people were avoiding on that podcast was that gray area. I don't think they wanted to say it, but that's what I got from it.
Wait, I don't understand fully. Like, first, why don't you want to answer the question I pose? And let me
I thought I answered it.
before you do, I think I've gotten this like anti-marriage label and I don't like it. I'm very pro-marriage. I am pro good marriages. No. I am pro good marriages. I
Right.
don't like anything that's like bad and negative. And so I
Right.
think there is a willingness to just say, you need a man or you need marriage or whatever. And it's like, no. You need to qualify the kind of marriage. You need to qualify the kind of man. You need to qualify the kind of relationship, right? Because all aren't made equal. And so when you're saying, like, I would prefer for Rihanna to not get married. Right now, she can do whatever she wants. I would prefer for Kiki Palmer to not get married to that man that she had the child with, right? And so, like, marriage for me, saying someone isn't married doesn't make them less than anyone else. And it sure does not ensure that the man will provide for the kids, right? And so the initial question I wanted to ask before we moved forward was, would you prefer to be in a relationship with a man not married who you all take care of each other and you all share in the care of the child? Or would you prefer to be in a marriage where the man don't do anything and you are the one who is burdened with taking care of the child?
Okay, first and foremost, for me, there is no way I'm having a child unless I'm married. And number two,
Wait, no, but let's say you have the child. Which
okay,
one would
how
you?
would I just have? I'm not understanding. Like, how would I just like what?
I'm trying to give you the hyper whereby you have to choose a reality. The first reality is you're in a relationship with a man not married, but you all love each other, take care of each other, and take care of the child together. Separately, you're in a marriage with a man who does nothing, and you have to take care of everyone. Which one would you
I'm going
choose?
with A.
All right, the relationship with the man.
If I only have those two choices and the child is already like, I've already given birth on Tuesday, I don't get it.
All right. Then do you understand that there's a lot of marriages where the woman has to show up and do everything in there essentially?
Okay. Okay, let me say this. 100%, I am for healthy marriages. I'm 100% for vetting, value-driven, healthy marriages. If she wants to have a child and she's financially secure and she has a group of good people around her, I don't see a reason for her not to. If she wants to have a child, period. I'm speaking from my experience and the perspective of some of the men that I have met over the years, and this is how they think. Okay, for me, I don't view marriage on a pedestal. It's not something that is important. I think many of us have just romanticized it, and many are miserable as a result. Right. Mm-hmm. So in that, I agree with you 100% there. I'm just saying, for the purpose of this conversation, what I heard on that podcast was, oh, I don't want to deal with the headache on both sides. He sounds ignorant, she sounds obtuse, and it's a mess. But I hear this often that I'm not surprised.
Yeah. And I think for me, with the podcast, what's happening here is I don't like how they're disagreeing when they're kind of saying similar things.
They are. Like, they are saying similar things, but the man believes that what he is saying is correct because he's a man.
Oh, we disagree. I think they both, I think the man is more wrong, obviously, but I think the woman got upset for the man's contradiction when she is also a walking contradiction in my book. Like, he is wrong. Go ahead. Sorry.
One last thing. I think it's very, very important to not only discuss the value system, but the finances. The reality is there is not enough money to go around once children are being created, right? So the issue is the men are viewing the women as maybe if the children didn't come from her, that they have to provide for not only his children, her children, and all of that. So it
They're
has
lying
become a mess.
mostly. They're lying mostly. They're lying mostly. These men are lying mostly. They're not paying for it. They're not taking care of anyone.
Correct. I just think, I think if you want to have a child as a woman, and there are no viable options, there's no men who are up to the challenge of being a healthy, happy, loving, equal partner. I think you should have your child. However, I think we have an obsession with marriage. We have an obsession with keeping marriage on your head, to the point where many Black women are miserable. They're financially strained. They are, as a result, physically sick, because they are now having to deal with the children, the husband, and all of that. And it's only now is it all coming out on the internet. But again,
yeah, I think there is unfortunately a kind of safety that women believe exists in marriages. And like the idea that I cannot be a single mother as a woman who is married is wild, because you can. And if you don't believe that, it feels like you are not thinking about single mother as you from a utilitarian perspective. Like, it is not useful to say I am not a single mother because I'm married if you are actually doing what a quote unquote single mother would do and more, right? Because you're also taking care of the man. So it's weird to be like confused or like thinking yourself better than single women with children, when it's like, okay, you're married, now you have 2 children to take care of, your husband being one of them. And that's where like, I get really sad for women.
There are many Black women that are in this predicament right now and are on the verge of filing for divorce because they have had it. So that is why I say the truth is now coming out, and these men, whether they're single fathers, their ex-husbands, or whatever, the truth is they need women more than women need men. And what is happening now is they're sort of exposing themselves in the way that emotionally they need women, financially they need women, intellectually they need women. And the women are saying, I'm better off raising my child or traveling or having my own friend group and not dealing with you at all unless you are of value. And that's
Period.
that.
Ebony K. Williams said she gonna have that child by herself. Ain't nobody got time. And period. But yeah, anyway, final thoughts, Ultimate Enigma. Thank you for coming up and
Thank you.
clarifying.
I'll jump off. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Bye. Her thinking is different from his. Yeah, no. So her on the podcast, her thinking is different from. I don't like her thinking either, because she doesn't get to the actual reason as to why she doesn't want to date men with kids. Because she's like, oh, drama. Okay, if they don't have any drama, would you date them? And she's going around it. Just say yes. If your reason for not dating men with children while you have children is that you don't want the drama, in the hypothetical where I give you and say, okay, well, there won't be any drama, your answer should be yes, unless that's not why, right? So if that's not why, tell us why. Don't do this, oh, whatever. So her explanation didn't make sense to me. Let me be clear. Her explanation did not make sense to me. His is just degenerate. Like, I just can't. Like, clean up man, what can you give to me? Any man sitting around asking you what you can give to them, you probably should just leave. Like, ain't nobody going to sit around talking about what can you give to. No. Like, these men are looking around to take. Like, what do you mean, what can you give to me? I would have liked it if he said, what can I do for you that this other man couldn't have done? Like, I don't know. Like, the idea that you're in someone's life to like take is this like kind of disgusting to me. Not kind of, very. And for women to sit up there and try to explain this, like, oh, I can give you cook, clean, submission, this, that, like, ain't nobody got time. Erica De Niro has the perfect response with me. Erica De Niro has the perfect response for men talking about what y'all gonna do for them.
So,
but are you serious right now?
Yes, I'm being very serious.
So okay,
I'm being very
so
serious.
to be a counter to that, because that is absolute. I'm gonna keep it a buck. That's some bullshit, and I'm gonna that's some motherfucking bullshit. Yes, it is. Because I'm gonna say it is because you just said your first question was, well, I'm gonna ask a woman, what can she get? What can you give a woman that you ain't give to another female?
Okay. All right. Okay.
What can you? But no.
Okay, go ahead.
What can you give another female that you haven't? What can you give this woman that you haven't given to another female? Why does it have to be that a woman have to bring you something? I'm not. Who the fuck are you that I gotta bring you something?
Okay.
What are you bringing to me?
Okay.
It goes both ways. I thought. Now that's one. Now two, you're saying, well, you don't know what that circumstance could be, what that situation could be. So are you speaking from a standpoint of a man who does not have kids just yet?
Both.
Or you can't speak from both. And the reason I'm gonna say you can't is because just as you're a man, if you are a man that has children, to say that to a woman that has children, it almost sounds, no, not almost, it's narcissistic as hell. Because if you've given another woman kids, who are you to ask a woman what you got to offer me because you gave a nigga kids? Did you not give another woman kids? So what happened with that family that you were building? Why did that not work out?
Okay, so can I answer your question?
Sure.
Okay, one, Vic, it's a double standard. Unfortunately, men can do it. You can. A woman cannot do what a man do. And two,
no,
yes,
we can.
Okay, but let me say this. I know the detractors and the critics going to come for me because I have kids. One, my kids are grown. I have a 20-year-old.
But at one point they weren't.
But let me answer the question. I'll let you talk. Let me talk.
You're right.
I have two girls. I have a 23-year-old and I have a 20-year-old. My oldest daughter has recently graduated from college on her way to grad school.
Yes,
my second daughter, she'll be graduating from college pretty soon, right? Secondly, I've never been married. So what I can offer a woman is marriage. That's the biggest honor. Listen, hold up. That's the biggest honor a man can give a woman is marriage.
If y'all were in the chat talking about marriage, he's not wrong. I think he's wrong. I think he's wrong, and I can drag him for being wrong. I will not. Because if people were thinking, oh, being married mean you're blah, 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 and if you pedestalize marriage, this is the result. This is the result. So while I do have a drag in mind, and while I want to talk about how degenerate this is and that they're both giving each other something that they haven't given each other, there are women who are saying that being married, this is not you, Ultimate Enigma, not you. But like there are people who believe that if you are married, you can't be a single mother, right? If you are married, you are protected. So men get to weaponize marriage in this way. Men get to create a double standard in this way. So if you fight for marriage to be the thing that makes you continue to be quote unquote pure, you have your children within the confines of marriage, therefore you are safe and you are not a single mother and you are better than other women. If marriage can bestow on you the honor of being elevated above other women, then you have given these men the power to say things like this. That's what you have done. And it's unfortunate that I can't drag him, which is what I want to do, based on the conversation that was happening in the chat about y'all dragging me, talking about marriage, and how marriage is going to save y'all. I can't drag him because it seems like some of y'all believe what he believes, unfortunately. You've romanticized marriage, you've elevated marriage, and so this man sees marriage on a pedestal as something he gives to women, not something he engages with women, right? Even though he's the one benefiting in these marriage and whatever, right? So if you've elevated marriage as something men bestows on you to make you better as a woman, he gets to pretend that's something he can give to you, and that alone is enough for him to be different, and he can have different standards than you. Yeah, this man is up here talking about marriage like it's a gift. I'm gonna go in. I can't drag how I want to drag, so I'm gonna quickly go into the I'm gonna quickly go into the Discord after this live stream and do what I actually want to do about this marriage thing. Because I was so ready. But people are like, oh, marriage. So this is what happens when y'all uplift marriage in that way. Actually, I don't have to do it because this lady is gonna do it. Let this lady cook. Let's watch this lady cook. I disagree with this lady too, by the way, but let's hear it.
Yes, that is the biggest offer I can offer a woman is marriage, because you know why? Can't no woman ever said that I was married to them. So that would give that other woman bragging rights that I
give that woman bragging. I'm shouting. Giving y'all bragging rights is wild. giving giving y'all bragging rights is wild. What he is giving y'all is nothing substantive. He's giving y'all bragging rights. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. He giving y'all bragging rights. Jesse Woo. I love that AWO thing that Jesse Woo does. I'm not turning up on this man at all. The women were saying that marriage, so I can't turn up on this man. I cannot tell this man he wrong when the women in my chat are telling me that marriage is gonna solve the problem. Okay, what do you mean? How am I gonna turn up on this man when this man is like agreeing with the chat, telling us that marriage is going to save y'all and marriage. This man says he gonna give y'all marriage to brag about, and that's about it. What about it? And what about it? I'm so annoyed at myself because this commentary just took a different turn than what I wanted it to take. In the word of century, ain't nobody care about y'all raggedy marriage. Apparently a lot of people care about these marriages, girl. Apparently I'm looking at the chat and I wish I had saved the chats to put them up. Of people, don't go back and delete them. Anyway, you can't be a single mother if you are married. Marry before you carry. They didn't commit to you. You were never committed to. You don't understand what it means to be your wife. I'm like, okay, girl, period. Got it. So him giving you bragging rights is what's going to protect you. Got it. The stats on single mothers living in poverty are very, very real. Most women of all races gain wealth through marriage, not to three trash bag having struggling. So yeah, the marriage works as a business contract, right? Marriage works as an attempt to build a kind of enterprise with the people you are closest to. That's how marriages are supposed to operate. If you marry someone who is not willing to engage in the hard work of building, I can keep that marriage. I can keep that marriage. But I will step back and note that I've never had this inclination that, oh my God, I want to marry. Like most of my life, I thought I would never get married. Like even in my last relationship, after the second year, I got nervous. I got nervous because I was like I've never thought about marriage. Like I've never meaningfully thought about me getting married. Like, but then I hear everyone like wanting to be married and like thinking marriage is such an amazing thing, and I love that for y'all. I love that. And I'm wondering if most men see marriage the way that I see it, because like I can understand how in heterosexual relationship, right, how marriages help men, but I do wonder if men think about it like me, where it's like I don't even think about marriage unless we unless marriage is the idea of marriage is in my face. I don't even think. Sorry, I'm gonna ignore me. Please ignore me. Please, I love marriage. I love marriage. That's not true. Most women of all races lose money from marriage. They only benefit financially when they are married. When they divorce, most women lose. Yeah. No. I thought she was saying in marriages. I thought, oh, here you go. I thought she was saying in marriages. I didn't realize that she was saying after divorce. Yeah, no, I know Sin. Like, no. I do know this, and I've watched your content on it, and I've done my own research on it. That men fear better after divorce, during marriage, and they're financially better after marriage. I do know this. I thought they were talking about building within the context of a marriage, but it doesn't exist within the Black community. That dynamic does not exist in the Black community. Here you go. I was talking about oh yeah, all right. That's how I interpreted what you said. Got it. Thank you. That's how I interpreted what you said. As in marriage, not like benefit outside of marriage.
Giving you the biggest honor by marrying you. You're not just my baby mama, but you're my wife. And you can research my name. You would not see my name logged on any marriage license in all 50 states of America. Yes, and that's what it is. I'm bringing marriage and I'm bringing my resources to you. That's what I'm bringing. Resources and marriage. And I have receipts because I am successful. When my kids were born, I always had custody of my kids and I have receipts and my kids' success shows it. So I know what I'm talking about.
Rob, do you have something to add?
Go ahead.
Well, no, okay.
Oh, the link is in the chat, by the way. I can't find my phone. I have this phone, but I don't have my personal phone to send out the link. So I dropped it in the chat. If you want, you can hit the link in the chat. Sorry. I put the link in the chat there if you wanted to come up. Black women don't benefit financially when they've married because they're the primary breadwinner in their marriages. Black women lose money from marriage. They don't gain it. By and large, Black women do not. And actually, Black men go into the middle class when they get married. Hey, Finn. Hello. You're muted. If you're talking, you're muted. Sin?
Hey, sorry about that. I was trying to get my audio in check, but this is the thing that is interesting to me when we get on marriage topics, because I really do wish more Black women would actually research Black marriages, because I think if they did, they wouldn't actually lose so much when they marry. Because the reality is, I've looked over a bunch of marriage data, and it does say that some women do benefit financially, but they only do it while they're married. Only while they're married, and only if the man is not financially abusive. What women are not understanding is a lot of men get prenuptial agreements, which means that you don't get any wealth from marriage. They have ways to protect their wealth. So therefore, the notion that women benefit financially from marriage is really outdated, and it's an expired concept. Prenuptial agreements made that financial benefit go away. So the only way you're going to financially benefit is usually when you're in the marriage. You can look up the statistical data. This is what it says for all groups of women. It's when they're in the marriage. Even women who wouldn't be, like women of no color, for example, even they lose money upon divorce. They lose money. The only people who actually gain money from being married are men. So it's a trope to convince women that they're gaining financial wealth from marriage. No, they're not. They used to. Back before no fault divorces, back before prenuptial agreements became a thing. Now they don't. Now, when you think about Black women specifically, absolutely not. Every data source says Black women do not benefit from marriage, primarily because of who they're marrying. Black women are dedicated to marrying Black men. If you look at the marriage data for Black people, the majority of married Black people, Black women are the breadwinner. You're the breadwinner. So they're supporting their husband financially. You're not going to gain wealth by marrying a man who has no money. That's why you see people like Mary J. Blige paying alimony. You see, what was that other chick who was paying alimony? So a lot of Black women are, Wendy Williams. There's another one, wasn't it Sherry Shepherd? Yes, they're paying these men. So you're not gain. I don't know why Black women keep thinking that you've never gained. If you even look at the marriage data from the 1960s and 50s, you've never gained from marriage. The literally the data is very clear when it says Black women have never received the benefits of marriage. Never. Now you can see outliers. You can go to outliers who are getting now like $20,000-$30,000 in child support. Child support is not alimony. You do not need to be married to get child support. So even if they're getting high amounts of child support, that's not by way of marriage. So you can't include that as a marriage benefit. You don't need to be married to get child support. So even when you remove child support from it, Black women just don't benefit from marriage. Now, if they want to benefit Black men financially, then yeah, get married. You are not benefiting though. And it's foolish for you to think that you're benefiting when there's literally no piece. There's not one data source that literally, there's none. I've looked at them because Black women kept browbeating me with marriage. So I went and researched it, which is something that Black women don't do. They don't research marriage. They don't benefit at all. It doesn't matter how many outliers they try to bring up of a woman getting, okay, you can say Tiana Taylor, fine. Tiana Taylor's situation is not Black women's situation. It is extremely rare for a Black woman to walk away from anything with marriage. Let's just be real.
Yeah.
And that's the statistical reality.
Yeah. And I think also kind of like elevating marriage above married women, wives above other women in a social dynamic without any understanding of the internal working of the relationship is also a problem, because I think marriage, at least colloquially in like the culture, gives a feeling of safety in people's mind that doesn't actually exist in practice, or exists for very few people in practice. And I do wish we would add the caveats when we talk about marriage. Like, don't just say, oh, just be married or marry before you carry. It's like, what kind of marriage? To whom will you be married, and all of that? Because it does feel like we do ourselves a disservice when we just say, get married and get a man. It's like, no, no.
Because Black women aren't getting married for any of those things. Like they'll try to sit up here and convince you and say, well, it'll build stronger families. They'll basically regurgitate stuff that was sold to them. But the reality is most Black people don't grow up with married parents. They're not even born to married parents. So it raises the question of, where are you getting your idea of marriage from? 7 times out of 10, your parents weren't married. Your friends' parents weren't married. So where are you getting your opinion of marriage from? My parents actually was married, but you see that I have a very different mentality towards marriage than most Black people. But my parents actually were married, and they were married for a very long time in a toxic marriage, which is how most Black marriages turn out. Very toxic, very functional. Mine was not the exception. But my parents were married for over 30 years nonetheless. So even though I came from married parents, we know most Black people do not. So where are Black people getting their ideas for marriage from? Because they're absolutely, in the majority, not getting it from witnessing it in their home. So where is it coming from? Where are they getting it from? Where are they getting this notion from that marriage is going to build up their community? It never has before. Most of you are not even married. You don't come from married parents. So where are you getting these ideas from? Even the man sitting up talking on the panel, where is he getting his concept of marriage from? Because it ain't from experience. So he's likely regurgitating something from another community and trying to bring benefits that other communities may get into his community that's never existed. Like we really need to start asking them, where are you getting this concept? There's just not enough Black people who are born to married parents. There's not enough of them to substantiate y'all's belief in marriage. Where is it coming from?
Yeah. My husband is white and makes 6 figures. We have no prenup. If Black women are choosing struggle bums, that's all. Oh, that's mean, Lauren. That's mean. No. Hopefully you have a good, lovely marriage. Thank you so much. Before we come back to you, Sin, child of divorce.
Hi, famous. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me on. I think Sin brought up a lot of good points. My parents were married also for a long time. I also think celebrities are outliers. Celebrity baby moms like Tristan Thomas's baby's mothers, they're outliers too. But I think there's a difference between what women get from marriage, and then a 2-income household, which I think is what one of the other people who did a super chat was talking about, single mothers in poverty. And I think that's across racial lines. I don't even think that's just specific to Black women, that if you do marry and the person's not a struggle dusty or a 3-bag dusty, that the expectation is that they're at least contributing some type of money and financial resources to the household that would then benefit your child or your children, so you would have less of a financial burden. And to your point, even if the man is
that doesn't apply to Black people, though, because we already know who Black women are primarily marrying. So even when we throw out the hypotheticals of if you marry into wealth, yeah, if you marry into wealth without a prenup, this is what we need to be saying. If
No,
you
I don't
marry
mean-
into wealth without a prenuptial agreement, which we know a lot of wealthy men get prenuptial agreements. Why do you think Portia is having the problem that she's having now? There's many women who have had this issue. Jeannie Mai was just having this issue of trying to contest a prenup so that she could get married, get money out of a marriage. Now, to our knowledge, she only left with child support, which again, you don't need to be married to get child support. Also, someone was in a comment section, and I just want to respond to this really quickly, bringing up, are you in his will and are you on his life insurance? Yeah, you don't need to be married to get any of those things. You can be the beneficiary on somebody's life insurance. You do not need to be married to them. You also don't need to be married to a man to be in his will. We also do know a lot of wealthy people write their wives out of their will and take them off of the beneficiary for their life insurance. So those aren't things that you need to be married to gain. So I'm still trying to figure out, again, for the people who are mentioning these things, where are you getting your concept of marriage from? What is making you think that you're going to get these things if you get married?
Someone just messaged me on the Discord. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, child.
No, that's fine. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Themis. No, I'm not talking about wealthy people. If you make $100,000 a year and your husband makes $80,000 a year, you're grossing 180, even though you're not wealthy. So definitely, like, leaving out the
180. But how are you grossing 180 when you're assuming that man is putting his income into the household? First of all, most Black men don't have that anyway. Most Black men are 45,000 a year. So we should start at 45,000. They don't have 80. We wish they had 80. But even if they did, you're assuming that they're contributing that 80 to the household, which there's data that came out that actually said most married couples, number one, don't disclose the amount of money they make to their partner. They don't be honest about the actual amount. And number two, a lot of them have their funds are separate. So these, I know y'all are talking about combined incomes. That just doesn't come.
So is the thought that most married Black couples are living solely off of the woman's income, even though her husband is working?
Husbands aren't working. A lot of their husbands don't have income. They are literally being included as a dependent on their tax filing. Or they're running around lying, saying that they're building Black wealth and generational wealth, but you can't build something from nothing. The men that y'all are marrying have no money.
I'm not married.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. I'll just say the Black women. By and large, in the vast majority, the men that Black women are marrying do not have money. And not only are Black women more likely to be the breadwinners in their marriages, they're also more likely to be the breadwinners dating. So there is no scenario where a Black woman is with a Black man and he's financially stable. There's nothing out there to substantiate that. So anyone who's saying it is literally just saying it, because there's nothing to substantiate it. You're going to pay a man. You're going to pay a man alimony. If he is on your IRS filing as a dependent, then you are going to pay him alimony when you divorce him. You're going to pay him alimony.
Whoever agrees to marry this guy must know the daughters will inherit his parents. Marriage is a business contract. These men need you. Agreed. Agreed. Wait, before we continue though, child of divorce, can you set your paradigm and then let me understand it? Because well, let me not ask you, are you saying? I want to hear the paradigm.
I'm saying that the concept of marriage, when it comes to raising children, if the man is using his $45,000 to contribute to the household, that would be less of a financial burden than a single mother. And maybe that is why the stats around poverty and single motherhood are what they are. It might not be. Those stats might be just heavily tied to whether the woman was in poverty to begin with. So I understand that women do the lion's share of the labor in a marriage and child rearing, and even the lion's share of income for our community in particular. But like, I don't want to spill too much. My mother got divorced for 19 years, but she was married during the years, her primary child rearing years, and my dad paid for mortgages and things. And then by the time she got divorced, she had increased her career because we were no longer toddlers, and then ended up making a lot more money after her divorce. I'm not saying this is a roadmap for anybody, but I would just think a 2-income household would still be better if you're having a child. Hence the idea that I should be married before I have a child. That would be less of a financial burden.
So I don't fully disagree, but I think those are two different things. A 2-income household is not the same as being married.
So I hear you on that. I think, I don't know a lot of people like this. I think a 2-income household between a man and a woman, and you're not married, is a super high risk. At least if you're married, I do know someone who got divorced and her husband had to go underground to avoid child support. But even if you're married, you at least have some legal recourse.
I'm not disagreeing, and I don't want to seem anti-marriage at all. But I feel like we always conflate the two things when there are so many qualifiers. Like, I believe there are a ton of qualifiers when we talk about marriage, and it feels like we just say marriage, and it's not the case. Like, if you're saying marriage, you need to say being married to someone who has finances and is also providing that finance to the household is better than being a single mother. And that's not even true, because even a single mother, like, what's her name, Ebony K. Williams, would probably be faring better than pretty much most people in marriage.
I don't make as much as Ebony. I make six figures, but I just think that's an outlier. Like, that's why I was trying to bring it down to 80,000 or 45,000, like some real numbers. Like, does that additional income matter? Now, if we're saying it doesn't, it doesn't.
It does matter. All right. So if a woman is making 80 and the man is making 45, and they come together and they're both in earnest, I mean, he's getting help more, but regardless, they're both putting it into the household and they're both being good people. If they are married, that is better than her making 80 and only taking care of she's the only one taking care of the child. Yes.
Yeah, that's my perspective.
But that would be the outlier then.
Do we think? I mean, is every Black man making $25,000 a year and spending it on Philly blunts? I mean, I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not married.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the stats suggest that not only do Black women date down economically, that men, not just Black men don't tend to show up in relationship as good partners, insofar as they are not taking. The second shift is born out of feminist writing around women having to help the man with his financial responsibility in a patriarchy, and also continuing to do her duty, quote unquote, in this patriarchy. So you are taking on two shifts, right? And it seems like a disadvantage in that way, right? And so when you're saying marriage, I don't disagree with you that it would be better if you're making 80K to find a man making 80K and a man who will invest in the household, marry that man without a prenup, y'all build together and take care of the child. That seems like a great way to go about it. The problem is, how do you do that?
I understand second shift concept. I think women who aren't married and are living with their 80K earner are also second shift. Personally, like I think it probably doesn't matter whether or not you're married, and that behavior from a man might not change. I think from a white social construct and white feminism, that was what they were saying, that they were, even when they first started working, that they were doing both. So that's one of the reasons why divorces started to become a lot more prevalent, probably post 80s into the 90s, when women were doing their little business suits and Becky was in the office. But that's my only thing is income. Doesn't matter income wise for you to be married and wait at least to have a comparable earner or some sort of earner, not an NBA player, but something to contribute to your household. I think too, the conversation around spinning the block and boundaries.
I think the idea that you have to get married first elevate marriage too high. I don't disagree. I don't want to seem anti-marriage because I don't want to. But like, it's just like, if you want to have a child and you can take care of the child, you can have your child. But if you think that you want to be secure in a relationship with a man who is going to marry you because you want him to be there, you might have a rude awakening. If you go into a marriage thinking, now I have a man here who is going to help me pay these bills and take care of this child, you might have a rude awakening. Because you might do that, have the child, and then what? The man go have to say,
I agree, but you would have a rude awakening if you did all that and it was just like the live-in situation. I also think,
but I'm not telling you to. That's the thing. You're arguing about something that I am not saying it is better to be in a relationship without marriage. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the elevation of marriage doesn't do what a lot of people think it does. And I give an example of a good relationship outside the context of marriage, and even not even a relationship, insofar as the man and woman are together, but they both take care of the child, even if they're not together, right? And so, like, I feel like you are pushing back because I heard you when you said, okay, but they could leave during the marriage in the relationship and they'd still do the second shift in the relationship. My argument is not in a relationship that is not marriage, it is better for a woman. I've never said that. So, like, and you can drag a relationship all you want and anyone wants. My claim is never, oh, just not get married. My claim is really understand what it is that you are going to get and know that it's not necessarily going to be good because you are married. And the statement that you need to be married first needs to come with a ton of qualifiers. When you're telling women to get married, you need to qualify that, in my mind, every single time. Because I think all women are hearing is get married. It don't matter to who. It don't matter if they're cheating. It don't matter if they don't got no money. It doesn't matter. And that's not true. Yeah. I know for a fact, hopefully, well, let me say I don't know for a fact. I hope that the conversation about marriage and marry before you carry has a lot of qualifiers, and I don't need them to be implicit. I need them to be explicit.
I agree with you.
Men who wouldn't qualify are saying you should get married. Girl, you wouldn't qualify, so I don't know why you were talking about it.
No, I agree with you. And the guy on the show was completely delusional. Like, nobody wants his leftover bits and thinks that is an accomplishment to be his first wife. I guess my question would be, I agree with you. Marriage should come with a million qualifiers. I think women who try to abide by marry before you carry are, it's an intention. Their intention is to create an ideal scenario, and they might be unrealistic about the realities of how that's going to actually pan out.
And if you're a super wealthy woman, you definitely don't need it.
Yeah, I would caution anybody, even to Sin's point, I would caution anybody who makes more than a man, depending on how much more you make, to really consider marriage or really consider a prenup. I do want to say that the pressure for Black women to marry or be married is a societal pressure, a lot of which actually, in my opinion, started with the way Ronald Reagan categorized welfare mothers and made Black women the face of that. There's a societal pressure for women not to be Black women, not to be a walking stigma of unwed and irresponsible. And I think a lot of this desperation, because of the way the marriage market has shifted, is from that. I still think a lot of people who are maybe 90s babies got that message loud and clear, or they might come from, kind of like Sen said, multiple generations of unwed mothers, and they think that they're trying to remedy that by all means necessary, and that's probably not the best way to go about it.
Yeah. Wait, Di, you say you had a question for either Sin or child of divorce.
Yes, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask her if she said that a two income was better than being a single mother income. I believe that's what she said.
Yeah, two incomes would be better than one.
Okay, so my thinking is, and I am a single mother. I've never been married or nothing like that. I'm a baby mama. When I have, this is my story as well as everyone I know that's a baby mama. When you are a single mother, you know what you have and what you don't have. When you add someone else to the equation and you rely on someone, that is where I have gotten the most downfall, relying on somebody else to do their part. So for you, it's like, oh, you add in, 50K and 50K, that's 100K. But if the one person is not responsible for their money and they are stunting and they are not family oriented and spending that money outside the home, which Black men tend to do most of the time, then it becomes a burden more on you because you were relying on that money. You made choices relying on that money, and it never tends to go evenly. So I don't like, and I'm assuming that you're a Black woman, right? Yeah. And you know that our workload is more. I don't know why you would conclude that they are paying more bills than us.
I didn't say more, and I even the scenarios I provided was a Black man earning less, so 80 to your 100 or 60 to his 40. I do understand from some sense feedback too that I guess these Black men, whether they're married or creating, other types of families, are not putting their pennies towards their children or not contributing to the household and are behaving as dependents. I don't know a lot of married people. The few that I know, that's not how they function. But, I'm not married and I don't have kids.
No, I'm not married as well. I do have kids. I'm just saying to you that I live that. I know people that live that. Most of the people I know who are baby mothers are living that. That's why they choose to separate and reside in their own household, because at least they know what's going to be there, what their workload is, instead of coming home daily and it was worse than you imagine. And if, like I said again, if you're relying on someone to just, even if they're not doing anything in the house, pay their share of the rent, them having wants and needs is going to affect your life.
Oh, that's actually a super important thing that I didn't even consider. Like, sure, is it worth it to have someone there who is paying if you have to like navigate around their existence in your space? And it might not. It might not be, because I know it might not be. That's actually a good point. But yeah, sorry, go ahead. Y'all were both were
No,
talking.
I was saying it's like having a roommate, and if you like say, I don't know if y'all ever read In a Room when y'all was in college or whatever, but that's like having a roommate and they eat your food and they don't pay their rent, but you pay your share, but the landlord wants you out because he just now wants to sell. I don't know. That's the closest thing I can compare it to. He's not getting money from the other roommate. So now he's just completely over it and he wants to sell. That's the closest thing that I can relate it to.
Yeah. And while it is better, it's cheaper to have a roommate, it's not always better. You know what I mean? Like, it's cheaper to pay rent, but would you prefer to pay rent and not have your peace of mind? Let me stop. We lack financial literacy and support. Women need to group up and buy up real estate. We need to review the raw numbers and move accordingly. I do think so. I think one of the things that I did like that Sin has done is the data. I think that everyone unfortunately thinks that they are the outlier and it's not going to happen to them. And so, in the face of ego, data becomes meaningless. And that's an unfortunate reality about human existence. We all think that we are the exception to the rule. And so, if women see the stat, they will still ignore it and go run into the arms of their man, broke and all. But thank you, Child of Divorce. That I'm gonna continue to watch this, so y'all can jump in. Sin, y'all wanna continue? I'm gonna play the video.
Oh, I do want to hear more of the video, but I just wish that as Black women specifically, we could have like a mental software update and get rid of these old ideologies that we subscribe to, because it almost seems like time is passing, but Black women's mindset towards these ever evolving institutions like marriage and family, they're being changed and modified right before our eyes, but it's like Black women's mindset is not catching up to the changes that are happening. So they keep presenting these old played out narratives like marriage that has literally never done anything to, like, there was, even during the time when we had, like, wasn't there a time, I believe, like in the early 1900s, when we had like the highest marriage rate in the nation? During that time, you just had a bunch of married single mothers, and that's during the time where the poor man's divorce was established, because Black men were running out on their families, thereby showing you clearly that marriage does not keep a man in the home, right? Because there's no marriage police. So the marriage police are not running around making sure men abide by their marital vows. So there's nothing really to keep him in the home. If he wants to leave, he can leave. And many of them did leave, and they left Black women to be the breadwinners and marry single mothers. So the notion that you're going to build strong Black families off of marriage when we didn't even have that during the time when we have the highest marriage rate in the nation is just silly at this point. Every time I hear Black women running around toting out marriage, I just roll my eyes, because this is silly. Like, where are you getting, even like, even if marriage was going to do all of those things, Black people wouldn't know it, because it's never done that for the Black community, even when you have the highest marriage rate in the country. So it seems like marriage is like a trend that Black women are trying to jump on and follow. They just want to be a part of the married wives club, but it's not really going to do anything for them. They just want it for whatever social status they think comes with it. And that's the problem that I don't like. They're clout chasing, essentially. They're basically chasing the clout for marriage under the guise of building wealth and strong Black families, and that's what's not happening. And so that's just the issue I have. But I'll go on unmute so we can get to the video. I just want to say that.
I mean, I think one other thing to note, and I was trying to find this research paper that was highlighting that during a time where African Americans were married at a high rate, some of the ages were like 15-year-old girls being married. And I needed to find that because I remember seeing it as soon as you said it. It triggered a memory, and I don't know where I saved this document. But I don't want to just put that out there like this. So I really wanted to find it because the age for the young girls being married was really, in my mind, diabolical. I think it was
I think one of the issues here is that because someone addressed a comment to me in the comment section too. I think the issue here is that they're taking what we're saying as be anti-marriage rather than be smart about marriage, be informed about marriage, go into it not thinking I'm going to get A, B, C, D, and E. Like, don't tell me that you're married, that you're getting married to build strong Black families, but ain't no wealth materializing in the Black community, and you marrying broke Black men. Like, that's the thing. What you're saying you're getting married for and what the outcome is not consistent. It's just not consistent. And you're selling a narrative about marriage for Black people that doesn't exist. And to tell you to do research on it or educate yourself on how Black marriages actually play out, that's not telling you to be anti-marriage. Because if you were buying a house, I would hope you would look into the housing market before you chose to buy a house. If you don't, you're probably going to end up with an upside down mortgage, and then you're going to lose your home. It's going to go into foreclosure. So you would obviously be informed when you're buying a home. You research cars generally before you purchase them. So what is the problem with researching marriage? So you'll research everything else that you go into. But when it comes to the heaviest life decisions that have to do literally with your life outcome, you're not going to research that. You're just going to blindly rush into a marriage, knowing you stand to lose significantly. You're not going to research that. You're not going to look at your chances of failing. You're not going to look at your chances of succeeding. You're not going to look at the marriage market at all. You're just going to rush into it. But if you rent a car, if you buy a car, you're going to want to look into seeing if that car has longevity. You want to see the likelihood of that car breaking. Be against it. We're saying make an informed decision.
Sorry, I heard make an informed decision, and that's what I'm saying too. And that's, you answered the question that someone in the Discord said, and I forgot, which was, are you asking if she's anti-marriage? Thank you, Penelope.
No, I'm not anti-marriage. I'm pro smart informed marriages, which is something that Black women are not going into.
Yeah, agreed. Let me know if I should pause it, and the link is there.
You're not a single parent, so it's a little bit more harder.
No, I'm not a single parent, but I grew up in a single household.
Right.
So I grew up without a father. I've always wanted a father,
Right.
whether mine's or not, whether like blood or not. So I always wish that I had somebody to kind of like lace me up, guide me, because you know we bump our heads a lot. So
yeah,
I understand where you're coming from, what you're saying, because you're like, and I get the whole thing. It's not my child. Why should I invest my time? But I'm saying, like, for me, because I wanted that, so I can understand from both. I wanted that. That's not something I would. If I meet a woman with children, that's not a deal breaker for me.
Right.
Because when I was in high school, I was dating a girl that was out of high school with kids. Right. So she had one child, a son. But I love kids though. So to me, it's not like.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I just realized. What do you mean you were in high school dating a woman with a son or a child? That don't make sense. And the way he used women feels like this person was not in high school. So it's not like a classmate with a child. So this is also a problem. When grown women and men, it tends to happen from the men dating children. But like, this is not okay. This is not okay. So if you're a grown woman dating a boy in high school, that's a problem. But whatever. I just realized I didn't hear that the first go around.
I don't look at it like I'm wasting my time, because I always hear people say, well, if I date a woman with children, one day her children is going to denounce me and say, you're not my father.
Yeah.
But for me, I always look at it this way, it's a rite of passage.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day,
Yep.
if we're bickering and I'm trying to give you the right things to do, the right thing to say, the only way for you to hurt me or to make me feel little is by you to say, well, you're not my dad, you can't tell me what to do. And I call it a rite of passage.
Yeah.
That wouldn't bother me. But again, I'm speaking from me not having a dad.
Right,
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Something that I always wish I had.
Right.
So to me, that's not really a deal breaker. But I'm not speaking for all men. I'm only speaking for myself.
Right. And
I
also-
wouldn't rock. I wouldn't do that. You know what I
Right.
mean?
You know what I'm saying? Like, just like you said, bro, it's not.
I can't stand this bald man right here. He's so annoying to me. But I can appreciate that man wanting to give kids what he never had. Like that approach. I do wish more men were thoughtful in this way, thinking about sort of what was it that I wanted as a child, and what was I missing, and how can I be that for my child or for kids generally. I do really appreciate that. I don't know this man. He probably gonna say something degenerate later. I don't know, but I did appreciate his answer.
That it's a deal breaker, but me, just how I think if a man is going to be dating a single modern mother, that single modern woman is going to have to go above and beyond to show herself approved to that man. Because
Degenerate. What does it mean, Sin, that the woman has to go above and beyond as a single mother to show herself approved to this man? Like, that don't make no sense. What are you going above and beyond doing? Why don't you just be a regular person who y'all fell in love and y'all doing what y'all need to do? The fact that you think the woman needs to go above and beyond to prove herself to you because she's a single mother doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so what I think it is it's just another condition that black men created so that they can have the upper hand. Because essentially what they're saying is we're gonna create single mothers, demean and disparage them, put them on the lower tier, and then say that they need to do more work to be seen as desirable because of the condition that we put them in. So it's literally just another trick of the devil, a trick bag from some demons who sit up here and do this all the time. Just like the whole notion of what was that dude, you know, the abusive dude who literally had the felony DV against his white wife that woman didn't go check and look into. Columbus Short. Yeah, like Columbus Short sitting there basically saying they don't desire black women because they weren't raised with their fathers, but it's black men who chose to not raise their kids. So it's like you're going to choose to walk out on your children. And then when they grow up without you because you abandoned them, then you're going to say that because they came from a home where you abandoned them, their father chose to walk out of, you don't value them anymore. It's literally the same thing. They're basically saying that these women don't deserve to have any type of standards, expectations, or boundaries. She actually needs to work to prove her worthiness to him because she's at a disadvantage because she had a child with a black man. Which, if black women were smart and if black women were savvy, they would actually turn that around and turn it against black men. You would go open up your options, date other men, and then talk about the deficits that black men have in comparison to those men, much like what they do with you and other races and women. Black women could literally flip the script and take control, but they're too wrapped up in black male worship to do that. You can't worship and checkmate somebody at the same time. Now, me, I'm gonna checkmate you. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm the one that I'm gonna checkmate you. You go come over here trying to play a game and you go try to set a trap for me, and I'm gonna make sure you fall in the trap that you set for me. That's what I'm gonna do. But most black women ain't doing that.
I won't add anything there because like the idea that you have to work to prove yourself more because you're a single mother is weird, and any woman who engage in that kind of labor is just I understand what you're saying about intentionally trying to beat down black women's self-esteem, creating quote unquote single mothers in this way to make them a market for you to always have access to and for them to continuously work to prove themselves to you. And so
Yep.
intentionally creating and leaving them creates the dynamic that benefits Black men. Yeah.
Right, but do you see how effective it is? And Black women, interestingly, haven't even caught on to this yet. They do this with literally every single thing. Like even the whole contradictory of, oh, we're going to shame women who say that they don't want children, but then we're going to devalue women who do have them. That's another trick bag. Because ultimately what they're saying is they're sitting here saying they want women with no children, but then they're willing to impregnate that woman only for her to then go out into the community. Okay, now she have the child by a Black man, whether she was married to him or not. Now she have the child by that man. So because she procreated, now she doesn't have any value. But you're also shaming the women who are saying, I don't want to have kids.
Yeah.
These are the tricks that Black men are playing on Black women, and Black women are not privy to them. They're either not privy to them or they are privy to them and they know what's going on. They just don't care because they overvalue Black men. Either way, it still leaves these derelict males with control of the dating environment in the Black community that they should not have control over. Because at the end of the day, they have nothing to offer you anyway. They're not going to offer you anything. They're just creating scenarios where you feel like you don't have a right to even ask them for something, let alone them have to give you something. That's what they're doing. But Black women can't see it. I don't see how they can't. It's glaringly obvious to me, but it looked like Black women ain't caught on to it yet.
No, yeah, and like it's like, what's his name? The Mucinex ambassador coming up talking about women's eyelash, looking at men like this, talking about what women have to do to prove themselves, and if you're a single mother, you have to prove yourself. Like, I wonder what women are like. Yeah, let me go prove myself to this man. Like, anyway, I'm gonna continue to play it, but
I mean, but look, they do it with everything. They do it with sex too. They'll run around talking about how a man can have sex with anybody he wants to, meaning there has to be some women who are willing to have sex with him. But I'm gonna shame you if you have a high body count. I want you to be a freak, but I want you to be a virgin. Well, where are you gonna get the experience from?
Yeah.
Where are you gonna get usually the women who are experienced, they have a high body count. Practice make perfect, dummy. But they're yet again creating another scenario and putting Black women in another bag to where now Black women are saying, oh, I gotta have emotions to have sex. I don't want to have a high body count. No, I'm gonna have sex with whoever I want to. I ain't never had one man. First of all, ain't no men don't even ask me my body count. That's number one. I think they probably know better. You're lucky to just be here. So it shouldn't matter whether I had 0 or 1 million. You're lucky to just be here. Is that going to stop you from having sex with me? No, you want to be the 1,000,001. That's what you want to be. You want to be 1,000,001. So sit your ass in line and wait your turn. You only want me because I'm next. Yeah, wait your turn. And guess what they go do? They go sit their dumb ass up and wait their turn. That's what they're going to do. It's like, because you either gonna be here or you ain't. If you when you move the next chair, the next man is going to be sitting in the chair right after you get up. Another man is about to sit down in your place. So you can either take your opportunity or get your ass home. Those are the options that you got. But either way, I ain't at a loss. You got a dick, he got a dick, they got dicks. So dicks all over the place. I'm not at a loss. Scattered dick everywhere. It's scattered dick everywhere. Like, it's like what Megan said. Why am I tripping over 1 out of 7 billion? Okay. Ain't nobody tripping on 1 out of 7 billion. If you don't play musical chairs and get your ass up so the next man can sit down.
So I've been watching I wasn't a fan of Megan. I liked her, supported her during her trial, but I wasn't a fan. I am now a fan. Watching her new press tour, I like her. I like how unapologetic she is and how she dragged. She just say whatever she wants and does whatever she wants, and I do actually really like that.
She does.
I didn't believe her initially, but I do now, and I like it.
I believe her because these men are validating that she does what she raps about. When she says that she ain't getting attached and she ain't tripping over one of them, yeah, the men are tripping more than she is. Partisan just went on this whole tangent trying to make her jealous, rotating another woman. The baby over here running his mouth. Then the other Jonathan Blueface got to jump up and say, "Oh, I had sex with her too." Like, just dumb. Like, it's like y'all are weird and dumb. But that's why a lot of Black women don't like her, because Megan is a woman that a lot of them can't relate to, which is the woman who's always going to make sure she has the upper hand in relationships. She's going to make sure she has the upper hand. She's going to make sure she's in control. She's going to make sure she's not at the mercy of those men. And a lot of Black women put themselves in position to where they're at the mercy of a Black man. They do not have the control in the relationship. Most Black women are running after Black men for a title. Megan is saying, "You for everybody, nigga, don't claim me." I feel it. Don't claim me.
Yeah,
He said, "You for
probably,
everybody, don't claim me." I know that. Like, you
that's
tell
what
a
was
man,
stuck in
you
my
can't
head.
even claim me. Do you know how much you gonna mess up a man's mind if you tell him, "You for everybody, don't claim me"? You don't get to claim me, because women want to be claimed. They want the title. Remember, we just had the thing on titles matter. Black women are all about titles. Just give me a title, please, please, please. Can I have a title? Megan said, "Don't claim her," and they mad.
The that clip of her when Steve Harvey asked, "Name something that is curvy," and she said, "Me." I just love her. I love the unapologetically, "I am hot. I am that girl. I do what I do. I don't care what you think. I am going to do what I'm going to do. And you just gonna be mad about it. Man, woman, I don't care. Everyone gonna be mad and I'm gonna still do it." Period.
Yeah, and they still talking about her body count when she already said she'll give whoever she wants any meaning. She'll give it to whoever she want to have it. And yet, what are Black women trolling her comments saying? "Oh, well, she got a high body count. She get around." And she also said the only thing y'all doing is making more niggas throw money at her like a wishing well. So y'all can continue, because she's not bothered. And that's why I like her. She's not bothered. She don't care what y'all think. She's confident, and she gonna keep moving how she moves. And it is what it is. They mad because she ain't one of their baby mamas. And it just, she still has the control. It's the same thing with Lori Harvey. Lori Harvey just isn't as vocal because she's not a rapper, but Lori Harvey moves the same way. Lori Harvey does the same way. She does not place a high value on obtaining a man or getting a title from him. And that's how she stays in control. This is a concept that Black women refuse to understand. Stop overvaluing these men. Stop tripping over 1 out of 7 billion. When he gets up from his chair, another man will sit down. This is musical chairs, bitch. Play it. Play it to win it, okay? And if you make them feel like they just another face in the crowd, they will act right. Make them feel like they expendable.
I think a lot of us, generally, and particular women, but a lot of Black people, have abandonment issues around their fathers. And so I think maybe women are less able to detach when a man comes around, because there is some abandonment issues and attachment issues. And so they are not like, we build up as people, and I think this might be amplified in women's mind, where they see a man and immediately build a life in their head with this man, and so they will take anything the man throws their way in order to maintain and someday reach to that promised land of bliss that they didn't get. And that kind of abandonment and attachment issue becomes a problem to operate the way that maybe a Megan can, where she can just leave and move on. But yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, you can have an attachment disorder an attachment style that will present as what Megan is doing, basically detaching. Because I've had that issue, and that issue presents differently in me than it does in some of my other sisters. Like, in some of my other sisters, their daddy issue presents the way it presents in most women, which is they get attached to every man that they meet. Mine presents in the fact that I can't attach to men. It's very difficult for me to emotionally attach to men. So generally, it takes nothing for me to get up and walk away from a man. It doesn't take anything. And I've never, there hasn't been one man that I've walked away from and thought that I was losing something. To me, he's not a loss to me. So therefore, I don't have a problem walking away. But one thing I have learned is that a lot of women, because they listen to men, they think that attitude is going to repel men, and it actually doesn't. It actually makes them want to be closer to you. When a woman is not likely to attach herself to a man or doesn't want a title, in my opinion, the man is more likely to give it to you or change your mind. Like, I've literally had a man that I told, I'm not going to give you a relationship. He gave me whatever I wanted and what I didn't ask for because he said he thought he could change my mind. So then that put him in a position to prove to me his worth of being my boyfriend, because I said, I'm not offering you a girlfriend. I'm not. Even if I have sex with the man, I won't be affectionate towards them. Like, there was a Haitian guy. I had sex with him, but I wouldn't let him kiss me, hug me, or do anything. I would just basically get up out the bed and put my clothes on. And he was like, okay, what's going on here? Like, he was like, I can't kiss you. And I was like, no, because I don't feel that way about you. I don't want to kiss you. And he's like, that's confusing. He's like, because you just had sex with me, so why won't you let me kiss you? And I'm like, sex is one thing, kissing is another. Just because I had sex with you does not mean I want to cuddle with you and kiss you. That's not your place. So no. And he also said he wasn't into oral. So I told him, okay, I'm not into you. And later he was begging me. Later he was literally begging, could he do it? And I was like, no, I'm good. I'm good. So
I feel like you just sorry. I feel like you just highlight why beggars can't be choosers, because like in the same way that he had to perform and chase, if this man is telling you being a single mother means you got to perform and chase, and you decide, yeah, I'm a perform and chase, then you gonna perform and chase. So like,
yeah, I'm not about to perform and chase nobody. There is no man that I have ever chased and no man that I will chase. And the man who thinks that I'll chase him is in for a very rude awakening. It's like, don't be stupid and think you go put me in a position to chase you, because the only thing you go do is get yourself cut off. And I'm going to be gone before you even realize I left. You going to be standing there looking stupid. It's like, try it and watch how quickly you will get dismissed.
Period. I'm gonna continue to play because I don't know what to say. How you gonna kick this man? I ain't kissing you. Goodbye. Period. Period.
Why would that man select you when he could go out there and select a much younger woman that is childless? That's not going to bring the chaos to him. Because like I said earlier today, who is to say what time the father of your kids are on? You get where I'm coming from?
Right, but that's only one. That's only one perspective that is a very important perspective, of course. But it's only one. So, like, even when you say me being okay, I'm gonna take myself. Me being someone I didn't grow up with my father.
Okay.
I would hate if my mother had met men with that mindset that you just described, because the men that my mother, and it wasn't a lot of men or whatever, but like my stepfather came along when I was like in 4th grade. I thank God for him every day. You understand? Like, if my father wasn't present in my life, he stepped in and he did what no other man did all the way through till I was all the way in college. They didn't get divorced until years later. And that man saved my life in so many ways. He was so, and we did have fights. I mean, like teenagers, kids, you got kids, kids say, your kids say crazy stuff to you. So just imagine what they're gonna say to a stranger in the midst of being upset.
It's like I said, like for me.
But sorry, not to cut you off. So I'm just saying, thank God for him, because I tell him all the time, if I had, my father's out of prison now. If I get married, both of them have to walk me down the aisle because he really raised me.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. If I were the stepfather, I would be royally pissed. I would actually reject you and the dad. What do you mean? But if I feel like she just kind of validated his point, which I don't like, because like your dad messed up, left you, and your stepdad raised you and stood up, and you cared and loved you and poured into you, and you're going to talk about when you married, they both walking you down the aisle. If I was a stepdad, no, you can have it. You can have it. I'm not doing that. You tried it. No. If I stayed as your stepdad, imagine No, I'm not. No, I'm jealous. I'm mean. I'm petty. Whatever. I'm not about to sit there and have the absent father who did not show up for you come back into your life and walk you down the aisle with me as if we're equal. We're not. We're not equal. I'm a better man than you. I cared. I did what I needed to do. And so for you to be standing next to me is not going to happen. It's not. We are not walking her down the aisle. You can do it by yourself because we're not equals and I'm not going to do it. No. Like, I think she thought talking about both of them. I think that is highly disrespectful to the father who stayed and raised her. Yeah.
So that thought process is, to me, is just mind blowing and it's insane. The reason I don't want to date people with kids, I don't concern myself with what the kids may or may not say, because what you give a kid is what they're gonna give you back. And once they get to that age of teenage, we know teenagers, so that's not even something to take personal. I'm expecting you to say it, because if you don't say it, I think something ain't right. Because that's what kids are gonna say.
Some kids won't say it.
Yeah.
But again, if you do say it, it's like, to me, it's like,
it's a hit or miss.
It's like, I'm gonna laugh at you like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I like, my advice on this, man, is not gonna, because I say I can't.
You're not.
I can't say you're wrong. I can't say you're right. I can't say. All I'm saying is, for me, I'm black, bro. So I only know how to be black. Right. And all I'm saying is, a lot of us, we grew up fatherless.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it's because.
Well, I grew up fatherless when the CDC said they're the most involved fathers now. I actually don't like this. I don't like when these men have like podcasts and they go in and out of being the most involved to not being there. Like, I don't like it. Y'all need to pick a struggle.
Because that's a workable contradiction, as you can see. It's a workable contradiction, because that's what I'm saying. I don't understand what's going on with Black women mentally. Like, sometimes I don't understand it sometimes, because in that same conversation, they're in one breath complaining about single mothers, and then in the next declaring themselves the most active fathers. The only people that we've seen call it out was Destiny.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. That is so iconic. I feel like Destiny might have single-handedly destroyed the Black man.
Like, he surely did dismantle those three bandits on the panel. At least he did that. But I don't know why the woman on this panel isn't calling it out. Like, how are you not calling it out that the whole discussion seems to be focused around single mothers, but then you're going to say you're the most active fathers? How? Like, it's not possible for there to be a whole bunch of single mothers and a bunch of active Black fathers.
Oh,
can't have two of them.
I don't trust their energy enough to smash it in the stage of my life. So bad. Period. You went out and then came back soon, but this guy, I will give him.
I was saying, I don't know why I just don't get why she's not calling that out. Like, why is she because she's in the same discussion. She hears what they're saying. You know, it sounds like what is dating out the single parents. So the whole discussion is focused around single mothers. So why are you now introducing active fathers into this discussion about single mothers?
This guy in the middle, don't know him, seemed to be like the more honest guy, because he's the one who's talking about fathers being absent. The other one was the one saying that he was a single dad and he's been there and blah blah blah. But so I don't know, maybe to be fair, she seems triggered by what is being said, and she's not really thinking and engaging with them the way that I would want. But I don't think he is the problem.
I think most Black women are scared of Black men, and I don't mean scared as in they see them as a physical threat, because unfortunately Black women don't see Black men as a physical threat, even though they should. But I think that Black women are afraid of Black men in the sense that they don't want to challenge what he's saying. They don't want to be called bitter. They don't want to be called the loud, unruly, unsubmissive Black woman. They feel fear chastisement from Black men. So I think they kind of tend to tiptoe around what they say when they're around a Black man because they don't want his criticism and they don't want to offend him. And I think that Black women need to completely disregard that fear. Like, who are they to be afraid of? Like, if y'all don't start dragging these bandits by they, what do y'all call them, phantom follicles? That always does me in. Phantom follicles kills me every time you say it. It literally just flatlines me. So, like Black women need to start doing that.
The way I just said it without knowing like why, like I shouldn't have said that ever. That's so wrong. I was dead wrong.
Yeah, it literally it does me in.
I think a lot of times, man, the difference with why back in the days was probably a lot better than today's because a man, when he meets a woman, he didn't care how many kids she had.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If he loved that woman, like that woman, you know,
Took her and her
it
kids.
was all in.
Yep.
But it's different time, different
But can I
mindset.
piggyback?
I don't know what time this man is talking about. I'm gonna need him to give me a decade. I need him to. I won't say he's wrong because I don't know what time he's talking about. I would say it never happened, but I'm gonna need a decade. I'm gonna need a decade. He's romanticizing a fictional reality. Because there ain't no time.
Back off what you said.
Let me finish. I'm gonna let you rock.
All right, go ahead.
So I can only go off my experience. Like I said, I always wanted a dad. Never had one, but now I get to play one. So I get to be one. It's
Yeah,
the
but
most
you get to be
important.
one.
Yeah, I get to be, and I love being a dad. And to me, I don't look at a kid like that's mine and not mine. You know what I'm saying? I look at it like you a child, and you're with me. You're my child, no matter what. So. And I know it's gonna come a time, right? You're gonna go, oh, you're not my father. And I'm okay with that. I'm cool. Oh, you're right. I'm not your dad, but I am your dad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not your dad, but I am your dad. And I can take whatever comes along.
And as a kid that's been there, I can tell you, we say that in that moment because we're upset, we're teenagers, we're young, our mind isn't fully formed. But I promise you, we come back and that apology is 10 freaking fold.
I don't care what she got. I am so sorry. I don't care what she got to say about what we come back and do. I don't care. When you say the dad who raised you is going to walk down the aisle with a felon who wasn't there and did not show up for you, no, I don't care. You didn't apologize. You just no. I don't care what she got to say. I really don't. I don't. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna have to jump off as much as I'd like to stay up here, but StreamYard is draining my battery, and I don't have a charger because I'm at V's house and she has an iPhone. So I need to jump off so I don't drag my battery down because it's like my battery is less than 60% at this point, and it's rapidly decreasing. And I know it is because of StreamYard. It does a lot to the battery. So I'm gonna have to jump off, unfortunately.
Bye. Thank you for coming.
Oh, I want to stay because it's just like we'll just have to plan to do a live stream together because I miss doing the live streams, and then you were gone for like it felt like a month, but I know it was just a week or so. It felt like a month, but yeah. So we'll just plan something.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye. I don't care what this woman got to say. I am so sorry. I don't care what this woman got to say. I don't understand either how she doesn't see, because what she's trying to say is that she loves her stepdad, right? Because he showed up and was here and all of that. I appreciate that so much from her, right? And it's the good message. But I am not going to get over you trying to get the stepdad and your biological dad to come together and walk you down the aisle when the biological dad ain't done nothing for you. Now, if the biological dad came back in your life and showed up for you when you need to tell us that. Because right now you ain't told us anything besides the fact that your stepdad showed up, loved you, cared for you. You told him he ain't your real dad, but you apologized. You really loved him. And your biological father came from prison, and they both gonna walk you down the aisle. That don't make no sense to me. It's theme is she loves both of them. She shouldn't. Yeah. No. If you're gonna love both of them, if you're gonna love both of us, I'm the stepdad right now. If you're gonna love both of us, don't tell me. And don't treat us the same. because we didn't treat you the same. You're going to give me the treatment I gave you. You're not about to sit up there and pretend like me and your dad, biological dad, are on par or equal. I'm not standing for that. I refuse.
Because we understand. But as a kid, you can't expect kids to understand.
But also, let me say this. Let me piggyback off what you said, because you mentioned
Talking about the time.
Yeah, the time.
Yeah.
See, you have to understand. In those times, women used to honor men. You know, when a man came in and took over a family, that woman gave that man praise.
Girl, what are you talking about? Where? When did that man? When? I'm sorry. What decade again was this? When did these men come in, take over the family, and these women gave them praise? I'm sure they gave them praise, but not for taking over a family. I need to know when this happened. Oh, my Discord is checking on me. I haven't eaten. I need to eat. Like, he's just doing a lot, talking about men used to come in, take over the when? When did they do that? When did they do that? Where's the research? How you know? Where was this?
You know, just honor, because in today's time that we're living in, being a stepfather is like basically being down, you know what I'm saying, being down talked upon, right? Because matter of fact, I see it all the time where modern single mothers will be like, oh, a man have to bring A, B, and C and D to me. But this man that you created this family with didn't even have to pay didn't have to pay that premium price.
But who's to say that?
No, it's going on.
Paying premium price? What are you talking about, girl? I think unattractive. All right. I think some people are trying to get their lick back. I think some people who were rejected by women are mad, and they're saying, well, if you made the Chads impregnate you, you didn't make the Chads pay for anything, so I shouldn't have to pay for anything either. I think that's what's happening. But you did have a child, right? Maybe it wasn't with the it might not have been with the woman. It might have not been with the woman you wanted. And so you feel like these women shouldn't want. Ew. Girl, period. These men are mad at women. All right. Is that true? Let's say, let me give them some credit here. Let's say a random nerd, right, was doing well in school, in their world, and the cheerleader on their preference in school didn't want them, right? And she only wanted the jocks. And she gets pregnant, and he, the nerd, becomes wealthy, right? He's wealthy now. He's out there dipping it and doing it. And she has a child now, and life in their mind humbled her. And now she's going to him and say, oh, you're beautiful. We should date. And now she and him are dating. Does he want to show up in the way that the jock did? Is that is he saying you should allow me to do to you what the jock did without anything in return? Because, like, I don't understand. Do you want to be a better man? Do you think they don't deserve better men because they were with the jocks and the jocks did what? Like, I'm trying to figure out what you want. Because if you want to be the jock, girl, you're not going to be it. Like, I'm going to break it to you. Even if you get these women, you don't get these, whatever you do, you're not going to be it. If you weren't cute, then you're not cute now. You didn't do anything to change your looks. You're probably, like, it don't matter. It don't matter. So I don't understand what it is that you want. And that pain that you feel from being rejected by the cheerleaders, it ain't going to go away. It's not. It's not. All right, I'm being messy. Keela, hi, how are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. perfectly.
So I kind of want to focus on him for a second because there's something he said that really made me upset. When he said that when a man steps up and takes care of a family, people look down on him and talk down upon him.
Wait, pause. Yes, he said that, but they are the ones who do it to men. I.e. Russell.
That's what I was going to get into.
Oh.
Who exactly are the people who are sitting around talking trash about men who step up to take care of another man's family or a single mother with children? Who are talking trash about these men? You are. The men are. The women are not. They're praising
Russell.
Kiara's husband, Russell, whoever his name, whatever his last name is, Wilson. They're praising him while you sit around and talk trash about him, call him a simp, call him a square, say that he's unattractive, say all these horrible things about him, when really you should be praising these men who decide to step up and be a father and take care of these kids that you claim you don't want to take care of. You're making a statement. Your cultural mindset, which is the actual problem in the Black community, that you don't care about these children, you're not going to be the one to take care of them. You don't respect the man who does step up and take care of them. So you're part of the problem.
Yeah.
And then when you meet these men, these troubled boys who are robbing and doing all this stuff in the streets and raping women and then you want to blame single mothers for that. But when a man steps up and says, actually, I'll father these children, I'll take care of these children and make sure that they grow up to be productive members of society, you want to trash that man. You're part of the problem. You're gonna complain about the problem. And then when your daughters who are out in the streets walking side by side with these men that have grown up to be degenerate because you claim they don't have a father that you also don't want to step up and take care of, they walk right alongside your kids. They go to the stop at the same gas station as your children do. They go to the same school as your children do. These men are walking around in your community with you. They are part of your problem. But you want to sit here and denigrate any man who wants to step up and try to fix the problem. You're part of the issue. This mindset that Black men have is the reason why we keep getting the same cycle of the same men and women going through the same stuff, causing the same issues in the Black community. It's this shaming of men who actually want to take care of children. It's disgusting. And he's saying it. We don't care about these children. I'm not going to take care of them. They're not mine. I'm not interested. What can these kids do for me?
Yeah, we haven't even we didn't get to I don't think I heard that part yet. I mean, I've heard it, but I don't think it played yet. What can they do for me? Because that was wild. The statement of what these kids can do for me is wild. Sitting there looking like Brother Potato.
Yeah, but then they're the same kids that you claim are terrorizing your communities. But a man has just said he was going to try to help with that. And you're going to sit around and talk trash about him and denigrate him and make him feel bad and ashamed. And there's men who are going to be listening, or boys who are going to be listening, or young men who will be listening and think, oh yeah, I guess it is corny to take care of another woman's kids. You're creating the same issues that you sit around and complain about. It's the complete lack of foresight that Black men have that makes no sense to me when they sit around and complain about the issues that they willingly create and then turn up a nose and turn their chin up and act like they don't want to help fix.
Yeah. And looking like nothing.
It's omnipresent. So why does this man, who is competitive, productive, has to come in and share his resources with you? For prime example. So if we do the Brady Bunch thing, right? If this woman have her kids, I have my kids, and we merge our family together, right? So every $100 that I spend within that household, 40% is going to go to your kids, 60% is going to go to my kids. So basically, I'm taking resources away from my biological kids to give it to your kids. Who was to say if those kids are going to appreciate me for what I'm doing for them, for being present, for being a father figure to them, right? At least I know if I have my own kids, my own biological kids, as long as I'm showing up for them, I'm taking care of them, I'm mentally present for my kids, at least I know when I become an old man one day, my kids are going to take care of me. I don't have
Your kids are not your insurance policy. Girl, you need to go get you an insurance policy on your life. You need to go get into some investment outside of your children. To sit there thinking, oh, if I'm good to my children, they're just going to show up for me is wild. I had a stream where people were telling y'all that they're not about to help their parents, even if the parents were good parents. So for you to be sitting up here being an idiot, talking about, oh, as long as I show up for my kids, they're going to show up for me, it's wild. It's wild. And it's degenerate too, I think. My mom always tell me, I don't do this so that you feel like you have to take care of me, even though I do feel like I need to take care of my mom. The idea, and my dad, and my my brother is going to take care of himself. But like the idea that you just going to sit up here and say, "Oh, they're going to take care of me," is wild.
Well, it's also, you can't, biological children do not guarantee, it's not a guarantee that these biological children are going to take care of you, that they're going
That's
to
what
love
I'm
you,
saying.
and that they're going to be with you forever. Like, all that is BS. Also, this is an issue with the man who does not have a growth mindset, who is not trying to give back to his community, who is not trying to build up a Black family. He's not trying to contribute anything. His mind is it's very predatory. It's what can I get and take from people. I'm only going to invest in this child if I think I'm going to get a guaranteed return, which doesn't make sense because children have never been an asset. They just never been. You don't look at a child and go, "Oh, I'm going to get X, Y, and Z from them." You don't. They are a drain on your resources. They're a drain on you mentally, physically, and emotionally. You invest in them because you love them and you appreciate them and all this other stuff about how you love kids. I don't have children, I'm assuming. So it doesn't make sense for you to look at a child as a product in which you're going to put it out there and sell it and make some money off of it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like sitting up here talking about well, we haven't seen it yet. What these kids going to do for me. I like the fact that you called him a parasite, actually. Like, he seems like a predator. You said predator. In the way that, sorry, I'm just adding words to what you said. But he seems like someone who's just there to take.
That's it. That's
And
it.
that is,
I want to pick a person in which I can get something from, even if it's my own biological children. The way you see not only other people's kids, but the way he describes his own children, he does not like children. He doesn't like kids, period.
Yeah. Parents deserve that. We were talking about you, actually, talking about parents deserve less. Broke black equal transactional strategy.
Have to worry about my kids telling me, "Oh, you ain't my daddy. Why do I have to listen to you?" And also, too, we're bringing two families together. My kids may follow a certain set of rules. Your kids may follow a certain set of rules. So my kids could be like, "Daddy, why they?"
This man is so dumb. Like, wouldn't you? I think the lady says this, but wouldn't you figure this out before y'all blend y'all family? Wouldn't y'all have created these things before y'all blend your family? You're not just gonna meet someone with children, move in, and just like that. Don't make no sense. Like, there are a lot of build up before y'all get into sharing space with the children and all of that.
Well, he's also acting like there are no issues you run into with your biological children. Like, your biological children are just going to go lay down and everything is going to be fine. Like, your biological children don't argue with you. They don't push back. Like, apparently having a biological child is just perfect and they're perfect servants and they listen to everything you say. Meanwhile, a stepchild is this demon, horrible thing that you have to put yourself through. What?
Yeah.
Why they do such and such and such? Why can they do this? And because you have a set of rules from your kids, they're gonna be like, "Damn, why can they do this and why can't I do that?"
You're saying the mindsets could be
Yeah,
different.
it can be completely different. So that could confuse the kid. You get what I'm? You get what
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying with the mindset. No. What I'm saying is that no. Listen,
This is pure stupidity.
But what I'm saying,
No, it's not. It's stupidity.
No.
It's basically taking every reason you can think of in the book for why it wouldn't work. When you meet somebody and you're engaged with that person and you like that person, in the beginning, yes, it may be a conflict of how you parent, how I parent. It's gonna, even if you didn't have kids, it's gonna happen. If I meet you and I start talking to you, how you live your life and how I live my life may be two completely different things. Over time, we mesh. Over time, you blend. That's pure stupidity. And guess what? If it comes to the point where you guys can't agree on things, it would never even get to the point that you even have to concern yourself with blended families. Because as women, mothers, I can't speak for all mothers, but I could say, I'm not gonna deal with no man that don't mesh or blend well with my kids. And that doesn't mean I'm putting my kids before you. That just means as I analyze this situation that we're in, if it's not gonna work, it wouldn't ever get to that point where we even have to go to that. But there.
Sorry, I have to cut you in because I've been like really hard on her and say she's eating right now. Like, I do have to give her props right now. She did that.
There are situations where you will blend just fine. That means that's for you. I have a favorite phrase I like to use. I use it all the time when I'm referring to just myself, when I'm referring to dating. And I say it all the time, people need to learn their lanes. When you know your lane, you're not confused. When you're dating people that are in I'm in the far left lane, probably about 90% of the time. And it's quite often that I get guys that are in the far right lane, you know, that slow lane, and somehow they made their way over to mine.
Saying that in the slow lane is wild. She says, oftentimes I'm in my lane and some people from the slow lane come in my lane. Miriam.
And I don't understand how they got there or why they're there, but they're there. So I have to redirect them because I know just off a conversation, just off of one conversation could let me know. And I have to redirect you and say, hey, this just isn't your lane. I'm not sure how you got here, but I want to redirect you very respectfully. So I say that to say, again, it depends on you as a person. Because if you meet like-minded people, right, then the likelihood that it would be just so chaotic, what's the likelihood of that? What's the likelihood of it? You attract what you want, what you like. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm only saying that just as, like I said, I had my daughter when I was 19. If you want to be honest, I had my daughter when I was 18 because she was born 3 days before my 19th birthday. And so I've been doing this single parent thing since, I don't even know. I can't even tell you when it started.
What do you mean you can't tell? What do you mean you can't tell when it started?
I also don't like
Wait, no. If you had your daughter when you were 19, then
well,
did
just
it not? Maybe she was in a relationship, and you can definitely
just say you've been a single mother for a long time. I hate when people give like these like erroneous details about stuff. Like, yes, I was 18, but then 3 days before my birthday, and then I was eating a turkey sandwich, and it's just like, what? Just say you've been a single mother for a long time.
I cannot. I'm sorry, this is mean or whatever, but like, I mean, also, when she's not complaining about being a single mother, it's weird because she said initially she started off by saying she only have her kids 2 days a week. And that she can do whatever she wants and it's not a problem. That's why she don't date men with children. So for you to be like, oh, I've been a single mother since I was 18, I can't even remember when, it's weird because it feels like you get to dip in and out of when single motherhood is an issue for you. I don't like that. I don't like inconsistency. I truly do not like people being inconsistent and not like principled. And she's not really being principled. Like, it's not a big deal and I need to move on from it. But like, yeah.
I think it's because she's very emotional and very triggered by him, even though they sit on the same side of the fence, which is hilarious.
Yeah, they probably should be dating each other, if you ask me. I'm joking. Because, like, they're both having these weird things that exclude themselves. Like, they exclude themselves from their own dating preferences. That is wild.
This is, here we are. But I've never dated a person that didn't get it. I've never dated a person that I had to fight with you about what you give your kids, what I'm giving. That's stupidity right there.
Let me pronounce. All right.
Wait, I thought you said there were people in your... Maybe you didn't date them. All right, cool. Because you definitely said you had to redirect some people, but it could mean they ask you out and you were like, girl, absolutely not.
Before you, what I was saying, I get was the last part of what he said.
About what?
You know what I'm saying? When the last part
I cut
you
you
said,
off too, I'm sorry.
Boy, you cut me off because you slashed me.
I had to get in there. Sorry.
No, what I was agreeing was the last part. What he said, he's like, yo, like, he's saying, well, how would I know that a child is gonna look out for me, right? That's not my child. Like I said again, I understand that part, but I'm saying I understand. I'm saying I understand his concern, his personal concerns.
That's a crazy concern.
But those are his personal concerns.
I understand.
What I'm saying, see,
because my opinion,
you see what I'm saying? That's what I was saying.
Yeah, okay.
But
because my opinion shouldn't have dominion over anyone.
No, but for me, what I'm saying is for me, dog. Like I said, I'm a big kid, bro.
Yeah.
I run around in my house.
I really want to like this guy. I really want to like this guy. I do not like people who just want to keep the peace. I don't like people who just want to keep the peace. That man's logic don't make sense. Tell him that his logic, don't do it in a roundabout way, talking about, I'm a big kid, I love kids. No, the idea that some other child that is not your biological child is not going to take care of you should not be your concern. First and foremost, you shouldn't be dependent on your children to take care of you. They're not obligated to taking care of you. Even if you want them to, they're not obligated to. And therefore, they don't have to, and a lot of them won't, biological or not. So to be sitting up there and talking about, oh my God, I can't depend on my stepchildren to take care of me. No. What do you mean? You don't know.
And I'll say a couple things. One, a child can tell if he's approaching his kids in his life with the mindset of, I'm doing this for you, you need to be able to do this for me. Kids can tell when they're with a parent who expects them to do things for them.
Yeah.
Kids can absolutely tell. And that's why a lot of children and adults are very bitter towards their parents, because they had parents who every step of the way, they kept reminding them of what they did for them and how much they owed them. That's very common. So if he thinks he's like pulling the wool over his children's head, he's not. Second,
sorry.
No, go ahead.
No.
And then
you were eating, so.
like yum. The guy in the middle, like you said, the reason why I don't like these fence setters is because they're so obsessed with keeping the peace that they're allowing just straight degeneracy to take over. They allow these men to sit and say and spout all these horrible things as if they're not on a public platform. That's influencing other young boys who are watching. Like, if you're going to be responsible for the children, I love the kids, I love the children, would they be responsible all the way with the kind of message that you're allowing to spew? Call him out when it's not making sense. And that's the issue with Black men on Black podcasts, or when they have discussions, they don't correct each other, they don't call each other out, they don't ask for statistics, they just let it rock, and it's the same BS that we just keep getting. He's going to leave this podcast thinking, oh, well, homeboy, he agreed with me, he ain't say nothing. See,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he's like, I know he disagrees based on how he enters the conversation and what he says. And he doesn't overtly disagrees ever, even when he does.
Exactly. And then my last thing I wanted to bring up is funny how his reasoning for not wanting to date a woman with single kids is stupid reasoning and stupid logic. But her reasoning for not wanting to date a man with single kids was like completely just and logical, though she didn't want to explain any of it.
Yeah.
I just think that's funny.
I think they were both illogical. Yeah, I agree with you. I know what you were saying, by the way.
Play in the rain with my son, bro. I run around, and it's not just because of my son. I would that with any kid, bro. I just love to have fun and be a kid. I'm a big kid, bro. I can't help it. My wife get mad at me. I'm a child, bro. I like to have fun, and I think that spirit in me just makes me get along with. I just love all kids. So I
love kids. I'm not saying I don't love kids.
You know what I'm saying? But for me, my mindset is not.
No, tell this man to stop saying you're a big kid. Say, I love kids, thus I take care of children. It is sounding to me like you don't love children. Like you are expecting children to give to you, and that is not love. You are trying to get something from someone that does not sound like love. You don't have to be like, oh my God, I'm a big kid, my wife, ain't nobody gonna care about that. You don't have to cushion the blow. Give the blow. Like, not give the blow. This ain't right. You ain't right. You ain't right.
I was just about to
you
say,
ain't right for laughing.
Demons, are you full? Because you're eating.
You ain't right for laughing.
Go ahead and give him the blow. I agree. I support that message. This is why they keep me in the Discord. Just keep me in the Discord.
Girl, as soon as it came out, I was like, let me continue.
I like, that's mine, that's not mine. I don't like it. Even with adults, bro, kids even more. Whatever I got going on with my kids, if it's a kids around me, we all involved. I don't. There's no distinguish. If I'm eating, you know how everybody eating. But that's just how I am, bro. Like, I'm very family oriented, and I love people, and I love kids even more because they're innocent.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? I look at it like, wow, and I protect them the way I wanted to be protected when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That just, again, that's my take. That's how I am.
But let me make a point, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm speaking to what I'm speaking about what's going on in these recent times, right? And let me make another point. No man that is productive and competitive want to be restricted, right? I'm gonna give you an example, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna use you as an example. You're married, you have your wife, and you have your kids, right? Supposedly you get off from work, you want to go home and you want to enjoy your wife, right? It's easy for you to come home, and if your kids are past their bedtime, it's easy for you to say, "Hey, son, Janai and whatever it's your son, me and your mama, we got some things to take care of. It's time for you to go to your room."
Princess Naya, Princess Shy, and Papa.
Right. It's time for you to go to your room. Me and your mama got some things to handle. But if I'm a stepdad and I come home and I say something to those kids, if I say, "Hey, it's time for you guys to go to sleep," some woman, I'm not saying all, some woman would take offense to it. They're like, "Well, why are you talking to my kids like that? You shouldn't tell them when they go to bed or not." It happens all the time.
How are you going? How are you talking to these children? Because it sounds like you want to be verbally abusive.
Mm-hmm.
Because the imagined world you just gave, where the woman is objecting, either she doesn't want to do what you want to do, which is a separate story. Because if your wife or girlfriend or whomever wants to be with you, they're not about to say, "Oh, why are you talking to my children like that?" Unless one, they don't want to do that which you want to do, separate problem. You need to fix that and figure that out.
Yep.
But it could also mean you're being disrespectful and abusive verbally to kids. Because why would you make up that the woman is mad at you for how you're talking to the children? Like, why is that the thing that came to your mind?
Trick question, Thickness. When have Black men ever been competitive or productive?
You play too much.
Quickly.
We've been productive a lot. Like most of American history, we've been productive. No, I mean, I'm being serious. We created things. We
Okay.
worked really hard.
So what happened when y'all came out of the home? Did you start working out? Did you guys decide to go be productive in another woman's home or on the streets or what?
I think actually he's making the point that most men aren't, and because there are some few and far between in his mind that are productive and whatever, that they should get to run amok. And how dare you try to restrict a productive, successful man when most of them aren't? And I think that is an attempt to weaponize the fact that most men are doing poorly in his advantage to get what he wants.
Exactly. And all he's doing is just literally holding a job. Because not at all is he going to mention, or has he mentioned, that whatever woman he gets with doesn't have to work.
Yeah. This. He wants to be a tyrant at home. Yes. Yep. That's the vibe I get. When he's saying I can come home and boss people around, like, ain't nobody about to sit there and let you disrespect and abuse the children, even if it is your biological child. Like, what do you mean?
Exactly. And who's to say your biological child, when you come home, first of all, the way he phrased it, and you want to do what with your wife? He made it like he was.
Let me say, if you come home and you want to do something with your wife and the wife is objecting, it's probably not because of the children.
But he said it in a weird phrasing of like partake in your wife, or some weird, like, you showed up at a bathhouse somewhere and you picked your girl and you want to partake and her kids are there. Like, what are you saying? What are you talking about? It's your home. You live there. You text your wife, hey, I want to spend some quality time together. Let's go out or let's be together. And she goes, okay, I'm going to put the kids down early. Like, it's really that simple.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's
Where
the
are these
reason why
statistics coming from?
It's happening. We're living in 2024. Come on now, let's not play crazy like we don't know this is.
Well, I think remember we had the conversation we had when we had the Dear Black Woman episode, and I was saying that I feel like a lot of times, not just Black men but Black women as well, they don't do their due diligence. And what I meant by that is, if I meet a woman, she has children, and me and her, we've become, because it's going to take time for us to live together, and so I'm with this woman, we're dating, and eventually we get more serious. And I would hope that she would see the way I treat her kids with love and admiration.
No. Stop. Don't talk, Jenna. Speak directly to the man you're addressing. You're addressing this man in his dusty talking point. Speak directly to him. Don't go back and say, oh my God, you remember that one time when we did this one? No. Say, if you're sitting here worried about the conversations you're going to have with this woman around her child and your child in this hypothetical scenario, it sounds like you didn't do the correct kind of vetting. It sounds like you chose wrong. It sounds like you don't know how to communicate. It sounds like you're weak in nothing a B word. Like tell this man what you need to tell him. Don't sit up there like, oh my God, this one time. Do it.
Tell him, friend. Tell him, friend.
I don't like you.
Drop them gems off.
I don't like you. We're done. We're through. I'm through with it, love. I'm finally through with it, love.
whatever, so that when we are living together, if I say, hey, it's time for everybody to go to sleep,
Right.
I would hope she would know it's coming from a good place. She's not going to intervene. Because as a man, she would understand, like, oh, we're going to go spend some time together. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would hope. Like I say, for me, like, I like to study. I like to do homework. I don't like to. I never like to dive into anything. The one time I ever dove into anything,
and for me to clear this up, bro, let me make this clear. And when I'm speaking,
I like hearing the other guy talk. I don't like hearing that woman over there lie about foolishness. She's not lying. She just she keeps contradicting herself, and I don't like that. I definitely don't like hearing him talk. But I do actually appreciate the middle one's input. And like there is, I hope he's not a toxic person. There is a kindness to him and the way that he approaches this that I really, really adore. But like you have to address that which you're addressing, and you can't speak in a roundabout way. And I don't like that you're just speaking in this weird roundabout way as opposed to address it what you need to. Like
he's refreshing, but he's too passive.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like him though. Like, I don't know him. Let me stop because I do like what he's saying here. I just don't like how he's saying it. Not him. Please, God, not him.
I'm not talking about single traditional mothers. I'm not talking about those. I'm not talking about single traditional. I'm talking about single modern mothers.
But as a man, as a okay,
that's
but,
what I'm saying.
But as a person such as yourself who's very traditional, right? There's no way.
Okay, see, there's some foolishness. He said, how you gonna sit there and tell this man he's very traditional when he had like 2 children out of wedlock? What part of him is traditional? Sitting up on a podcast, dragging women. There ain't nothing about this traditional. What part of you just created 2 children outside the context of a marriage, I'm assuming, because you ain't said nothing about no marriage. How you traditional? Where the traditional?
See what happens when you say you like him? See what
I
happens,
do still
famous?
like him. I think it's a slip up. But I think so the thing is he's one of those people it seems like that does not like conflict, and he's giving this man the title that this man wants, which is traditional. But under all of that, there is an attempt to address his talking points. And I appreciate that. It's just so passive that no one picks up on it. Like, this man is too passive. No, I don't like that either, because I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry. I like listening to this one talk.
No, I do too. Like you said, there is a kindness there. And part of me believes that when he says he loves children and he likes to be a big kid and a father, I actually do feel like he's being genuine. The issue is that these same men, when they're in the room with the bald guy, they're just not loud enough for me.
Yeah.
You're gonna fall into that kind of situation because you're traditional. Right. So that means the woman you're gonna be looking for is gonna fit that criteria. Right. So those examples shouldn't even exist because in your mind you're gonna do your homework. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I understand.
But you're saying them or speaking them as.
No, why did you cut him off? Why would you cut him off? The compliment about being traditional wasn't actually a compliment at all. Literally, what he just said was, you're a traditional man. Therefore, what you just said was some foolishness, because if you're a traditional man, then you wouldn't get to the point where that would be happening in that household, because you would have been with a woman who you have selected and who select you, and y'all would be compatible. So that conversation you were having was kind of idiotic. But he didn't get to finish that because she cut him.
Oh, Bookie.
He only gave him the traditional title to drag him. Because if you say you're traditional, that means you will follow some criteria. Accepting that you're traditional means you follow some criteria. Therefore, now he can drag you for what you just said, because it would mean you ended up in a situation where you wouldn't follow the traditional criterion. And so, like, the argument he was making here was actually really good. Anyway, let's, because he didn't actually mean you're traditional. He might, but in the context of this, it was to drag.
Agreed.
Damn,
this is
G, why
something
you
that
didn't let me
would
finish? I had a good
expect
point
to
going.
realize. So y'all, I've been letting y'all talk.
No, but I had a good. I was trying to go ahead. I was trying to make drive a point home.
Go
But
ahead,
no,
drive
no,
a
no.
point.
Go ahead. Because your point, I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Because again,
Yeah, I call her out. Call her. At least he did call her out, but he then said, "I'm gonna let." No, go back to what you were saying. Oh, they're both walking all over. Ew. Anyway,
because I'm listening as from a woman, so my responses to you are based upon what you're saying. So it's almost like counterproductive because you're saying one thing and then you're saying something else. So you're saying I'm not speaking for. Okay, so that's what makes it like a little bit difficult because when you say these are happening right now in these times, I need statistics, I need data, I need something to support that. And the reason I'm going to say that is because again, when you say traditional, you're not talking about modern. It's so tricky going into that area, right? I consider myself to be.
So you just cut this man off to say nothing. You just gonna cut this man off to say absolutely nothing.
This man was cooking, and you came and you did absolutely. Wow.
This man was at a Michelin star restaurant, chefing it up, and you just walked in and pour water on it.
And you just walked in and offered him a turkey sandwich. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah. I don't know why you did that. He was eating. He finally was dragging. He finally
He set that man up to be cooked, and she walked right in. Didn't help at all.
Oh my god. I need to eat because things be slipping out when I don't eat. Like I just be talking. I can't do that. Oh my
Let him
god.
slip, baby.
Yeah, I don't know what this woman just said.
Be a modern woman. However, I was raised on traditional values. So it depends on how you would then categorize.
All right. Saying you were raised on traditional values while having a child at 19 is wild. Like, just like, they're the same people. This lady and the other men are similar. Because he's like, I'm traditional, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I'm a traditional man, but you have a child out of wedlock. Similarly, you were saying, I was raised, I'm traditional value, blah, blah, blah. Also, a child out of wedlock. They don't make no, and both of them have two, I think. There's no problem with this. I'm just pointing out that none of these people are traditional and they're both claiming traditional. They're both talking about they wouldn't date people with children while they have two. Like, it's giving made for each other. It's
At this
giving
point,
Finn, where have you been?
At this point, I'm looking like, girl, is that your baby daddy right there?
It's definitely giving. Nobody knows me like.
Nobody knows me like you do. Nobody don't love me like you do. Don't get me singing, Themas. Don't start.
Weird.
Don't start.
Just a rule.
Hey, whoa.
Right? That's your choice, what you see, how you, and it so on and so forth for every other man. So you understand what I'm saying? Like, so to say that's what's going on right now, I have to disagree. And I'm disagreeing because I am a modern woman. And I have modern friends that are single mothers that would completely wholeheartedly disagree with what you're saying.
I get your point, but let me ask you this, Vic. So you don't think that a man that is productive and competitive, taking on a pre-made family, so you telling me that's a good thing? How, okay, let me ask you this. How are your kids are going to be an asset to me if I was dating you?
And that's where you kick him off the podcast. In this moment, you kick him off the podcast. How are your kids going to be an asset to? They're not. They really not. Kids aren't assets.
Nope. They drain resources. How are your kids an asset to me? That's
Can
funny.
you imagine some degenerate sitting across from you asking you, oh my God, how are your children? I heard you are a single mother. How are your children going to be an asset to me? If you don't throw the water, ooh, never mind.
I would commit violence. How you say it? Violence.
I don't say anything. You're a liar. You're a liar. I ain't never said nothing. Yeah, you're not gonna do me like that today.
Shit, Themis.
Have me up here looking a mess, talking about how you say boy lands. Ain't nobody gonna drag me. The only person gonna drag me is Jesus. Only my Lord and Savior gonna drag me.
I can't.
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that. I would never. Because you would never ask me how my kids would be an asset to you.
That's the thing.
That's insanity.
But see, I'm coming from a logical standpoint.
Now you gonna hit that bald head after you're touching them phantom follicles. Talking about you coming from a logical standpoint. I hate these people. No, I don't. I don't hate them. Let me stop. There's no hate. In my heart, no condemnation. There is no condemnation in my heart. Therefore, now.
What song are you dancing to? Let me know so I can go
It's
ahead.
this first song that I used to sing in high school about no. Is it condemnation? No condemnation in my heart.
Condoms? What you talking about?
No. For him to be not, someone said phantom logic. Ew. When? This eats actually nosy. This eats. Let me save this. Period. I like that. No. Come back.
You have to ask those questions.
Any woman
And let me say one more
is
thing.
going to let you say, how can your kids be no, sweetie, no.
It's the truth.
No, it's not. Because if we're talking about we're living in a world. No, because we're talking about living in a world where you're constantly putting the male on this pedestal and you're forgetting that this is not the old days. So right.
No. Wrong turn. Let's stick to the children being asset. What value should these kids be bringing to him? Like, why you go? I mean, yes, drag, but also why? Like, why are you going there when there's like so much here? These kids aren't supposed to be giving you anything. They are not assets. Children are not assets. They ain't. And if you think they're assets, that's the first problem. Let's dissect the mentality of a man who is asking a woman how the children is going to be an asset to them. Let's do that. Let's dissect that. Don't go into the whole diatribe about men, women, blah 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 pedestal. Ain't nobody care. That is not what we're talking about. And I think she was triggered, and I don't use this word loosely. I do think she was, in fact, triggered, and she was triggered by his unwillingness to date single mothers and calling them all kinds of things. But in truth, you don't date single fathers too. So, like, girl, like, why were you mad? I don't understand why she was mad. Like, both of y'all are 2 feet in the body. Y'all are in the same banana boat. Like, I don't know what you thought.
In that degenerate pond. Pond? I don't know. I'm tired.
I'm tired too. Yeah, I'm tired.
I was trying to come on camera, but it wasn't letting me for some reason.
Sigh. How your mom went you? How you gonna get king and can't cry? Ciao.
Themis, can you drop the Discord link in the can you drop the StreamYard link back in the Discord? I'm trying to find it. I can't find it.
Here, let me wait 1 second. Wait, why? Here you go.
I'm trying to get on my computer instead of my phone.
Oh, it's in the private chat now. Copy from the private chat. Let's see if I can put it in the Discord. All right, I put it in the Discord, I think, too. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Your wish is my command, apparently.
Thank you, Daddy.
Apparently just giving me work.
Now at this point, there are a lot of men that sit on a pedestal, but baby, their pedestal is way, way beneath that woman's. I'm not done. So when you say, what can you bring to the table? I feel like that goes both ways these days. Traditionally, back in old days, women couldn't bring that much. We didn't have that much. We weren't able to accomplish as much, but we have come very, very far. And I'm going to say that as a single mother myself.
Back in the old days, women were bringing a lot, actually. Actually, staying at home and taking care of the kids was a lot. But not only that, Black women in particular was not only taking care of the kids, they were also out there actively in the job market, right? So yes, women have come a far way, particularly around economic development and degrees. I do, and I'm not chastising her here, but I do think that we need to step away from the ways in which we devalue the kind of work women have been doing historically and Black women have been doing historically. And I don't think she intentionally was like saying she's better than other women. I don't think that. I also really like her energy here. It was in defense of, right? But it felt a tad bit misplaced. If I'm being truly honest. If I'm gonna be truly honest with you, if I'm gonna be truly honest with y'all, I'm gonna yeah, well. All right, I'm being. I need to go eat, but I'm gonna finish this. By God, I'm gonna finish this.
That a lot of men cannot even sit at the table with me if I'm being honest, and I still give them a seat. I still push the seat open for them to sit down and show me what they can bring to the table for me, because I know intellectually, I know financially, I know on a 1,000 different levels, they don't even meet me halfway. So when you make a statement like that, again, like I said, I'm a single mother. I'm a modern woman. I have so many friends across, not just in Florida, this is not Miami. I'm talking about friends, period. And they're single mothers, but they bring a lot to the table. And for a man to ever ask me what my kids could do to benefit him, he would never even speak to me again.
All right, but let me ask you this question, Vic. So do you want a man to come in there and share his resources with your kids?
Blah 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 blah. I like a good flex, but I don't like a good flex like this. So the way she just flexed, I know some of y'all said it eats, but it felt very condescending and arrogant. That's how I felt. And I don't know why. Because like if you're really that, ain't nobody you're not gonna kick no seed out for anyone. Well, even though she did not use her hand to move the feet, she actually used her feet. She she went. She said. Sorry. She definitely. So period. But ain't no reason for her. Ain't no reason for her to be giving someone a seat. If you're going to talk your mess fully. Hey, Kilo, not you twerking. Hey, boy, she twerking. To be fair, I'm joking. Joking. Talk your mess. But like part of the mess should be, girl, you can't sit with us. Period. Not, oh, they don't measure up, but I still give them a chance. Wait. Why are you giving them a chance if they don't measure up? I don't like that. Nope.
Is she talking about giving Dusties a chance? Is that what I'm
Yeah.
hearing?
Well, we don't call people dusties, young lady. We call them human beings.
You call them no good, nothing ass.
No, I will never. We don't use those words.
Oh, really?
We
That's
do not.
interesting. Hi, you're new here. Hi.
We do not. Hi.
I have a question.
No.
I have to counter it.
Just answer it. I need
He's
yes
sharing.
or no.
Do I want him to come in and share his resources with my children?
Yes or no?
I'm trying to get clarity on a question.
If you're dating a man,
what is the resources that he's sharing with my children?
His finances.
I don't need them.
Vic, that's cap. I don't care what you say, Vic. Listen, Vic. I don't care. If a man is dating a woman at some point in time, Vic, a woman is going to want a man to share his finances in the household. Yes. So you telling me you're going to sleep, you're going to lay up there, you're going to date a man, you're going to sleep with that man, and you ain't going to ask that man to contribute his finances? So here's the kicker. I find that to be hard to understand.
Here's the kicker.
That's cap. I'm sorry.
Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, and we're going to clear it up. I never said I would expect a man to come in and share his finance, not share his finances. I never said that.
That's his resources.
Okay, if that's all the resources he has.
That is not what she said. She said, I don't need his finances. That is very different than saying I wouldn't expect him to invest in the community and the home. Those are very different things. So he is wrong and she's correct here.
But he's also overemphasizing the male's financial contribution while downplaying the female's financial contribution.
Yeah.
Just point.
Yeah, because if both of y'all have children, both of y'all finances going put mush together, and like, I mean, it is cheaper to buy in bulk, so y'all can. Yeah,
Costco.
yeah, like, yeah. The way I be buying these bags of rice for no reason, like my laundry room is packed with rice because my cabinet cannot hold all. Every time I go to the store, I buy rice in like bulk and like jasmine rice in bulk for no reason.
Like you got a family of 20 over there buying all that rice. Calm down. Ain't got nobody
Well, I'm
visiting
inviting
you.
my friends over, cooking for them, and like packing the plate with rice.
Ain't got nobody over there visiting you. Got all these boxes of rice.
Man, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
That's problem number one. We're gonna start. No, that's definitely problem
That's
number
his
one.
resources.
That's not enough for me.
How
So
that-
again,
how that-
it's not because I have my own money. So when you start talking about modern women and you're sitting in front of a woman that makes well over 6 figures a year, you're not gonna tell me that a man can step through that door and tell me what can your kids do for me? No, baby, what can you do for this household? Because this household runs effortlessly without your finances. So the expectation would be if you're stepping through this door. Why would you step through my door and you're not able to provide any resources?
Okay, Vic, listen, I don't care if you make 6 figures. You know why? Because at the end of the day, your 6 figures is for you. You would never share it with me. At the end of the day,
why would you?
That is such a dumb take. That is such a dumb take. If y'all are together and y'all care about each other and are building together, I find it hard to believe. And if there's a woman in the chat, we've done this before where people got mad at me. If a guy is like always taking care of the family or whatever, part of why you want someone who is thoughtful, right, and has some understanding of the world is in case something happens, you want that person to be able to continue to take care of the home until you're back, or take care of the family, take care of themselves, take care of the children. Like the idea that, oh, I don't care about your job because I have to do everything is weak and useless, and it is actually not even logical. It is really not logical.
No.
It is not logical to think that you are going to always be able to do everything for everyone financially. So I don't care about this man. Honestly, I don't know why I'm even reacting to this man. Like he's just not that like that.
Well, it's also, I also hate that for whatever reason, when Black women get on a podcast, they're always defending 50-50 and I can do everything on my own and I come with this much money. Like it really irritates me when they do that because I don't have any money. What am I going to do? We always have to play this like, we bring so much to the table and like you're proving how much you bring, or you're proving how much finances, and you're proving your intelligence, and like we're always like fighting to show them that, oh look, we just have just as much as you. But it's like we don't, like most women are not getting on a podcast trying to convince these men that they got finances. Like he wants to have. I just hate that this is even like a conversation that I feel like Black women frequently have.
Yeah, like even the way she flex. I don't know. I'm not gonna judge her because like I think she's defending herself. Like I'm not. If you call me broke, then I'm broke. Ain't nobody got time.
Listen, I'm showing up on the podcast. I ain't got no money, Zaddy. Nothing. I don't got nothing. I can't contribute nothing. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Rice over here.
What is money? Who is money? When is money?
Money? Is that pesos? What you mean?
Don't argue with these people. Because you keep having to prove yourself, and I don't know why you're trying to prove yourself to this man who should already know you.
Black women do it all the time. They do it all. They get up here and they're like, oh, I got a degree and I do this and I'm a lawyer and I take care of 10 of my kids. And it's like they prove to you how good they are at muling, how good they are at taking. It's like you're just telling this man that you have all the things that he doesn't have. And either he's going to be jealous of you, he's going to try to take advantage of you, or he's, for whatever reason, is not going to respect you. So like, what's the point?
My thing is, if I like taking people out on dates, right? I like dating, right? And
do you?
Interesting.
So
like, I took someone to Hell's Kitchen, right? The restaurant. And no, let me stop. Actually, I don't need the story to tell you this. My thing is, why would you try to prove yourself to someone after you've determined they're no good?
Exactly.
Like after you determine they're no good, girl, let it go. Like ain't nobody got time. Like all right, that was cute. Bye. Like
You
just
just told him he was
smile and
stupid.
nod.
You told him his mindset was dumb. Like you basically told this man that you don't respect him. So like, what are you trying to prove to him right now?
Yeah. Like ain't nobody got time. Like if you don't, why are you fighting so desperately to like show? No.
Okay, but who did you take to Hell's Kitchen? Because I don't remember you telling me who you was taking out on the date.
DJ, I
The
took
problem
DJ.
that we have because you be cheating.
I took DJ. I took DJ.
Okay, I'll allow it. His first wife. I'll allow that.
Period. How is Gordon Ram's restaurant? Yay. Yay. I liked what I got. I didn't really like the steak. I prefer. Well, I'm not gonna say this restaurant because it's only in one place, and y'all gonna know where I'm at. But I didn't like the steak. I like people who season their steak, and apparently that's not a thing in America. Apparently steaks aren't seasoned here, so I don't know.
That steak had all the seasoning on the skin, not in the steak.
There was nothing like, and I like it a little bit charred on the outside and medium. Like I don't want it medium well. I don't want it medium rare. I want it medium, and I'm a know if it's medium, and that's what I like. And like, it wasn't giving what I wanted it to give, but everything else was great. But the steak wasn't.
But Vic, listen, at the end of the day, whether you make 6 figures or not, you will still want a man to come through there to take over the finances, to take that burden off your shoulders. Don't give it to Vic. Every woman wants that. So when I hear women say that they're not looking for a man to share their resources, that is kept. Let me finish making another point.
No,
this is another risk. Listen, Rob, let me make this one final point.
I eat all my meat well done. Okay. So I used to when I was in high school, I came to the US, and in Jamaica we don't do well, let me not speak for Jamaica. Where I was in Jamaica, we cooked everything all the way through, right? So when I came, and I was in middle school actually, and I ordered with my friend steak, and I said, well done, because I was confused. Why are you asking me what I want? I said, well done. And the disgust with which I was looked, like it felt like I did something very, very wrong. And then I asked about it later, and then I started tasting different kind of meat. And I decided which one I like. Because if I still like well done, I would have gotten it. But my favorite is medium. Like I prefer. I want it to be I don't want to see blood like that at all. But like I don't want it to be cooked. I want it to be tender in the middle.
I mean, a well done steak is like chewing jerky. Like you just
you just
chew it all night.
Yeah.
No. Medium, like the meat falls apart a little bit more. It tastes better. Like me to chew on a steak.
It's easier to chew. Like I like it, and if it's done well, period. Not well done, but if it's the medium is done well.
This is another risk of a man that is competitive and productive, that's getting into a situation where he's dealing with a pre-made family. Who was to say, if I was to marry you and you divorce me, you will go to the courthouse and put me on child support for the next 18 years for kids that don't even belong to me. As a matter of fact, even if I'm not married to you, if I've been dating you for a substantial amount of time, depending on what the state, you can still go and put me on child support for 18 years for kids that are not mine.
God, can that happen in your state?
At this point, he's literally trying to think of every reason why he doesn't want to take responsibility for somebody else's children. And that's fine. But like, what do we? He just pulling tricks out the bag, you know.
Someone said he looks well done. Y'all forgetting that oasis that I said we were gonna create.
It's a waterfall.
This man is trying to be Kevin Samuels. He don't got the height nor the stature for it, but he trying.
Well, at the end of the day, you're telling me, me basically when coming to the table, like ultimately this just sounds like
I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to be financially responsible. I don't want to pay child support. Like, I feel like everything just comes down to the most like basic, like non-human level, like ideals. Like, it's not that I want to take care of these children. I want to love these kids. I want to be the person. I would guess that if you picked a woman with children, you moved in with her, you love her, you care for her. I would guess. So as an extension of her, you would love for and care for her children, and she would in turn love you and care for your children. It should be as simple as that. It's weird to me that there's all these like, well, what if this and what if that and what if all this and what if she did this? It's just like, what are you talking about? All that can happen with your biological kid.
Funny enough, I actually don't mind a risk assessment. I don't. I truly do not mind a risk assessment. If it's in good faith. I think, though, you have to do it in context of your relationship. And if you're speaking generally, then be realistic with what is happening. How many of these men are being placed on child support? How many men are being placed on child support for kids that are not theirs? Like, I'm going to need some stats here if you're speaking generally and not speaking to your own experience. Because ain't nobody got time for it. And I don't like looking, never mind.
When he wants to exemplify himself, he'll go very personal. But then when he wants to attack the woman who's a single mother, then he'll go general because he doesn't want to directly attack them. He just wants to generally what's happening. But then personally, I'm a provider. Personally, I'm competitive. Like, it just goes back and forth depending on like how he feels at the moment. It's disingenuous, the whole argument.
Agreed.
So to close it off, a man, a productive man that's dating a single modern baby mom in this generation, that's a lose-lose situation. And I'm gonna end it like that.
I don't have much. I don't have much to add. The only thing I can say is I hate that has been your experience. I hate that those are the women that you have encountered one way or another, not personally, one way or another. I hate that for you. I hate that for your friends. I hate that for anyone that you know, because that is not reality. That is not the reality that we're living in. That is actually a bubble in which we choose to put ourselves in. I'm going to go back to my statement that there are lanes. And I learned when I stay in my lane and I don't allow people that don't belong in my lane, I don't have any of those problems that you're referring to. Not one.
Let me ask you this one question, Vic. In the animal kingdom, when a lion takes over,
I don't care about them.
No.
I love how she said I don't care about. She's really pretty.
That was savage. I love that.
Yeah, me too. She's beautiful too.
Cheers.
Now you have to, because it's still nature, right? When a lion take over a pride, right? What does that male lion does to those cubs of the other pride that he took over? What does that lion do?
Would you rather have been a lion?
No, I'm a human. Okay, you know what that lion would do? That lion would kill those cubs.
Yeah, I'm a human.
You know why? I understand you're human, but I'm saying that because by nature, men, we are territorial. We do not want to deal with. We don't want to take on pre-made families.
All right.
That's
Let me intervene. My brother speaking generally about the men that he represents.
Okay, why did you use lions?
Well, also, isn't in a lion's pride, aren't the women the females the one who do most of the hunting? So like this is what I hate about these animal comparisons.
I'm just worried about the infanticide that he's promoting.
Well, yeah, he's basically saying like he's disgusting in many ways, but they love to take animals and all the best qualities or the specific qualities they're looking for. They want to take those qualities, but then any of the other stuff, the disgusting stuff about like how many times they kill each other or murder each other, or the women does that, or the females do this, the male does that, they completely ignore all of those facts. A lion's pride has a lot of messed up expectations between the females and the males. He will not talk about any of that. He'll only talk about, well, I'm a lion and we got an alpha, and if this was we're in a wolf's pack, and then if it's just like, what are we talking about? He's annoying me. Baldy is annoying me. His head is glistening, and now it's hurting me, my eyes.
Oh, 6 hours. Ooh, yikes. All right, let's finish up. We're almost done.
You speaking about the women you represent. Now I know I'm not single. So
Mufasa's death took
So I'm not mingling. You know that, girl. So I'm gonna say this for the brothers like me, because it's different brothers, different mindset.
Yeah.
I gotta say, for me, bro, it don't matter.
Okay.
But like I say, but that's your mindset. That's your mindset. For me, it don't matter. For me, if I like a woman, I like a woman.
Right.
If the woman has kids, she has kids. That kids, no kids, it don't matter. Because it is what it is, bro. Because if you meet a woman, if that's a deal breaker, then I don't know, bro. You might be missing out on a blessing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, those are not your kids. You're right. You want your own. You can still have a blended family with her, and you can still help her with the kids if you want to. If not, I'm not a judge. I'm not a jury, bro. I can't tell nobody what to do. I know for me, as a black man, bro, who grew up fatherless, I wanted a father. I would have loved to have a dad. And maybe that's why I didn't have one. Maybe a lot of the black men probably think like how you said, though, like, why would I waste my money on a person that's not my kid? And I get it, but I don't share that.
And I'm speaking in general.
And I'm saying, yeah, and I'm saying for me, I don't share that. For me, bro, I love kids. Mine's are not. Even I have a wife now. And if I'm saying, you know, you bring your son, I'm not gonna say, oh, he's not. I don't care, bro. Kids are, let's have fun. Come on. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big kid. I'll run around. You know, I don't care about that, bro. Like for me, I thank God I don't think like that. I don't view life like that because everybody deserves some type of sunshine. Because you think about a kid growing without a father, and not to say the woman can't raise a child, but I'm saying you think about a kid growing up without a father, that's like rain pouring on you 24/7. And I'm talking about even from an emotional standpoint.
By the way, he's just rambling right now. He's not making an argument. So, period. I mean, yay.
So he's a lion. Got it. Ma, the brain mama.
I actually do think he's genuine too, and I do like him. But I can take him seriously when I need someone to address this man and also this woman. Like I need someone to address them, and so he's not going to do it directly because he's not confrontational. He's not.
No, he's doing.
I actually like that though as a personality trait. Like he seemed like a sweet guy.
He seems like a really sweet guy, and honestly, you probably could have a really good discussion with him. But
I probably should reach out to him.
Yeah, the other one though.
I don't want to talk to him.
You don't want to talk to that lion?
Yeah, because the first thing, then you're like, why do y'all act like? Some of y'all act like animals? He gonna be like, what do you mean? But you're gonna use every single animal to describe yourself. But if someone asks you about it, you're gonna be mad.
Or if these other people treat you like an animal and start making laws that treat you like an animal, all of a sudden you want to be looked at as a man.
Yeah, like probably want to sit there and have women bring home the food too.
Right. A lion, more like not even a roach, grasshopper. I don't even know. Get him up. All right, Themis, the Discord has spoken. It's time for you to get off of the live. They hit me up personally. It was like, wrap it up.
Let me play that.
So once a man answer that child, that's like sunshine. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I know what you mean. The child gonna be like, you're not my dad. And like I say, bro, it comes to that territory, bro. It's a rite of passage. I expect you I want you to do that. Because that lets me know, okay, you're becoming a man. This is the only way you think you can hurt me. Because you can't hurt trying to any other way. So for me, man.
And that's one of the things my stepdad said to me. He's like, I didn't care about that.
No, because it's a rite of passage.
I already knew you were gonna do that. I didn't care about that.
It's a rite of passage, man. Like I said, I can't tell no man how to feel, but as a black man, I think because we're so far behind the 8-ball, and so many of our women and so many of our children are growing up in a situation where the father may be in prison or dad or not in the household, I don't think we should think like that. I think we need to be more together, bro, and help each other. If you love a woman, I'm not telling you go take a woman with 20 kids. Right. I'm just saying if she got a kid or two, and you're like, you really like her, she's a great person, she have a great mind. So
but what? You know what, bro? There are some good single mothers. There are. I'm not saying.
I'm just saying, like to me, it's like, so what? You know what I'm saying? We gonna make this a blended family, and we gonna have fun.
I'm just speaking on recent times. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm just saying. But as a man that do his due diligence, you're not just gonna pick a woman in this time that's behave a certain way, who don't care about her kids. Of course, she's not gonna care about you. But I'm saying, but if you find a woman, a real woman, that's a good woman. She has kids. I don't think it matters, bro. I think it's just a matter of coming in and helping. It's not about resources or me spending my money on you and your.
Even the way he's articulating it, he's like, it's about coming in and helping, right? This other one is like, what is your child gonna do for me? That is like, wait, you gonna have to do more because you're a single mother, and what your child gonna do for me? Like the mindsets are too different. Like. It is such a disgusting thing to juxtapose them because even this very simple statement is about going in and figuring out how you can help versus what can the child do for me is wild.
Well, he's speaking from an abundance mindset. The other guy is speaking from a scarcity or even a predatory mindset. Especially like, why are you bringing up killing children in a blind's pride? Like, why is that even?
Yeah.
That should have never even come up. The fact that it was thought in his mind is sick in and of itself. Stay away from this man. He's dangerous.
Yeah. The fact that infanticide is what comes out of your mind when you're discussing children is wild.
Because he hates kids. He hates children, this man.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, bro, we all gonna die, man. That money don't mean shit. If we so concerned about money, leaving money behind for our biological, that's what you got insurance for. Life insurance. I gotta tell my wife, let's live it up, baby. Let's blow up some money. And when we die, the kids gonna be good anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, absolutely not. No. No.
I was with you and then you lost me.
Not let's blow. I mean, girl.
How about we don't do that last part? How about we don't do that?
I mean, if he got the money and he wants her to blow it, then period. But like, no. Anyway, not the life insurance is the security net for the children.
I was
Anyway.
with you for that last part. I was with you.
I was too. I mean, I'm still with him. He seems like a sweet person. I think we need more good people in the world, and so I appreciate a good person. I do.
He seems sweet. He seems really sweet.
That was refreshing. Actually, I wasn't expecting that, but I like it. It was refreshing to hear him talk.
Yeah, we don't really get that mindset at all from Black men. Like this mindset, this loving children, and all that. We never really get that. So.
Yeah, even if I don't agree or disagree, whatever, I just like the fact that he centered children and caring for children. I was gonna watch this, but it's too late. Yeah,
we're not going to. No, the Discord has spoken. We're not going to.
The Discord has spoken. Yeah, and I also need to rest. I need my laser treatment went well today, so let me go off and go eat and rest. Y'all, thank you so much for everyone being in here listening to me talk. It was very meaningful. I did cut out the Joe Biden portion of my outline. I did. I shouldn't have, but I did. Y'all are welcome.
Thank you, Zaddy.
Yeah. All right, y'all have a good night. I really, really appreciate y'all coming and being here with me. So have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful night. Kilo, you looked beautiful. I know the last time you came up here, you dragged me for not saying it. So I am saying it. You look great.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Thank you for coming.